Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettucehead Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Kitsune Hybrid Quirk. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shoyuta scowls down at the villain doctor groaning at his feet and reaches up, tapping his earpiece. Eraserhead here. My sector is clear of villains. I'm going to check the area for any victims. He gets an affirmative. He snatches up one of the doctor's ID cards and quickly makes his way deeper into the lab, feeling deeply uncomfortable with all the medical equipment that he knows has been used to torture people. He comes across a few rooms, though all are empty. One has a big metal chair with bloody leather straps. He can just imagine the people that had been strapped to it and tortured. Another is a bloody operation room that made him nauseous. The last room he comes to is the worst. The first thing he sees when he walks in is a huge glass window looking into a padded white room with bright fluorescent lights. He cautiously moves closer to the glass and gives the room a once-over. What's inside has him freezing up. In the corner of the room, curled up on a mattress, is a child. Sheet. He curses under his breath. He hurries to the door leading into the room and uses the doctor's ID card to open it. He steps inside and pauses when the child jolts up, staring at him with wide, forest green eyes. He goes completely still when a low growl starts up. The kid stares at the man in black, growling low in his throat. He doesn't recognize this man. Why is he here? Is this another test? Do they want him to fight this man? Why does he seem so familiar? He knows he's seen this man before somewhere, but he isn't sure where. It doesn't matter, he just wants to rest. Can't they just leave him alone for a day? Just let him rest. He forces his exhausted body to shuffle away from the man, every muscle screaming for him to stop moving after the exhausting tests he was put through yesterday. His growling teeters off into a whine at the aches shooting through his body before he collapses back into his nest. He sees the man getting closer out of the corner of his eyes and growls again. Hey! Shoyuta says in a soft tone that really doesn't fit his regular persona. It's alright. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm here to help. The growling teeters off a bit before starting up again, even louder than before. He decided to take a moment to simply study the boy. He looks like he can't be older than 9. He's wearing a thin hospital gown and has a heavy-duty muzzle strapped to his face. Under the muzzle, he can see red markings, some around his eyes like eyeline and 3 curved lines on his cheekbones like whiskers. His face shape looks mostly human except for a very slight protrusion of the jaw. He can see bits of black fur poking out from under the collar of the hospital gown. His eyes are completely green with no visible white and has slitted pupils. 2 long black and green ears poke up out of the mop of long ratty forest green hair, and he counts 5 puffy tails with black tops and green bottoms writhing behind the kid. The kid's legs are covered in dark matted green fur that fades to white at the paws for feet. Scars litter almost all the skin that can be seen. A thick scar on the boy's wrist stands out to Shoyuta. He grinds his teeth as he realizes what it is. It's a brand burned into the kid's skin reading 000097. Shoyuta takes a deep breath to calm himself and shuffles forwards a bit. The boy jerks back, terrified of what the man might do to him, his breath quickly getting heavier as his lips pull back, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth including a set of very large canines. Well, guess that's the reason for the protruding jaw. Shoyuta stops and so does the kid. It's alright. I told you I wouldn't hurt you and I meant it. He reaches out slowly, and the kid growls again, but it's less hostile this time and wearier. That's it. You're gonna be okay. The boy continues watching the man wearily, not knowing what to do. The man says he's here to help, but that could mean so many different things in this place. They think helping him is tearing his body apart and putting it back together better. The man doesn't move once his hand is extended, he just stays crouched there, watching the boy intently. The boy wonders why the man is being so patient with him. Normally by now the doctors would give up trying to coax him out of his room and would instead either drag him kicking and screaming to wherever they wanted him. It takes a couple of minutes before the growling ceases, and the kid just watches him with confusion. Slowly, The kid starts inching forwards and Shoyuta catches sight of something metallic around his neck. The boy leans towards his hand, and his nose starts twitching. He's smelling him, Shoyuta notes. The boy's eyes widen a bit as he takes in the man's smell. It's a thick mixture of cinnamon and dark coffee that gives him a deep sense of comfort. He smells like a coffee shop. The smell is strong and powerful, giving of Alphine vibes that would usually make him uncomfortable but instead make him want to curl up in the alpha's arms. Maybe this man really does want to help him? Rule number 1 of the lab: never get your hopes up. Hope will only ever let you down in a place like this. Always expect the worst or you'll always be let down. He raises his head and looks up at Shoyuta with suspicious eyes. Shoyuta gives him a small smile. I'm a good guy, I promise. He moves his hand forward slightly, brushing up against the muzzle on them. The boy tenses with a whimper, automatically assuming he was going to hurt him, and Shoyuta stills again. It's okay. I just want to take it off. He moves a bit and brushes against one of the buckles. He quickly loosens it and realization flashes through the boy. He's taking it off. Shoyuta smiles. Yeah. I'm going to get this off of you, all right? The boy hesitates slightly at that, becoming nervous and confused. Take it off? Usually when they take it off it means they're either going to GG him or do something to his mouth. He studies. Shoyuta with a frown, sniffing the air again, but finding no hostility in the man's scent. He's still nervous, but the lack of hostility has him relaxing a bit. It doesn't seem like the man is going to hurt him, so he doesn't have to be quite so tense. The boy relaxes a bit, and Shoyuta manages to get all but one buckle undone. The last one is locked. The boy whines now, reaching up to tug at the muzzle. He wants it off. It hurts. It's so close, he wants it off. Please, get it off. Get it off, please. Shoyuta tisks and gently takes hold of the kid's hands, noticing the tips of his fingers fade to black along with his sharpened nails. I know. It probably hurts. I'm going to use my multi-tool, okay? He reaches back and pulls out a multi-tool, opening it to the knife accidentally. The boy tenses up, eyes blowing wide in fear as he stares at the knife, fearing the worst. Sheet, sorry kid, wrong thing. He clicks the knife closed and flicks open the file. Here, this won't hurt you. He reaches up with his free hand and gently rests his hand on the kid's head. I promise. He moves slowly, very carefully moving the file towards the last buckle. The boy starts growling but doesn't move. He doesn't want the man to change his mind and start hurting him with the knife. Shoyuta finally gets to the buckle and gets to work using the file as a lockpick. The boy trembles as he works at the lock with the file, letting out a fearful whimper every once in a while. Shoyuta continues speaking softly to the kid until finally, the lock clicks and the muzzle falls to the floor. The boy jolts a bit at the loud sound, his ears flattening against his head before immediately perking back up. It's gone. He reaches up and touches his face. That feels better, doesn't it? His head snaps up, and suddenly Shoyuta has an armful of kid. He can immediately tell that he's way too light to be healthy. He grunts and quickly wraps his arms around the boy so he doesn't fall. He chuckles softly, wrapping one arm around his waist and the other against the back of the kid's head. When the kid lifts his head, Shoyuta breathes in slowly to keep his rage down. Now he can see the bruises and nasty cuts made by the muzzle. The boy opens his mouth but it pulls at some of his injuries, and he whimpers and quickly closes it again. Shoyuta hushes him softly. It's okay. You don't need to talk. He gently coaxes the boy to rest his head back on his shoulder. Just relax. I'll get you out of here soon. Hesitantly at first, a tail wraps around his wrist, then the other, then around his waist. Shoyuta reaches up and feels at the boy's neck and feels metal. He growls under his breath. It's a collar. They put a collar on the kid, and from the way, he whimpers when the collar shifts. It's hurting him. He feels around for the buckle and curses when he can't find one. It's probably a mechanical lock. The boy jolts a bit at the touch, the needles of the collar shifting and cutting into him further. He whimpers and bats the man's hand away from the collar, growling softly. No touching the collar. Shoyuta quickly gathers the kid in his arms and stands up. He hates how light the kid is. He barely weighs 70 pounds. Come on, let's get you out of here. He quickly moves towards the door, but the kid pulls on his jumpsuit, shaking his head frantically. What is it, kid? The boy whimpers and whines as Shoyuta brings him closer to the barrier that his collar reacts to. He can still feel the static in the collar, meaning the shock mechanism hasn't been turned off. He doesn't want to hurt. Don't keep going. It's going to hurt. He wiggles and whines frantically, trying to get out of the man's arms and away from the barrier. Kid, calm down. And then he crosses the threshold. Immediately the kid starts to spasm, making a strangled noise in the back of his throat as electricity arcs through his body from the collar. The collar burns against his neck, the needles sparking with electricity. His muscles spasm with the continuous jolt of electricity running through him. He violently pushes Shoyuta away and tumbles back into the room and goes limp on the ground as the shock stops, trembling and gasping for breath. Shoyuta realizes with a jolt that the kid was being shocked. It was a shock collar. Sheet. He hisses and quickly moves back into the room. I'm so sorry, kid. Sheet. The boy flinches away from him with a whimper, looking at him with wide, scared eyes. I'm so sorry. I had no idea it was a shock collar. Are you all right? He asks softly, raising his hands in a placating gesture. He curses himself for not being more careful. For Cammy's sake, the kid obviously knew that would happen. He made that obvious. He should have recognized that the kid was scared of leaving the room and not pushed. This could make it significantly harder to get the boy to trust him again. The boy hiccups, tears in his eyes as he watches Shoyuta with unease and distrust. He didn't listen. He hurt him. Rule number 3, don't trust anyone. Everything and everyone is a test. Nothing good is ever real. It's all only ever a trick to see what will make you comply to them better. He pauses though when he catches Shuta's scent again. It's thick with remorse and distress. He didn't mean to hurt him. He's upset that the boy got hurt. So then he's still a good guy? Maybe. Can I pick you up again, kid? I promise I won't bring you near the door until the collar is off. Shoyuta asks gently, holding his arms out in a question and invitation. The boy hesitates for a moment, unsure. This man just hurt him, after all. But he's sorry. The doctors are never sorry. That means he's not like the doctors or the other people that hurt him here. This man is different. This man is. The boy slowly moves forwards, nodding his head. Shoyuta lets out a sigh of relief. Now what? As he brings the kid back into his arms, that's what he wonders. Well, at the very least he needs to let the others know about what he's found. He reaches up and taps his earpiece. Hey, I've got a kid. Male, looks to be about 8 or 9. An animal mutation could be a wolf or fox. He's severely underweight and has injuries on his face, maybe more. He has a shock collar with a mechanical lock on that doesn't let him leave the room he's in. I need someone with a quirk that can bypass the lock. The boy looks at him weirdly as he seems to talk to the air. Who is he talking to? Does he have an earpiece or something? Probably. But what? Why is he here in the first place? Who is he? A moment later his earpiece crackles before Tsukachi's voice replies to him. Sheet. Roger that. We've got an officer here that can do that. We're sending him down with another hero now. Where are you? Shoyuta relays his location and gets an affirmative. He looks down at the boy who has wrapped his tails around Shoyuta again. He should probably assess any injuries the kid has. Kid. He nudges the kid gently. He lifts his head a bit, looking up at his with watery eyes. You can understand me, right, kid? The boy gives slow, hesitant nod. All right, do you have a name I can call you? The boy looks thoughtful before opening his mouth. I-S-U. He scrunches up his face, grunting in frustration. Shoyuta waits patiently. I-Zu. The boy bits his lip, a look of intense concentration on his face. I-Zu-Ku. Izuku. Izuku. Izuku brightens a bit when he finally manages to get his name out. Izuku hasn't said or heard his name in so long he was afraid he had forgotten it. But he remembered and was even able to say it out loud. He hasn't spoken in a very long time, so he's very glad he was able to say his name. It makes him happy to remember his name. Shoyuta is proud but also very angry, though not at the kid. The boy could barely say his own name. It's very nice to meet you, Izuku. My name is Aizawa Shoyuta. Izuku's eyes widen and come to life with real hope and excitement. He scans over the man in front of him and realizes why the man seems familiar. This man is Eraserhead, his favorite underground hero. That's so cool. H-R-O? He forces out past the heaviness of his tongue. Shoyuta smiles. Yeah. I'm a hero. You like heroes? Izuku hesitates before nodding slowly. He does. He loves most heroes. Heroes save people and take away all their fears. He's always wanted a real hero to come save him. Heroes save. Shoyuta nods. That is we do, and I'm going to save you. The boy looks at him with awe. He still hasn't even thought of this as being rescued. He had honestly just thought that this was a nice man who was working for the doctors as another test. Even after Shoyuta admitted to being a hero, he still hadn't thought the man was saving him. It's been so long now that he hadn't been considered being saved as a possibility. He stopped believing he would be saved years ago. Save. And me? Shuta's heart breaks at the uncertainty and disbelief in the boy's tone, like he never thought he would be saved. Yeah, I'm gonna save you, I promise. Shoyuta says softly. Tears form in Izuku's eyes, and he buries his face in the man's neck, sniffling softly. Shoyuta pats Izuku's back gently with a sigh. Are you hurt anywhere? He asks after a minute, gently nudging the boy away from his neck. Izuku once again hesitates, still unsure about this whole rescue thing. But he can trust Shoyuta. He's Eraserhead, and Eraserhead would never do anything bad to Izuku. So, he nods before slowly lifting the hospital gown. Shoyuta pointedly doesn't look at the boy's lower half, even though it's mostly covered by fur, suckling in a breath at the multitude of scars all across the boy's torso. There is another brand burned into the kid's skin on his left side, marking him with that same number. There's also a large tuft of greenish-white fur on the boy's chest as well as forest green fur along his shoulders. It's obvious his fur hasn't been cared for. It's long and heavily matted. Then he sees the stitches. From his collarbone down to his belly button is a large, stitched-up incision that is red, puffy, and is leaking blood where a few of the stitches had been pulled. Shoyuta curses under his breath and quickly digs through his pouch, pulling out a roll of gauze. He looks up at Izuku's eyes. Can I wrap that? After a long moment, the Izuku nods slowly. He can trust Shoyuta. He can. He has to. He shoves down his fear, burying it under glazed numbness. He has to be a good boy if he'll get hurt more. He can't move, he can't do anything, or they'll hurt him more. Shoyuta quickly gets to work wrapping the boy's torso up. He notices the boy stays completely still as he dresses the wound. He's glad the boy isn't squirming while he does this, but that glazed, fearful look in the boy's eyes makes his blood boil. He finishes wrapping Izuku's torso and sits back. Izuku, he says softly, watching him worriedly. Izuku flinches and drops his hospital gown. He looks up at Shoyuta with wide, scared eyes, and immediately his tails wrap around himself, shielding him. His breath starts to quicken before stopping completely as he clutches at his chest. A high-pitched whine leaves him. Please no. He doesn't want to get hurt again. Please no. Please. Don't hurt him, please. Sheet. Shoyuta hisses. The boy is having a panic attack. Izuku. Izuku, I need you to look at me. Izuku lifts his head, but looks right through Shoyuta, not seeing him at all. He reaches out and firmly grasps the kid's hands in his, pulling them from his chest. He places the boy's hands on his chest, ignoring the claws that dig into his shirt and skin. You need to breathe. Follow my breath, okay? When he gets a shaky nod from the boy, he starts taking deep, exaggerated breaths. He watches as the glazed-over look slowly fades from his eyes, and he starts breathing again. There you go. Good job. You're doing great. Good. Izuku's eyes widen at Shuta's words, looking at him in disbelief, almost like he hadn't heard any praise in a long time. Shoyuta really shouldn't have expected anything else, but it just made him that much more mad. Can I hold you? Izuku doesn't hesitate this time and nods rapidly, holding his arms out as tears fall from his eyes. Shoyuta huffs and reaches out, bringing Izuku into his arms. Izuku's tails wrap around Shoyuta, and he nuzzled into his neck. There you go. Shoyuta murmurs, rocking the boy gently. You don't have to hold back, just let it all out. It's just a few sniffles at first, but quickly escalates into full-blown wailing. Izuku digs his claw-like nails into his back, but Shoyuta doesn't care. Izuku wails as all his repressed emotions from over the years spill out in a torrent of emotion. Shoyuta simply continues rocking the boy. Izuku cries his heart out in the arms of his savior. It's just all so overwhelming. He's actually being saved, after years of being locked down here, being poked and prodded and cut open, he's finally being saved. He had dreamed of this day for a very long time, and it's just now caught up to him. He's finally free. Suddenly, a new scent reaches his sensitive nose and his ears pick up the sound of 2 footsteps approaching. He cuts off his cries abruptly and starts growling. Shoyuta tenses at the boy's growling. Izuku, what's wrong? Izuku doesn't answer and just growls louder. A second later, when that dreaded door opens, Shoyuta is on his feet, holding Izuku firmly with one hand and gripping his scarf with the other. Shoyuta puts off the most protective aura he can, getting ready for anything. Calm down, Eraser. It's just me, Joke, and an officer. A familiar voice at the door says. Shoyuta relaxes, seeing Ms. Joke at the door. Izuku feels Shoyuta relax. He knows this person. Izuku doesn't stop growling though. He doesn't know who this is, he can't see them. It's okay, Izuku. It's another hero. They're here to get that collar off of you. Shoyuta murmurs to Izuku, rubbing his back in slow circles. Izuku pauses in his growling, cautiously curious now. They were going to take the collar off? Izuku pauses, turns his head to look at the woman in the doorway. He looks the woman over, narrowing his eyes. He does a mental check of all the heroes he knows. Once he pinpoints which hero she is, he looks over the bare bones of his mental analysis of her. Smile hero, Ms. Joke, real name Fukukado Emi. A limelight hero that also does underground work. Quirk, outburst. Forces the targets into uncontrollable laughter. User must be focused and confident in their ability to make the target laugh for it at work. Combat ability, fairly proficient in hand-to-hand combat. Focuses on using her quirk to prohibit cognitive function and prefers quick takedown moves. Personality, cheerful and outgoing. Very goofy and seemingly aloof. Despite seeming unprofessional, she takes her job as a hero and teacher very seriously. Weaknesses. He cuts it off, not wanting to think about weaknesses. He huffs softly, deciding she is okay. His eyes trail to the person behind her and growls at them in warning, baring his sharp teeth. They flinch, and he huffs again, satisfied. Come on, Izuku, don't growl at him. Shoyuta chids softly and gently. He's the one with the quirk that can get that collar off of you. Izuku frowns. He doesn't want them to get close, but he definitely wants this collar off. He weighs his options. On one hand, he doesn't want this stranger getting anywhere near him, let alone a vulnerable place like his neck. On the other, getting the collar off would mean he could leave this room and the needles digging into his neck would go away. His growling softens. He does really want this collar off. He stops growling and buries his face back into his savior's neck. Shoyuta relaxes as soon as Izuku stops growling, letting out a breath of relief. Can he come and unlock the collar? Shoyuta asks in a soft voice. Izuku nods once, clutching at Shoyuta tightly with a small whimper. Alright, you're being very brave. He's going to approach now, okay? Izuku nods again, keeping his face buried in his savior's neck, inhaling the calming scent of coffee and cinnamon. Izuku tenses as footsteps approach. He chokes back a whimper, digging his nails into his Shuta's back. The footsteps stop only a foot away from Izuku and Shoyuta. Shoyuta rubs slow circles on Izuku's back, feeling how tense he is. He's trembling, his claws digging into Shuta's back painfully. It's obvious the boy is terrified, and the only reason he isn't lashing out is Shura's firm hold on him and the promise of the collar being removed. He's going to touch the collar now, okay, Izuku? Shoyuta says gently. Izuku bites his lip and nods. Alright, now don't move. It'll only take a second. Izuku inhales sharply when he feels pressure on the collar, feeling the needles dig in further. There's silence, then a soft click and the pressure disappears. He whines as the needles slide out of his skin as the collar is pulled from his neck. Shoyuta glares with the heat of 1,000 suns at the collar in the officer's hand. There's needles, lining the inside of the collar. The needles and inside of the collar are covered in Izuku's blood, old and fresh. It's disgusting and needs to be burned. He takes a deep breath and returns his attention to Izuku. There you go, you did so well, Izuku. Izuku lets out a soft chirp at the praise that makes him feel warm all over. You're bleeding. I'm going to clean your neck up a bit, alright? Izuku only hesitates for a moment at the thought of someone touching his neck before nodding. Alright, just relax. Shoyuta takes out a handkerchief and pours a bit of water onto it from a water bottle the officer hands to him. Izuku flinches in Shura's arms as he starts to gently wipe at his neck. Shoyuta hushes him softly as he gently wipes his neck clean. Izuku whines softly, shifting around in Shura's arms. It's uncomfortable and hurts, but his savior is being so gentle that he can't help but start to relax into it. He closes his eyes, his tails wrapping around him and Shoyuta. He settles down, letting out a soft breath. This reminds him of a time when his mother would groom him. It activates an automatic calming effect that has him completely relaxed in Shura's arms. After a moment, Shoyuta pulls the wet handkerchief away and replaces it with a dry one. He pats it all around Izuku's neck before pulling it away as well. There we go, all done. Izuku chirps softly and nuzzled further into Shura's neck. Shoyuta keeps a firm expression on his face, but inside he absolutely melts. Shoyuta signs softly and repositions his hold on the boy. He looks over at Joke. Thank you. We should get going now. Joke nods firmly, giving the boy one last glance before leaving. Shoyuta follows. They weave through the dark hallways, retracing their steps back to the entrance of the warehouse. The hallways give off an ominous vibe, much more threatening now that he has a child victim with him this time around. He holds Izuku a bit tighter, picking up his pace. Izuku stiffens as the noise made by police and heroes outside starts to reach them. He whimpers and clings tighter to Shoyuta. He doesn't trust anyone else to be anywhere near him. He doesn't want to go towards the noise. Shoyuta hushes Izuku softly, running his hand through the kid's hair soothingly. It's alright. No one out there is going to hurt you. I promise. Izuku relaxes at his touch a bit, leaning into it with a soft chirping noise. He reaches the entrance and nods to the hero watching it. The hero looks at the boy in his arms with pity. He hurries forwards. As they exit the warehouse, Izuku's ears flatten, and a soft hiss leaves him. Shoo, it's okay. Poor kid. Shoyuta looks around before seeing a man in a tan trench coat waving at him from an ambulance. He quickly makes his way over to the man. He dips his head in greeting. Tsukachi. Tsukachi Naomasa gives Shoyuta a strained smile. Hello, Eraserhead. I'm glad this raid went smoothly, all things considered. He glances down at the trembling boy in Shura's arms. And that we saved a young victim. Though I do wish he wasn't there to begin with. You and me both. Shoyuta sighs. I found him in a padded white room with bright fluorescence. He had on a heavy-duty muzzle and suppressant and shock collar. He was terrified of me at first, now he won't let go. Naomasa nods in understanding. A normal response for a young victim. He can recall more than a few times a child immediately latched on to their savior. Shoyuta opens his mouth to respond when a paramedic rushes over to them. He turns to the paramedic to speak with her, but before he can get a word in, she's reaching out and trying to pull the boy away from him. The boy goes rigid for half a second before hell breaks loose. Izuku's eyes grow wide as he feels foreign gloved. Hands take hold of him and start to pull him away from Shoyuta. Fear spikes through him violently as his thoughts start to race. They're taking him away from Eraserhead. They're taking him away. He doesn't want to go back, he just got out. He can't go back. He won't go back. He refuses. Rule number 2, trust your instincts. Your instincts were made to help you survive. If they tell you to do something, you do it. Izuku lets out a terrified screech that grates on everyone's hearing. It seems to vibrate the very air around them. Green will-o-wisp-like fires flare to life in the air around them, burning hotter than most natural fire. Rocks, pebbles, and some of the medical equipment from the ambulance starts to lift up, vibrating violently in the air. Izuku twists in Shuta's arms and opens his mouth wide, revealing his sharp canines. Before Shoyuta can stop him, he's sinking his teeth deep into the paramedic's arm. The paramedic cries out and rips her arms away, cradling her injured one. Izuku quickly pulls away and buries himself back into Shoyuta, whimper and whining. Shoyuta curses under his breath and quickly activates his quirk. The fires go out immediately and the rocks and equipment drop back down. Sheet. Guess his quirk isn't just a mutation. He rocks the boy gently in his arms, running his hand through his hair. It's okay. I've got you. You're safe. He sends a glare the paramedic's way. She reluctantly backs off, a deep frown on her face. Naomasa, who had stepped back when the boy screamed, shuffles over, a worried look on his face. Poor thing. He's really scared. Shoyuta just nods, continuing to rock the shaking boy in his arms. Naomasa crouches down so he's at eye level with the kid. Hey there. Can I get a look at your face to see if I recognize you from any missing person reports? He said his name was Izuku. Shoyuta supplies, watching Izuku's ears as they swivel in Naomasa's direction. He watches those 9 tails sway about before finding Tsukachi and patting at him gingerly. The man stays perfectly still as the tails feel at him. After a long moment, the boy turns his head slightly. Izuku sniffs the air in the direction of Naomasa, weary of the man but not too fearful as Shoyuta is clearly relaxed around him. He smells like sweet coffee and old paper. Sort of similar to Shoyuta but obviously different. There's also no hostility in the man's scent. Only genuine worry. He relaxes a bit at this. Naomasa studies Izuku's face, taking in the twitching ears, the tails, and those unique forest green eyes, and that messy green hair. Immediately an image he looks at regularly as one of his failures comes to his head. A young boy with fox ears, 2 tails, freckles, messy green hair, forest green eyes, and a beaming smile. So similar to the boy before him but also so different. Naomasa says in a sharp breath, eyes widening. You know who he is? Shoyuta asks as the man stands up. Naomasa nods solemnly, looking at Shoyuta. Yeah. You remember? That apartment fire 6.5 years ago with 1 dead woman and a missing child assumed dead. Shoyuta curses under his breath. Yeah. It was a fox lady who had her tail ripped off and... He trails off, glancing down at the boy in his arms. He probably shouldn't go into details if this is that woman's kid. You said it really bothered you that you could never find the kid's body. I guess we found him. Sheet, that would make the kid 11, almost 12 years old. He's way too small for his age. Naomasa nods with a deep frown. Indeed. He was also very different looking before. Shoyuta scowls at the implications. Shoyuta thinks for a moment but is interrupted by a different paramedic walking over. Sir, we should probably take a look at the boy now. Izuku whimpers and quickly wraps his arms and tails around Shoyuta before baring his canines at the paramedic who takes a wary step back. He will not allow them to take him away from his savior. He'll fight them with everything he has. He refuses to go back to that hellhole. Kid. He pauses and looks up at Shoyuta. You really should get looked at. We don't want any of your injuries to get infected, do we? Izuku's ears flatten and he whines, holding on tighter. You don't have to let go of me. You can sit in my lap while they cheek you over. How about that? Izuku pauses and takes a moment to think this over before nodding slowly. They won't be able to take him if he doesn't let go. That should be fine. He nods a second time. Shoyuta smiles down at him. Great. You're being very brave, you know. Izuku perks up with a blush, his tail swaying happily behind him. Shoyuta nods to the paramedic and walks over to the back of the ambulance, sitting down with the kid in his lap. The paramedic approaches slowly. He takes out a few medical supplies and lies them out. I'm going to clean up your face first, alright? He picks up a soft washcloth and dips it in some clean water before moving it towards Izuku's face. Izuku fidgets in Shuta's lap as the paramedic starts wiping at his face, cleaning off all the dirt. Shoyuta watches closely, seeing the freckles that appear splattered all across the boy's face, concentrated on his cheeks and nose, as he's cleaned. They fit him. Alright, next I'm going to disinfect the cuts. The paramedic says as he takes out a few antiseptic wipes. Izuku hesitates, wanting to ask a question, but scared to. Rule number 5, don't ask questions. You answer questions, you don't ask them. Your questions don't matter. Asking questions only brings pain. As soon as one of the wipes touches a cut, Izuku hisses and snaps at the hand holding the wipe with a growl. The paramedic quickly pulls his hand away. Izuku. Shoyuta scolds softly. He's just making sure they're clean. It's going to sting a bit, but it will help keep them from getting infected. Izuku tenses before reluctantly relaxing and biting his bottom lip. The paramedic reluctantly continues. Izuku still hisses and whines as. The cuts are cleaned, but he doesn't snap at the man anymore. After the cuts are cleaned, he pulls away with a slight smile. Now we just need to cover the injuries with gauze. He quickly covers all the cuts on the kid's face and wraps his neck. There we go. All done with that. Do you have any other places that hurt? Izuku hesitates before patting at his stomach. Shoyuta elaborates. He has a stitched-up incision on his stomach. I wrapped it with gauze. The paramedic frowns. We'll need the hospital to help with that. I'm coming with, Shoyuta says immediately, not planning on accepting any other outcome. Izuku leans back into Shoyuta, nuzzling into his chest and rubbing his cheek against him. He does this a few times in different places before sniffing him again. He preens at the pine and fresh spring grass smell now mixed in with Shuta's natural scent. Izuku's scent. Now everyone with a decent nose will know Shoyuta is with Izuku. The paramedic hesitates before nodding. Of course. He feels safest with you and will probably panic without you there. Shoyuta nods and carefully picks Izuku up in his arms. Izuku's eyes are drooping. It looks like the whole rescue is starting to catch up with him. He looks exhausted. The infection probably isn't helping. Go ahead and sleep, kid. I'll keep you safe. Izuku looks up at him with heavy eyes. Sleep? He's safe now. He can rest. He lets out a soft chirp and nuzzles into his chest. Shoyuta smiles at him as the ambulance doors are closed. He holds the boy to his chest as he quickly drifts off to sleep. The first thing Izuku does when he wakes up is panic. He's on a cold metal table and the air smells like antiseptic and a bunch of unknown people. He knows exactly what is happening. He's back on the table. They're going to cut him open again. He doesn't want any more tests. He doesn't want to feel any more pain. He hated the pain. He didn't register that he's moving, that he can move, and isn't strapped down like usual. He screams and thrashes, desperate to get away from the scalpel that he knows is going to cut into him again. He doesn't want it. He doesn't register that words are being spoken to him, and when hands touch him and hold him down, his panic only grows. Everything around him up to a certain weight starts floating and green ball of flames start flashing around the room. His tails thrash frantically, slamming into anything they can reach. He screams when he feels pain in his stomach and something warm and wet coming from the spot of pain. He thrashes his head and snaps at a hand that comes too close, biting down to bone. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make them stop. His head is forced to the side, and he feels a pinch in his neck. He thrashes harder, screeching as loud as he can. But whatever the pinch was, probably a needle, starts rapidly making him feel heavy. He fights it as best he can, but soon a darkness overtakes him. Shoyuta sits in the hospital waiting room, his knee bouncing with his nerves. He's only been sitting here for 15 minutes, but he's already anxious to see Izuku again. He groans and buries his face in his hands. He doesn't understand. This isn't the first time he's saved a kid. He's saved all kinds of kids from all sorts of different situations. But he supposes this is the first time a kid has been so receptive to him and imprinted on him, for lack of a better word. He sighs, sitting back and staring up at the ceiling. The door leading further into the hospital opens and a nurse walks out holding a clipboard. She looks up, speaking clearly. Midoriya Izuku? Shoyuta quickly gets to his feet, hurrying over. She smiles at him. You must be the one who rescued the boy. Eraserhead, correct? Shoyuta nods once, not saying anything. Well, come along. I'll bring you to him. She turns around and starts walking deeper into the hospital. Shoyuta follows close behind. They walk for a few minutes in silence. Eventually, they enter the ward for villain victims and the nurse speaks up. Now, the first thing I should tell you about is the restriction we had to place on the boy. Immediately Shoyuta feels nervous. Restrictions? When he first woke up after you brought him in and where we're still treating him, he had a panic attack and started attacking anyone near him and his quirk acted up. We had to sedate him. She gives him an uneasy look that makes his stomach drop. Because of the repeated attacks on doctors, it was decided that he would be restrained. What? Shoyuta growls out, picking up his pace. What the hell do you mean restrained? He's a traumatized, 11-year-old child. Sir, wait. Please, I need you to calm down. The boy isn't. She's cut off by a high, grating wail of a terrified animal. Shoyuta bolts. He sprints towards the growing commotion, coming to a door leading into a room. He throws it open. Strapped to the hospital bed with two young men holding him down while a doctor tries to put more restraints on him, is Izuku. He has on a padded muzzle and his hands are strapped to the bed with padded leather. He is thrashing like his life depends on it in the men's hold, terrified wails bubbling up from his throat. He twists, bucks and kicks under the men's hands, tears streaming down his face as the doctor tries to strap down his legs too. Izuku is terrified, strapped down once more, his mind a fizzy mess. Shoyuta practically roars as he storms into the room. He launches his scarf at the three of them, wrapping them all up, making sure to bind their arms in the process. As soon as he has them, he pulls back with all his might. The two nurses had landed on their butts, while the doctor, having been the furthest from Shoyuta, pretty much went flying and lands on his side. What the hell? Screams the doctor. Shoyuta doesn't pay him any mind as he looks towards Izuku, who is already frantically trying to get out of the restraint. He looks absolutely terrified with tears streaming down his. He tugs desperately at the restraints, his wrists starting to bleed. What the F is wrong with you guys? Shoyuta snaps. He doesn't want to get aggravated with Izuku in the vicinity, the last thing he wants to do is frighten him further, but he can't help himself what with the way the medical staff stare at him as if he's the one in the wrong here. The nerve of them sickens him. He's just woken up for the first time since he got here. He has no idea where the F he is or who you are. You seriously thought it was a good idea to if you hold him down? They don't reply and Shoyuta turns and hurries to Izuku's side. He quickly unbuckles the straps holding his hands down. He gets a clawed hand to his face for his troubles, but he knows the kid is scared and panicking. He doesn't hold it against him. He can see that the four had been ripped out of Izuku's arm as the boy scrambles to his hands and knees on the bed and tries to get away. Shoyuta gently takes hold of the boy to stop him from moving despite his frantic struggles and turns him to face him. He struggles to stay calm throughout it all. Not only is Izuku bleeding badly from where the four was torn out, he is still in panic mode. He's hyperventilating and has a dissociated look. A look Shoyuta is very familiar with. One he's seen on many victims. He knows that Izuku isn't mentally here in the hospital, he's back in the lab. Izuku tugs at what he believes is an evil doctor's trying to restrain him again. His vision is blurry. All he can see are doctors with red eyes and sharp smirks cutting into him, hurting him. He has to get away. They're going to hurt him more. A sharp pain as his stomach has him muffling a cry. Rule number 4, don't draw attention to yourself. No noise, no movement, no presence, nothing. Make yourself complete invisible. Shoyuta quickly scoops Izuku up in his arms, holding him close to his chest. It's okay. I've got you. I won't let them touch you like that again. You're alright, you're okay? Shh. Come on, take some slow deep breath for me. Can you do that? And out. And out. He rocks the boy gently in his arms, rubbing slow circles on his back, ignoring the claws digging into his back as Izuku struggles in his arms. Izuku trembles in the arms holding him, breathing erratically. He's confused and scared. Someone is holding him firmly but gently, not at all like they usually hold him. As a matter of fact, they barely ever hold him. They usually just drag him around by his arm or even his hair or ears. Eventually, very slowly, Izuku starts to relax, taking slow, shaky breaths. There you go, just like that. And out. Perfect. And out. Good job, you're doing great. As Izuku relaxes, his mind starts to clear. He recognizes the voice talking to him. It's soft and gentle. Something he isn't used to but remembers hearing recently. Where has he heard this gentle voice before? Then he remembers. Eraserhead. Eraserhead saved him. Saved him from the evil doctors. Sir. Shoyuta glances over as Izuku whimpers in his arms. He narrows his eyes at the three men who had been restraining the kid. Put the boy down. He's dangerous. We need to restrain him for the safety of everyone else in the hospital. Izuku whimpers at the voice of the new evil doctor, the one that had just been strapping him down, getting ready to hurt him. Shoyuta snarls at them, holding Izuku tighter. You idiots! He's a traumatized kid that just got saved from an illegal lab. Like hell I'm going to let you restrain him. Izuku whimpers and whines, reaching up and tugging at the padded muzzle he has on. And what the hell is with the muzzle? Don't you know the injuries on his face were made from a muzzle? He sets the boy down and makes quick work on the buckles on the muzzle, slipping it off of the boy. Izuku takes shaky breaths, tears still leaking from his eyes. Shoyuta reaches up, gently wipes away his tears. It's okay now. I'm here. Izuku whimpers and nuzzled into his hand, clutching at it with his own. He opens his mouth and a few distressed chirping noises come out. In high distress, he automatically falls back on instincts. He marks up Shuta's hand, drowning it in his scent, continuing to let out chirp and sharp barks. See, it's all right. You're safe. I promise. He gently wipes at Izuku's face, cleaning it up. He takes out a roll of gauze from his supply belt and wraps Izuku's wrist where the four came out, stopping the bleeding. He also gently wraps both wrists where the restrained dug into his wrists. Shoyuta can feel the nurses and doctor approaching him from behind. He looks over his shoulder to glare at them. They have the decency to at least look sheepish. He huffs and turns back to his kid. He smiles softly at the boy. Lie down, kid. Get comfortable. I'll talk to the doctors. He watches Izuku glance over his shoulder at the doctors with weary eyes before looking back at him and nodding slowly. Shoyuta stands and turns around to face the doctors. First, let's get one thing straight. Come near this kid again and I'll find some way to make your lives a living hell. That's not a threat, that's a promise. Second, I want him appointed a doctor who actually knows how to interact with a trauma patient. As Shoyuta scolds the doctors, Izuku gets himself comfortable on the bed. He slowly gathers the blankets he has, twisting them and creating a circle with them that he could fit in. He then lines the inside of the circle with the two pillows he has. It's a pathetic nest, really, but it's much better than the no nest he had before. He curls up in the nest and pokes his head over the edge, watching as the bad doctors leave, leaving him with Shoyuta. He can't believe he was actually saved from that place. He had thought it all was just a dream when he woke up restrained and muzzled again. But no. Here is the man again, Eraserhead. He'd call him Eraser for short. He perks up as Shoyuta turns his attention. To him, his tail's starting to wag behind him. Shoyuta looks over the carefully arranged pillows and blanket and huffs softly. He recognizes it as a nest of sorts, though it looks like it could use a few more pillows and blankets. He crouches down so he's level with Izuku and smiles at him. Do you like pillows and blankets? Izuku blinks and nods, even though it's a silly question. Who doesn't like blankets and pillows? They make the best nests just like his mom taught him. The thought of his mom makes him sad, and his ears droop. He really misses his mom, even if he can barely remember her. The evil doctors said that he would never see her again, that she was dead. Shoyuta speaks again, drawing his attention. Would you like some more? Izuku's ears perk back up. More blankets and pillows? Yes, please. He nods eagerly. Shoyuta huffs out a laugh. He reaches out and ruffles Izuku's hair. Izuku chips and leans into the touch happily. All right, kiddo. When the doctors come we can ask for more pillows and blankets. Izuku's ears droop again at that, and he quickly shakes his head. He reaches out, clutching at Shuta's sleeve and tugging on it insistently. Doctor, towards being ad. A look of understanding crosses Shuta's face, and Izuku perks up. Now that Eraser knows, he won't let any of the bad doctors near him. But then Shoyuta reaches out, takes his hands and says, Izuku, not all doctors are like the ones that hurt you. These doctors are going to help you. Izuku whimpers and shakes his head rapidly. How could Eraser not think the doctors are bad when they were just restraining him? He doesn't understand. He has to make Eraser understand how bad doctors are. Doctors be bad. He emphasizes. Shoyuta frowns at Izuku's insistence. He understands why Izuku thinks that all doctors are bad as he's been with doctors who hurt him for the large majority of his life. He really does. But it will make his stay here at the hospital much harder if he doesn't trust any or the doctors. Izuku bites his lip. How can he make Eraser understand? Maybe if he shows what the doctors did to him? He tugs up his shirt pointing at the surgical scars on his stomach as well as the stitched-up incision. Bah, dead. He emphasizes again. He sees Shuta's expression darken, and his ears perk up. Does he understand now? Shoyuta wants so badly to strangle the ones who hurt this boy, but right now he has to convince Izuku that these doctors won't hurt him and only want to help. Shoyuta sighs and gently squeezes his hands. I promise you, they won't hurt you. I'll be right here beside you the whole time. Izuku whines. He doesn't understand. Shoyuta sighs again. Izuku, do you trust me? Izuku pauses and takes a moment to think. Does he trust Eraser? He wants to, the man saved him after all. He had treated him so gently back in the White Room. He's been nothing but nice so far. But he's trusted before. He trusted the doctors when they were nice to him. It was just more tests. He's even had a fake hero come to save him before. He hasn't trusted since. So, can he trust this man or will he just be let down again? Shoyuta notices Izuku's hesitation and feels a wave of anger. For this child to not trust a pro-hero, his trust must have been violated mercilessly. He desperately wants to go back and strangle every single one of the doctors that ever took care of Izuku and make them pay for all the pain they put him through. Shoyuta takes deep breath to calm himself and pulls a chair over, sitting next to the bed. Izuku. He calls out softly, getting Izuku's attention. He reaches out and gently takes hold of his hands. Two tails come forwards and wrap around Shuta's wrists. He looks into Izuku's eyes, making his resolve easy to read on his face. I will never betray your trust if you give it to me. I will treasure it and treat it as the treasure it is. The boy's brows furrow, and he continues. You don't have to decide to trust me now. I understand that it's something you need time to think about. Take your time. Izuku nods after a moment. Shoyuta smiles at him and lets go of his hands. All right now. The reason I ask if you trust me is because if you can't trust the doctors, I want you to trust my trust in them. Can you do that for me? Izuku blinks. Trust Eraser's trust? Can he do that? Can he trust Eraser enough to trust that he knows what he's talking about and that the doctors won't hurt him? He thinks he can do that. Eraser is a pro-hero after all. Surely he knows who he can trust and who he can't, and he's already protected Izuku from a few bad doctors. He won't let the bad ones near him when he's here, right? Finally, he looks up at Shoyuta and gives a small nod. He can trust that. Shoyuta gives him a soft smile and reaches out, resting his hand on Izuku's head and rubbing it. He lets out a happy purring noise at the touch, peering up at Shoyuta. Thank you. I know it can't be easy, trusting something that has hurt you for so long. You're being so very brave, you know that. Shoyuta murmurs, letting off a weak calming pheromone that eases the stress from Izuku's body and mind despite its lack of potency. Izuku chuffs, closing his eyes and leaning into Shuta's hand. His mind starts to drift as he relaxes into the calming scent of the man. As he drifts, he starts to analyze Eraser's scent and pheromones. As is normal for someone without animal mutations, his pheromones are muted and completely involuntary. He really enjoys the coffee shop smell the man gives off, and the strong undertones make his fox instincts scream alpha. Izuku is surprised that the scent of alpha doesn't send him into a panic attack. After all, the only other times he's smelt that alpha undercut is from that one extra mean man and those other men. The alphas he knew only ever hurt or abused and used him. So yeah, he's surprised that he likes that Eraser is an alpha. Shoyuta watches with a slight smile as Izuku relaxes and seems to drift off. The kid looks so peacefully, nuzzling into his hand while letting out small chirps and trills. They stay like that for a while before the door to the room opens. Immediately, Izuku is stiff and starts growling. The doctor pauses before a sad, understanding smile forms on her face. Shoyuta inclines his head at the woman, glad that she is more sensible about Izuku's skittishness than the other doctors had been. The doctor stays where she is, smiling at the boy. "Hello, Izuku, is it? My name is Yumi Fujiki. You can call me Yumi-san. Can I come closer?" Izuku blinks at the question. After a moment, he hesitantly shakes his head, not really believing she would honor his word. No doctor ever has after all, so why would this one? "That's all right. I can stay here." As she turned her attention to Shoyuta, Izuku stares in shock and confusion. She listened? "You are the hero currently in charge of him, yes?" Shoyuta nods and Fujiki continues. Good. Well, I have his medical report right here." She taps at her clipboard. "I'll start with his injuries. The incision on his torso is the one that has us the most concerned. It's in the beginnings of an infection, and we're worried about what was done to him when the incision was made. I hate to have to ask you this, sweetheart, but do you know if the villains did anything when they did that?" Izuku tenses, remembering being strapped to that cold metal as they cut him open. His breath catches in his throat, stopping altogether for a second, his eyes glazing over. Before he can get too far into the oncoming panic attack, though, warm hands cup his cheeks, and he finds himself looking into warm gray eyes. Shoyuta immediately catches the start of the panic attack and takes Izuku's face in his hands, looking straight into his eyes. "Hey, it's all right. You're not there anymore. You're safe now. It's okay. You're okay." Shoyuta murmurs softly, stroking under Izuku's eyes firmly and slowly. Izuku takes a shaky breath and nods. He glances over at Fujiki, noting the worried look on her face. He opens his mouth and speaks in a whisper, his voice raspy from lack of use. "Rep. P. Plastis stoma ach and int testi s with Q Quirk O1s." He wraps his arms around his stomach protectively. Fujiki eyes widen in alarm as do Shuta's. "Too much. S. So took O out's stomach and are repla aced with O, 1, normally only need if O, would O, 1 stay B, but in M me needs 3 SM small meals. I think." Izuku hiccups with a small sob, and Shoyuta quickly pulls the boy into his lap, running his hand through the boy's hair and murmuring softly to him. Izuku buries his face in the man's neck, whimpering and giving soft chirps of distress. Shoyuta rocks him gently until he calms down again. When his cries have calmed down, he sniffles and turns in Shuta's lap to look back over at the Fujiki. "Well, that could be a problem. Do." She pauses, seeming to contemplate something before continuing. When she speaks again, her tone is soft and coaxing. "Do you know if they've ever replaced anything else?" Izuku cringes and nods. "Can you tell me anything you remember about any changes?" So begins the long, torturous explanation of every body modification Izuku has went through. He nervously indicates to each surgical scar he has and what was done at the time. With some prompting, he also tells the doctor about how his body had to adapt to the new organs and sometimes got sick. Over the course of the 7.5 years he was at that place, almost half of his body had been replaced by Quirk-affected and enhanced body parts. Shoyuta is fuming by the time Izuku finishes. He can't believe those doctor did all that to a child. Not to mention Izuku mentioned that he was never put under during the procedures. They had, without a doubt, tortured the poor boy. Izuku is once again trembling and trying to hold back sobs by the end of his explanation. He turns and buries his face in Shuta's chest again, inhaling his scent to try and calm himself down. After a few deep inhales, he feels a bit better and peeks out at the doctor again. Fujiki looks up from her clipboard and smiles at him. "Thank you, Izuku, for telling me all this. I know it couldn't have been easy. You're a very strong young man." She means every word too. This is not something that can be easy to talk about. Izuku blinks at the praise and flushes, hiding his face in his arms, his tails wrapping around him in his embarrassment. "All right, let's move on." She flips a few pages on her clipboard. "So, the injuries on the face and neck have already been healed, so we don't need to worry about those. Another thing I'm worried about is his weight, especially with a new stomach. Have you been able to keep anything down since the change?" Izuku shakes his head and she frowns. "I see. We'll try a few light meals and see how things go. If he can't handle it, we might need to up in a temporary feeding tube. I'd also like to get a few scans done to check up on all the altered parts and make sure everything is functioning right." Fujiki looks at Izuku with sympathy, knowing more tests can't be fun with what he's gone through. "Do you think you can do that, sweetie? I know it's scary, especially with what you've gone through." Izuku frowns, thinking it over. It is scary, but... He glances back at Shoyuta, who gives him an encouraging smile. He looks back at the doctor and nods. "Eraser C. Comes W. Fujiki smiles softly. "Of course, sweetheart." As the doctor goes over a few more things, Shoyuta runs his hand through the boy's hair. He listens to everything the doctor says, but his mind is elsewhere. Izuku's mother is dead and his father is a suspected criminal that has been off the radar since their apartment went up in flames. Izuku doesn't have anywhere to go. He's all alone. What would happen to him? He'd probably be put in an orphanage, but... Shoyuta huffs. He looks down at the boy in his lap that he's already gotten so attached to. He has some calls to make after this. Shoyuta rubs Izuku's back with a frown as he retches his latest meal into a bucket, ears flat against his head. He had been given some oatmeal this morning and hadn't gotten even half of it down before he was frantic, grabbing the provided emesis tray and vomiting. It isn't a good sign. Izuku's stomach revolts once more, heaving. More bile and oatmeal spewing out his throat from his stomach into the tray in front of him. His throat and nose burn as he hacks up small chunks of fruit that had been in the oatmeal. Another heave has him whining weakly, protesting the violent ejection of his meal. When he stops puking, Shoyuta has to hold him up to keep him from face planting into his emesis tray. He's already weak from malnutrition and the infection in his stomach, and throwing up leaves him completely drained. Shoyuta moves the tray away and carefully lies Izuku back down, making sure to prop him up to help prevent heartburn. He takes a wet rag and gently cleans the sick from the poor boy's face. Izuku lets out a weak whine as his face is cleaned. "I know, kid, I know." Vomiting esigus. He places the now dirty rag with the emesis tray to be taken, say, the next time a nurse comes. "Here." He picks up a glass of cold water and raises it to the kid's lips. "Rinse out your mouth, then take a few slow sips. It will help, I promise." Izuku takes in a mouthful of water, gently swishing it around in his mouth before spitting into a different kidney-shaped tray that Eraser provides for him. Then he takes a few slow sips of the cold water, relishing in the way it soothes his sore throat. He closes his eyes, slumping against the bed. He feels weak and shaky after puking, unable to hold his own weight up. He hates feeling weak like this, vulnerable. He can't fight back against the doctors when he can't even keep himself upright. Plus, they always punish him when he gets sick like this. They always want him to acclimate with a new body part immediately and punish him when he doesn't, like he can control how his body reacts to something foreign. He doesn't notice he's trembling until a large hand takes hold of his small one, rubbing soothing circles on the top of it. He cracks his eyes open, lolling his head to the side to look at Shoyuta. The man gives him a gentle look and reaches out, brushing his bangs out of his face. "It's all right, kid. I've got you." He's not there anymore. They can't hurt him here. Izuku lets out a soft chirp, leaning into the man's hand and closing his eyes again. It feels so nice to be touched so gently. It's been such a long time since someone has been so genuinely kind to him. It makes him feel all warm and fuzzy inside and out, like he's wrapped in a fluffy blanket under a kotatsu. He doesn't care if that's repetitive, that's what it feels like. Izuku starts to drift. The medication Shoyuta had convinced him to let the doctor give him through an IV, making him woozy. Struggles to stay awake, his eyes drifting closed repeatedly before snapping open again with a jolt. He doesn't want to fall asleep. He doesn't want to fall asleep and wake back up in the white room, alone and tortured once more. He's terrified that this will all just be a dream, even after having fallen asleep and woken up twice since the rescue. He doesn't want to go back to that place. He doesn't want this to all just be a dream. He remembers rule number 1 and can't help but worry. Is this another test? A simulation maybe? He really doesn't want it to be, but he can't get his hopes up. Shoyuta picks up on his reluctance to sleep and addresses it. He gently takes hold of Izuku's hand, prompting the boy to look at him. He looks deep into Izuku's eyes, seeing the hidden fear in them. "What's wrong, Izuku?" he asks softly, rubbing gentle circles on the hand in his. "Why are you scared to sleep?" Izuku whimpers softly. Don't wanna go is scared just dream. Shuda's expression softens. "I promise you this isn't a dream." He tilts his head, thinking for a moment. "Do you want to know a trick for knowing if you're dreaming or not?" Izuku pauses before nodding slowly. If he could be positive this isn't a dream, it would definitely help. Shoyuta nods. "All right." He pulls out a small mirror and holds it up so Izuku can see his reflection. "You see yourself in the mirror, right?" Izuku looks puzzled but nods. "All right. Now, first of all, in a dream, when you look in the mirror, most often your image will be blurry or distorted. Can you see yourself clearly in the mirror?" Izuku blinks and studies his reflection. It looked pretty clear to him. He can see the markings of his face, all his freckles, his button nose, his big forest green eyes, and his fluffy ears. He tilts his head slightly, and his reflection follows. He hums and returns his attention to Shoyuta. "So?" Izuku nods. Shoyuta hums and nods. "Good. That's a good sign. Next, look at all your features. Are they how you remember them? Is anything missing? How about your limbs? Do you have all your fingers? Is anything misshapen?" Izuku looks over at his reflection again, his attention drawn to his freckles. He spent hours upon hours counting and memorizing his freckles back in the white room. He studies his freckles, making sure he has all of them and they are all in the right place. They are. He moves on to his hands, counting his finger and making sure they look right. He has all 10 fingers and they all look right. He starts to relax. His tension fades away along with the fear. He's not dreaming. This is really real. With that final realization, a wave of emotion washes over him. He lets out a soft sob of relief, slumping in the bed. Tears fill his eyes and slid down his cheeks. Shoyuta gives the crying boy a soft look and reaches out, gently wiping away his tears. "You're really here. You're free and never going back to that place. It's okay. You can rest easy." It's not long before Izuku eventually passes out from a mixture of medication and exhaustion. Shoyuta watches as Izuku drifts off peacefully. He takes the opportunity for what it is and steps away from the room when a nurse shows up to clean up the room a bit and watch over the boy. It's not that he wants to leave Izuku, in fact, he'd much rather stay as close to him as possible, but he needs to call a few people and he wants to get it over with as quick as possible. First, Hisashi. He pulls out his phone and punches in the memorized number. He lifts the phone, holding it a foot away from his ear. As expected, Hisashi answers the phone, yelling his lungs out. "Shuhu!" Shoyuta rolls his eyes and waits for the idiot to finish yelling before bringing the phone to his ear. "Quiet down, Hisashi. I'm in a hospital." "Hospital? Why are you in a hospital? Did the raid go south? Are you hurt? Do you need me to come?" Shoyuta cuts off the man's exasperating babbling. "Yes, a hospital. I'm watching over a victim of the lab. No, the raid went fine, if having an unexpected result. No, I'm not hurt other than a few scrapes. No, I don't need you to come. Relax, Hisashi. I'm calling you because I can't be by my home for a couple days and need someone to take care of the cats. We found a kid down there, and he's imprinted on me. A pause before Hisashi replies softly. Sheet, there was a kid down there? Yeah. He thinks back to the laboratory and the condition the kid was in and grimaces. Kami, Hisashi. It was really bad then. Hisashi murmurs. Shoyuta runs his hand down his face, remembering all the things Izuku had described to the doctor and the evidence of it that he saw in the laboratory. Bad doesn't even begin to describe it. He grips his phone tighter, thinking of the half-feral look of Izuku when he first got to him. The soul-bearing fear in his eyes had been, and still was, heartbreaking. He lets out a shaky breath, running his hand through his hair. He's only 11 and a half, and he's been through so much. He's been missing for 7.5 years. He spent over half of his life down there. They were experimenting on him. They tortured him, Hisashi. I'm sorry. Shoyuta lets out a heavy huff. Don't apologize to me. Kami, what were we doing while he was down there being tortured? Me adopting one cat after another? You living it up on your radio show? It's not fair that we were out there living our life while he was stuck in that underground hell. What if he was calling out for a hero that whole time? What if he ever gave up hope? He cuts himself of, slumping against the wall. The other end of the call is silent. Kami, how did he survive down? It's going to be all right, Sho. He's out of there now. You saved him. He's safe now. Hisashi says softly. The past is the past. All you can do is make sure he knows everything is okay now and make sure to keep it that way. Shoyuta is silent for a moment as he collects himself. Right. You're right. Sorry for freaking out like that on you. It's fine, Sho. Anyways, don't worry about your babies. I'll take care of them. Shoyuta sighs. Thanks. I'll talk to you later. I've got to call Nedzu and tell him I need more time off. Sure. Good luck with that. Make sure you call me later with an update on the little listener. Shoyuta hums. If I must. Talk to you later, Hisashi. Bye. Shoyuta hangs up with a sigh and peeks back into Izuku's room. The boy is still fast asleep with the nurse rearranging the blanket on top of him. Shuta's lips twitch, thinking about the fuss the boy is going to make about his nest being taken apart. His cheeks will puff up and pout, and he'll no doubt tear the blankets apart to remake it. He shakes his head and closes the door again. He glances down at his phone and sighs. All right, let's get this over with. He punches in the next number and brings it up to his ear. An overly cheerful and squeaky voice answers. Hello, Aizawa. To what do I owe the pleasure of your call to? Shoyuta pinches the bridge of his nose, already feeling a headache coming on. I currently have a traumatized 11-year-old imprinted on me, and I can't leave him alone in the hospital. I'm going to need more time off to take care of everything until it all settles down. There is a heavy pause before Rat hums. Of course. Tell me, did you find this boy during the raid you were assigned to? Shoyuta sighs, not even questioning how the rat knows about the raid. He might have even been the one to assign people to the raid for all he knows. Yes. I did. Wonderful. I'm glad that a child has been saved from the cruel fate of dying as a failed experiment. I'll give you 2.5 weeks off for now, use them well. Before Shoyuta can reply, the line goes dead. Shoyuta pulls the phone from his ear and stares at it blankly before sighing. Demon rat. Well, at least he has the time off he needs. He sighs and pushes open the door to Izuku's room. He thanks the nurse for watching the boy before sending her out. He settles himself back on the chair next to Izuku's bed. He looks over Izuku's features, seeing his face scrunched up a bit. He reaches out, cradling his cheek. He smiles as the boy leans into his hand, a soft chirp leaving his lips. He traces circles on Izuku's cheek, watching his features. Unfortunately, they don't relax. In fact, as the minutes tick by, it only gets worse. He starts jolting at random intervals, flinching away from something invisible. Seeing that he can't get the kid to relax while he's asleep, he opts to gently wake the boy up. He starts with gentle nudges and soft words, hoping it'll be enough and that he won't have to startle him awake. Izuku, wake up. You're having a bad dream. Come on, wake up. Kiddo, come on, wake up for me. You need to wake up. Unfortunately, he seems to be a heavy sleeper or the drags are making it harder for him to wake up. So, he tries a bit harder, shaking him gently and speaking in a normal tone. Izuku, wake up. Please, kid. It's just a bad dream. Come on, please. Still, he doesn't wake up and it only starts to get worse. Strangled whines and whimpers start coming from him, his tails hitting against the bed in an agitated manner. Shoyuta starts shaking the boy firmly, speaking in a raised tone. Izuku, you need to wake up. It's a nightmare. Come on. Please wake up, you're worrying me. Even this doesn't wake the boy. Finally he shouts. Izuku. The boy's eyes fly open as he gasps, jerking violently. His hands fly up, sharp claw-like nails flashing threateningly, lashing out as a pressure fills the air. It feels not completely dissimilar to the pressure some of the stronger villains give off. The pressure is heavy and all-encompassing, dragging him down. Shoyuta catches his wrists gently, activating his own quirk and canceling out Izuku's. The pressure vanishes, meaning it's quirk-induced. Izuku struggles against his hold, letting out distressed chirps and yelps, his tails thrashing around behind him. Shoyuta carefully maneuvers himself, wrapping his arms around the boy while keeping the kid's arms pinned between them. Izuku squirms frantically, not fully awake yet and still locked in his nightmare. He struggles against what he believes are leather straps holding him down, breathing frantically and chirping in distress. It's all right, Izuku. It was just a nightmare. You're okay, you're safe. It's okay. I've got you, I won't let anything happen to you, I promise. Izuku breathes heavily and shakily against a chest, trembling in the arms holding him, bits and paces of his nightmare flashing before his eyes. Hijar is in the arms, the phantom feeling of a scalpel digging into his side jolting through him. He whimpers, his ears flat. Please. He whimpers. Please and no. Hey, shh. You're all right. You're safe, I promise, Shoyuta says softly. Izuku's breath stutters. The voice sounds familiar, but that could be a bad thing. Then the scent of cinnamon and dark coffee reaches him, and he goes limp with relief. Eraser. He croaks out, clutching at the man's shirt. Yeah, it's me, kid. It's me. I've got you. Shoyuta murmurs, rubbing slow circles on his back. Izuku blinks, suddenly distracted by the nickname, the nightmare put on the back burner. It warms something inside of him that had long ago gone cold. It's a name his mother used to call him when he was feeling down or upset. Hearing it now, from someone he cares about, right after a nightmare. Well, it does something to him, and he promptly burst into tears. Sheet, kid, you okay? What's wrong? Shoyuta holds Izuku tighter, rocking him side to side gently. He's worried the boy is spiraling again, but when Izuku speaks again, his worry shifts to different reasoning. Izuku hiccups, digging his nails into the man's chest. Call kid. He chokes out before continuing to sob. Okay. Sorry, I won't call you that then. Shoyuta soothes, not wanting to upset the boy further with reminders of his dead mother. Izuku quickly and frantically shakes his head. No. No pt please. Like it. Please. Really I got it. Always see called W. When was you upset? Nothing except still be better. Shoyuta pauses before exhaling slowly. Alright. If that's what you want. Kit. Izuku lets out a happy, watery chirp, pressing his face into Shuta's chest. He takes deep breaths of the man's scent, using it to help himself calm down. He sniffles a bit, letting the weak calming pheromones the man is giving off wash over him. It makes him feel safe and warm and comfy. Shoyuta hides a smile in his scarf, running his hands through Izuku's hair. He's glad that he can help the boy relax. He deserves to be able to rest after everything he's no doubt been through. When Izuku sees the state of his bed, he's appalled and immediately sets to work remaking his nest with puffed-up cheeks. He scrunches up a blanket and makes a circle with it. He then lines it with pillows before draping another blanket over the whole thing. He pats it down, inspecting it before making a purr-like sound, satisfied. Shoyuta suppresses a smile at the sight of Izuku fussing about the state of his nest, just like he predicted. It's nice to see. He bets it's been a very long time since the boy has been able to indulge in his instincts like this. It's important for kids with Quirk that gave them instincts to find a balance between those instincts and human behavior. If they never get to indulge in their instincts and know how it feels, it will be extremely hard for them to hold back their instincts when they need to. Suppressing instincts almost always leads to an outbreak of the instincts in a violent manner. This is why parents are advised to help a child with extra instincts to learn the difference and learn to control those instincts while not suppressing them. He blinks when Izuku finishes and turns to him with a glint in his eyes. "What's up, kid?" Izuku chirps and takes hold of his hand, tugging at it, silently urging him to join him in the nest. He doesn't quite understand it, but his instincts have really locked on to Eraser, urging him to keep the man close. The man just feels so safe and secure and he feels like home. Something Izuku hasn't felt in a long time. Shoyuta huffs and follows the tugging onto the bed. He settles right outside of Izuku's small nest and looks at the boy with a raised eyebrow. "Is this good?" he questions, amused by Izuku's actions. Izuku shakes his head with a pout and tries to tug Shoyuta into the nest. He wants to curl up against the man, bathe in his scent and cuddle. Shoyuta chuckles and gets into the nest with the boy. Izuku immediately pressed up against him, nuzzling into him. He sighs, accepting his fate of becoming a cuddle toy for Izuku. He runs his hands through the boy's hair, brushing his bangs out of his face. He watches as Izuku relaxes into him and starts letting out soft, relaxed chirps. Izuku revels in the soft touches and cuddling. His instincts purr in delight, loving the close and loving contact with the man. A feeling that he hasn't felt in years and can barely remember blooms in his chest as he soaks in the contact. He can just barely remember feeling this back when he lived with his mother. It's a feeling of safety, family, home, that vibrates through his very being. After about 10 minutes of absently petting the boy, a thought comes to Shuta's mind. "Are you always that hard to wake up?" He feels Izuku tense in his arms and continues running his fingers through his hair. Izuku swallows a whimper as he remembers being locked in a nightmare of pain, hurt, fear. He hates nightmares with a passion. Sleep was his only retreat from the nightmare and torture that was the lab, and the nightmares stole that retreat from him, forcing him to relive the torture with no way to wake up other than outside STMLTN. Izuku answers after a minute of silence. "Only when H have and Nitamaris." He's quiet for another moment before continuing. "I had been problem even BF4 was taken. L looked you up once. Usually, WH when O1 feels P pain in dream, WW wake up. EX example you used W waking up befo or hit G ground. I don't. D don't wake you up when H hit ground. Insti, ally there be broken and P pain until so someone W wake up." His voice wavers a bit as he talks. "R rarely E ever WW wake O on own A and R really HH hard W wake up. I'll also R really R real." Izuku shudders with a whimper, tears forming in his eyes. Shoyuta is in a sharp breath, grimacing. Poor kid. On top of all the trauma he has from the lab, he has to deal with hyper-realistic nightmares that don't end when he gets hurt. He gently wraps his arms around Izuku. "That must be really scary." The boy nods against his chest, a few tails thumping against the bed. "Do you want to talk about what your nightmare was about?" Izuku peeks up at Shoyuta with his big green eyes. He doesn't respond right away, his mind wandering back to the nightmare where he was back on that cold metal table with that scalpel digging into his flesh, cutting him open. He automatically jarks at the thought, skiing in a sharp breath. He squeezes his eyes shut and shakes his head, not wanting to think about it. It's too scary. Too real. Too vivid. He's afraid he'll get lost in them and not be able to get back out. "You don't have to if you don't want to." Shoyuta murmurs, running his hand through his hair. Izuku sniffs and shifts around until his back is pressed against Shuta's chest and tugs at his sleeves until the man's arms are wrapped around his waist. He settles down, leaning back into the man. He closes his eyes and soaks in the man's scent, feeling safe and secure. He feels drowsy, but he's not ready to go back to sleep, not after that nightmare, so he keeps his eyes open and trained on the window next to his bed. He stares at the beam of sunlight coming from it and suddenly realizes how long it's been since he's actually seen the sun. He feels tears build in his eyes as he reaches out, touching the beam of sunlight on his bed. It feels so warm. It's much better than those fluorescent lights that were on in that white room of his 24/7. He doesn't know how long he stares at the sunlight and the window, watching the sun rise up and out of sight, but eventually, the door to his room opens. His head snaps in its direction and sees a tall male in a white lab coat. He draws his lip up in a snarl, baring his sharp teeth to the man. He starts growling. Shoyuta holds Izuku a little tighter, giving the nurse a warning look. The man just raises his hands with a placating smile. "I'm just here to check the boy's vitals. No funny business, I promise." Izuku continues to glare at the nurse, growling. He doesn't trust this man one bit. He looks just like the bad men that would bring him to the evil doctors who hurt him. For a moment, he's back in the white room, large bulky men glaring down at him with those zappy sticks in hand, ready to jab him if he makes one wrong move. He presses back with a snarl, eyes dilated. He can't let them take him. He won't survive any more tests or surgeries. He's at his limit. The emotional toll will kill him. He has to survive. He can't handle it anymore. He's going to break. He has to get out. Shoyuta jolts as Izuku bolts out of the nest, lunging for the nurse, deadly teeth bared and claws out. Shoyuta lunges after the boy, grabbing him around the waist and yanking him back just as he gets the boy lashes out, catching the man across the face. Izuku thrashes into Shuta's arms, snarling and yowling. He very gently takes hold of Izuku's wrists from behind him and crosses the boy's arms over his chest, gently but firmly holding them there. He holds the struggling boy against his chest and starts talking to him calmly. "Izuku. Izuku, I need you to calm down. Izuku, you are safe. This man isn't going to hurt you. You are safe, Izuku. You're safe. It's okay, Izuku. No one is going to hurt you. Come on, Izuku, come back to me. I won't let anyone hurt you. Just breath, Izuku, just breath." Izuku struggles for a long 10 minutes before wearing himself out, slumping in Shuta's arms and starting to cry and tremble. Shoyuta gently shushes him, letting go of his arms and gently whipping away his tears. Izuku starts to focus back in on reality at the gentle touches, realizing he is in fact not back in the lab and is still safe with Eraser. He starts to trill in distress, rubbing up against Shoyuta in apology. Shoyuta gently rubs at Izuku's back. Rubbing is slow, gentle circles. "It's okay. I'm okay, you're okay. Everything is okay," he promises, resting his chin on Izuku's head. Through all this, the nurse watches wearily, but it's different from how the others acted. He's not afraid of the child, or what damages he could do. Rather, he is worried for the child himself. He's a young boy that has gone through too much. He shouldn't be so scared of a nurse that he feels the need to attack to keep himself safe. It's just not right. "Are you okay now?" Shoyuta asks softly, brushing Izuku's hair out of his face. Izuku nods sluggishly, nuzzling his face into Shuta's chest. He feels drained and exhausted. His eyes move over to the nurse and an uneasy shiver crawls up his spine. He whimpers softly and buries his face deeper into Shuta's chest, hiding from the rest of the world that seems so scary. Shoyuta continues to gently soothe Izuku until the boy ends up falling asleep. Shoyuta nods at the nurse who then approaches the machines in the room. "Alright, so we're going to be checking his blood pressure, his pulse, his temperature, and his respiratory." Shoyuta nods and gently turns Izuku around, settling him in his lap. Hopefully the boy can sleep peacefully this time around. Good, good. The nurse picks out a fingertip pulse oximeter to check Izuku's pulse and gently takes Izuku's hand to put it on his pointer finger. He watches the screen the oximeter is attached to. After a few minutes he nods with a hum. Definitely on the high side. But he also has a heavy fox mutation which could affect his heart. I'll mark it down for testing later. He types the number into his laptop along with a note to continue to test it to see if it is the norm. Shoyuta gently runs his fingers through Izuku's hair, grimacing at the grime and oil coating the boy's hair. He definitely needs a bath. The kid probably won't let any of the nurses bath him, so Shoyuta will probably be the one to do it. He'll ask for bathing supplies once the checkup is done. The nurse smiles. Right, next is his blood pressure. He pulls out a blood pressure cuff and gently wraps it around Izuku's arm. He makes sure it's nice and snug before nodding. He presses a button on the machine and the cuff starts to fill with air. Izuku shifts as it starts to squeeze his arm, letting out a soft whimper and trying to move his arm away from what is squeezing him. Shoyuta gently holds him still. I know, it's uncomfortable, isn't it? He murmurs, gently hugging the boy. Don't worry, it will only last for a few seconds. Izuku squirms as the thing on his arm squeezes it and pinches his skin. He lets out more whimpers and whines before it finally stops and relaxes. Izuku lets out a soft chatter before settling back into his sleep. The nurse smiles softly and carefully removes the cuff. You're doing great, sweetie. The nurse says with a smile, even though the boy is asleep. He types the results into his laptop and moves on. Alright, now, I'm going to take his temperature. He pulls out a forehead thermometer and gently runs in across the boy's forehead. It beeps, and he clicks his tongue with a frown. 103.4. Poor kid. That infection is really hitting him hard. Well, let's hope the antibiotics we put him on will start helping soon. He types the result into his laptop again. Alright, now let's check his breathing. He pulls out a stethoscope and puts them in his ears and brings the scope to Izuku's chest. He listens to the boy's lungs and times his breaths. He hums to himself as he slides the scope to different parts of his chest. Sounds good so far. Can you turn him around so I can access his back? Shoyuta nods and gently turns Izuku around, making sure not to jostle him too much. Izuku whines a bit, but Shoyuta soothes him easily, and he settles back into his sleep. The nurse carefully presses the scope against the boy's back, sliding it to different places before pulling away. Alright. His breath is a little shallow, but everything else seems to be in working order. He types out the result and smiles at Shoyuta. Alright, I'm all done checking vitals. He glances at the sleeping boy and hums. Do you think I could take some blood and check his fore and stitches while he is asleep? I don't want to try to do it while he's awake and stress him out even more. Shoyuta glances down at Izuku and sighs. Yeah, sure. Just try to make it quick. I don't want him waking up in the middle of it. The nurse nods. Of course. He quickly gets out the things necessary for a blood draw and quickly sets the boy up. Izuku is obviously uncomfortable with the setup, even in his sleep, so the nurse works quickly. He finds the best vein he can with the boy severely dehydrated and expertly inserts a needle into the vein. Shoyuta watches the blood flow from Izuku through the tube and into a vial. Izuku starts to whimper softly and Shoyuta quickly soothes his with soft whispers and gentle touches. The nurse takes 10 vials of blood before removing the needle and quickly patching up the puncture wound. Alright, that's all done. Now I'll just check his fore and stitches and I'll be on my way. The nurse says brightly. Shoyuta nods and watches as the nurse looks over the fore and ends up having to move the fore to his hand as it was getting messed with too much in the crook of his elbow. The nurse checks over the stitches and uses a cleansing wipe to sterilize the area before rewrapping it. Alright, all done. The stitches look good, just make sure he doesn't pull any. He gathers up his stuff and gets ready to leave. Oh! Shoyuta calls out, causing the nurse to look back at him. Can I get supplies for a sponge bath? I think he'll appreciate being clean. The nurse blinks. Oh, of course. I'll be right back with the things. He smiles and hurries out of the room. Shoyuta tilts his head back with a sigh and carefully leans back, keeping Izuku held against his chest. He absently rubs slow circles on Izuku's back, letting his mind wander. He's already gotten so attached to this boy, and he has no idea why. He's saved so many kids from bad situations before, and he's never felt like this about them. He supposes all the other kids he's saved have had homes to go back to, somewhere they feel safe. Maybe Shoyuta just feels responsible for him, like he's obligated to take care of the boy. Izuku doesn't have a home to return to. He has no safe place. All he has is Shoyuta, the one who saved him. Maybe Shoyuta feels that if he doesn't take care of this boy, no one else will. Maybe that's part of it, but honestly, Izuku is just special. There's just something about the boy that draws Shoyuta in. A connection was forged down in that lab between savior and child. Something deep and instinctual. Shoyuta sighs and looks down at Izuku's sleeping form. He looks so peaceful, his face lax and calm. He watches as a hair drifts closer to the boy's nose before getting in as Izuku inhales. His face scrunches up a bit before he sneezes and jolts himself awake. Izuku blinks groggily, wondering what woke him up before he feels something tickling his nose and sneezes again. He scrunches up his nose and reaches up to rub at his nose, surprised when he actually can. What happened to his muzzle? He pats at his face for a moment before registering the warm arms wrapped around him. He looks up and finds himself looking into warm dark gray eyes. He chirps out a happy noise as he remembers where he is and nuzzles into Shuta's shoulder. Shoyuta starts to fight down a smile before deciding it would probably be better not to fight for a neutral expression around Izuku. So he smiles down at him. "Hey kid." He runs his hand through Izuku's hair. "You have a nice nap?" Izuku nods, his chest rumbling in the approximation of a fox purr. He continues to mark up the man, rubbing his cheek against him very deliberately. After a minute he sniffs the man, and his rumbling gets louder as he takes in their mixed sense. That's right. Eraser is his, and now everyone will know it. Shoyuta chuckles softly, gently rubbing at Izuku's ears while making sure to avoid the extra sensitive spots. He watches Izuku melt into the touch fondly. "I'm glad. The kid deserves some peace." Izuku suddenly tenses up, hearing footsteps approach. He starts growling, but it's more out of habit than feeling particularly unhappy. Instead, he feels safe and content, surrounded by Eraser's arms and his scent. It feels like nothing can go wrong as long as he stays like his, protected and safe. The door opens, and the nurse walks in with a large tub of warm water and bathing supplies. He smiles when he sees Izuku awake and looking very content in his savior's arms. He does, however, give the nurse a very suspicious look before going back to nuzzling into Shuta's shoulder. The nurse chuckles and sets the bathing supplies on the counter in the room. "I'll just leave these here," he says, putting them down and stepping back. "Thank you," Shoyuta says with a nod. The nurse gives a small bow before leaving the two by themselves. Shoyuta sits up, earning a soft grumble from Izuku. He chuckles and nudges the boy. "All right, come on, get up. I got the nurse to get us some bathing materials. You want to be clean, don't you?" Izuku blinks and raises his head, tilting it slightly. "Clean?" He looks down at himself, at all the grime buildup from his time in the lab. He's gotten so used to it that the constant itchiness and discomfort has become background feelings. He can't imagine being clean again. He looks back up at Shoyuta and chuffs, rubbing up against the man before shuffling off of him. As soon as he leaves the safety of Shuta's arms, a sense of unease comes over him. The white walls of the hospital room loom over him and a paranoid feeling of being watched comes over him. He gulps, instinctively shrinking in on himself and pressing up against Shoyuta. Shoyuta frowns at Izuku's obvious discomfort. He gives the boy a hug before getting out of the bed and quickly gathering the bathing materials. He quickly makes his way back to the bed and sets the materials down. Seeing Izuku looking around with shifty eyes and a trembling frame, he immediately gets back in the bed and gathers him in his arms. "It's okay," he whispers softly, stroking down the boy's back. "I've got you, you're safe with me. I promise." Izuku takes a shaky breath and slowly starts to calm down from the approaching panic, pushing it back and nuzzling into Shoyuta. After making sure Izuku has calmed down, he gives him a reassuring hug before letting go. "All right. Let's start with a basic haircut and some grooming, huh?" Izuku sniffles a bit and looks up at Shoyuta. He makes a humming noise and reaches back, patting at his long, tangled hair absently. He hasn't been groomed by someone else in years. He vaguely remembers how good it felt to have his mother's fingers run through his hair, and he's never had anyone groom his fur as it came in after experiments in the lab. After a short moment he nods his consent to Shoyuta, turning around so Shoyuta has full access to his hair. Shoyuta smiles and pats Izuku's head before turning to the bathing supplies. Luckily, there is a pair of hair scissors with the supplies. He takes them out and very carefully starts to snip away at Izuku's hair. He carefully cuts out all the impossible knots before cutting a straight line at the boy's shoulders. Izuku marvels at the sudden weight gone from his head. Apparently 3 feet of curly, knotted hair is really heavy. He reaches back and feels at his shortened hair, beaming. He lets out a happy rumble, playing with the shortened strands of hair. Shoyuta chuckles softly as he marvels at how puffy Izuku's hair is now without all that weight pulling it down. He thinks it would look cute with an even cut over the whole head to make it all fluffed up, but he's not good enough to do that kind of cut, so he leaves it as a straight cut at the shoulders. Maybe he'd ask Hizashi to do it. He's sure the man will be thrilled to help the kid out. He picks up detangling spray and applies it to all the tangled spots. He then picks up a brush from curly hair and starts gently running the comb through the boy's hair, starting at the ends and slowly moving up to the top. He stops at any knots and very gently works through them, making sure there is little to no pull at Izuku's scalp. He knows from experience how painful it is for someone to yank a brush through tangled hair. Izuku starts up a steady rumbling, very pleased with the feeling of the brush running through his hair. Every gentle scrape against his scalp has pleasant tingles running down his spine. He melts into it, his eyes fluttering shut. The grooming also greatly appeals to his instincts. Grooming is a very NTMT act for people with animal quirks. It's something only people very close to each other do, like close friends, family, and/or lovers. It's a great way to help forge close bonds, and is very important for children's emotional and social development. Shoyuta spends a few minutes working at Izuku's hair until the brush combs through his hair smoothly, no longer catching on knots. He combs for a while longer before setting the brush aside and starting to run his fingers through the boy's hair. He gently scratches and rubs at the boy's scalp until he's a pile of mush in Shuta's lap. Shoyuta chuckles softly and gives the boy a gentle scratch behind the ear before stopping, earning a soft whine from the boy. He smiles. "Come on, it's time to move on to your fur." He pats his shoulder. Izuku huffs and puffs, having been greatly enjoying the scratches, but eventually sits up and turns to Shoyuta. He tilts his head, waiting. Shoyuta flashes him a soft smile. "Alright, we'll start with the fur on your shoulders and move down from there. Are you comfortable revealing your shoulders to me?" Izuku nods and shrugs the hospital gown off his shoulders, revealing the forest green fur on his shoulders and a bit of the dirty white with a hit of green fur on his chest. The fur on his shoulders starts to the base of his neck and goes down to the end of his shoulders and his collarbone. Shoyuta gives him an encouraging smile and picks up the scissors. "Alright, I'm going to start by cutting away any knots." "Okay." He receives a hesitant nod and knows that this will be a very delicate process. Izuku watches nervously as the sharp scissors approach his shoulders. He desperately tries not to think of other silver sharp things going to his shoulders and cutting into him. He squeezes his eyes shut, trembling all over. Shoyuta frowns at Izuku's trembling, knowing that this must be scary for him. He starts by cutting off the long mats. He then gently runs his fingers through the green fur, searching for any hidden knots. The gently contact seems to help Izuku calm down a bit, so he keeps constant contact with the boy as he brings the scissors up to cut out the first knot. He keeps up this process with the first shoulder, keeping Izuku calm with gentle touches as he cuts out any knots he comes across. Once he finishes with the first shoulder, he picks up a fur comb for curly fur and starts gently running it through the fur. He slowly and gently works out the smaller knots, giving Izuku a break from the scissors. Izuku lets out a shuddering breath, keeping his eyes closed. "It's okay," he tells himself. "He's safe. Eraser won't hurt him. He's nothing like those mean, evil doctors. He's just grooming him. He won't hurt him." He continues reassuring himself, managing to relax enough that he isn't trembling and he doesn't feel panic edging into his mind, threatening to take over. He keeps his eyes closed though. He doesn't think he could stay calm if he saw the scissors. Once the comb goes through Izuku's fur smoothly, Shoyuta moves on to the other shoulder and repeats the process. He carefully cuts out the mats, then cuts out the big knots before moving on to working all the smaller ones out with the brush. He smiles when he's done and put the scissors down. Alright, all done with your shoulders. Let's move down to your chest, then we'll work on your back. Izuku nods and keeps his eyes closed as he pulls the hospital gown down further, revealing the greenish-white matted fur on his chest. The fur on his chest starts at the base of his neck, connected to the forest green fur on his shoulders, and spreads out as it moves down his chest before starting to thin again and fading as it reaches his stomach, making a vague oval shape. The coloring is greenish-white around at the neck, a wide V-shaped stripe of forest green that connects to the black fur on his shoulders, then greenish-white continuing the rest of the way down. Shoyuta makes quick work of the mats in the dirty greenish-white fur, talking gently to Izuku the whole time. He talks about anything that comes to mind, from how annoying teaching is to a patch of flowers he thought was particularly interesting on his patrol the other night. He goes through the rest of the grooming process, working on keeping Izuku as comfortable as possible. Eventually, on Izuku's end, his instincts override his fear of sharp instruments. He relaxes into the grooming, a gently rumbling starting up in his chest. The stress throughout his body starts to seep out of him, turning him practically boneless. Shoyuta smiles and finishes brushing out the smaller knots. Alright, let's move on to your back, he says, giving the boy a small nudge to encourage him to turn around. Izuku easily relents and turns around, giving Shoyuta a perfect view of his bare back for the first time. Shoyuta scowls at the multitude of surgical scars littering the boy's back. It's disgusting that adults could do this to a child. A stripe of thick black fur goes down his back, covering some of the scars. Shoyuta shakes his head and quickly gets to work on the fur. Izuku rumbled out a happy noise as he's groomed, settling in. His eyes droop with each pass of the comb through his fur, pleasant tingles running up and down his spine. It feels so good, not just physically but mentally as well. Shoyuta finishes up quickly and spends a moment simply running the comb through Izuku's fur. Can see how much the boy enjoys the grooming. He knows a bit about how grooming affects those with animal quirks, but only from drawing conclusions from cat behavior. Only cats that are intimately close are allowed to bath and groom each other, so he's concluded, at least for some, that grooming is a bonding act for people with animal quirks. He stops after a few minutes and ruffles Izuku's hair. Alright, all done with that. Let's move on to your legs. Go ahead and pull up your gown. Izuku blinks, shaking off the sluggish piece of grooming to do as Shoyuta asked. He pulls the gown back up and over his shoulders, and lifts it up to expose his matted legs. The fur starts out forest green and fades to greenish-white at the paws. Shoyuta gets to work, knowing that this is going to take the longest. He starts with one leg, cutting out mats, searching for it, cutting out big knots, then combing out the smaller knots before moving on to the next. Both legs take about 45 minutes to groom. By the time he finishes, Izuku is practically asleep, eyes half-lidded and having lied down. Shoyuta chuckles as he finishes up, patting Izuku's legs. Hey kid, don't fall asleep on me. We're not even halfway done yet. Izuku blinks sluggishly, reaching up to rub at his eyes. He chirrups softly and tries to sit up, but he feels weak and sluggish and his arms give out before he can push himself up. He lets out a chip of distress, trying and failing again. Shoyuta quickly rests a hand on Izuku's shoulder, gently holding him down. Easy there, he says softly. Don't worry, you don't need to sit up. We can do the rest with you laying down if you're feeling weak. Izuku hesitates before giving a small nod and sinking back down into the bed. Shoyuta ruffles his hair before turning to the water basin. He dips his hand in the water and frowns at the lukewarm temperature. That won't do at all. He scratches at his chin stubble, scowling at the water. He can't bath Izuku with this, it's not warm enough. He has a small body with minimal fat stores. He'll get too cold too fast. Izuku tilts his head as he watches Shoyuta. He looks upset. He follows his eyes to the basin and tilts his head to the other side. What's wrong? He pokes the man and making a questioning bark-like sound. Shoyuta looks over at Izuku and sees his questioning look. Oh, sorry, Izuku. He sighs and looks back at the water. It's too cold to bath you with this water, he says. Izuku perks up. He can help with that. He reaches into himself and searches for that ever-present warmth. He finds it and grasps it before pulling it to the surface. Warmth suffuses his body, and with a bit of concentration, a green flame appears in front of him. He adjusts the temperature of it and then waves his hand, directing it towards the basin of water. With a simple instruction of heat, he drops the flame into the water and watches with satisfaction as the water quickly starts to steam. Shoyuta watches this with wide eyes. Wow. That's some pretty impressive quirk control. Izuku winces slightly, his mind wandering to the torturous quirk training the doctors put him through to get to this level of control over his original quirk as well as the ones they forced into him. He lets out a warbled chirp, his head down as he fiddles with the bedding. Shoyuta immediately notices the lowered mood and quickly moves on. Alright, so, first I'm going to wipe off your face with a wet washcloth. Okay, he says as he dips a washcloth into the warm water before wringing it out. Izuku perks up and nods. Shoyuta smiles at him and slowly reaches out before starting to gently wipe at Izuku's face. He starts by very gently rubbing the cloth over Izuku's closed eyelids, being sure to only brush at them and not use any pressure. He then carefully wipes around his eyes, making sure not to get any water in them. After that he wipes at the boy's cheeks, being very careful of the scars left behind by the muzzle, knowing they are probably still sensitive. Izuku struggles to keep still throughout the grooming of his face, squirming ever so slightly at each brush of the washcloth against his skin. It isn't uncomfortable, necessarily, just strange. He clenches and unclenches his fists as the warm, wet cloth runs over his nose, then his mouth and chin, then his forehead before moving down to his neck. Shoyuta pulls back and blinks at the absolutely massive freckles now visible on the boy's face. They are a dark golden brown in color and stand out starkly against the kid's pale skin. They mostly cover his cheeks and nose, though they do travel up and across his forehead a bit and down his neck. He wonders if they cover his entire body. That would be adorable. The markings on Izuku's face are also much more prominent now. Instead of the dark maroon color they were before, they are now a vibrant red and stand out much more. They give him a very mystical feel, making him look very much like the human Kitsune in paintings. Shoyuta clears his throat. Alright, now I'm going to use a bit of soap. Izuku scrunches up his face, but nods all the same. Shoyuta dips his hands into the water before squirting some face wash into his hands. He spreads it around his hands before gently taking Izuku's face in his hands and starting to gently rub the soap onto Izuku's face. Izuku melts into the touch, a rumble starting up in his chest. He leans into the touch, loving the gentle rubbing motions. It feels great and casts a pleasant haze over his mind, clearing it of thoughts and just letting him float in the quiet bliss. Shoyuta smiles at Izuku's completely relaxed expression. He continues gently rubbing at all the nooks and crevices of the boy's face, getting it all nice and clean. Once he's sure he's gotten everything, he takes the wet washcloth to Izuku's face, cleaning it of soap. He uses a dry washcloth to gently pat his face dry before pulling back. There we go. All done with you, face. He smiles. Next we're going to wipe off your arms, so go ahead and roll your sleeves up. Izuku chirps and does as asked. He rolls his sleeves up to his shoulders, exposing all the non-fur-covered skin of his arms. Shoyuta gently takes hold of one of Izuku's arms after rinsing off the washcloth and starts gently wiping it down. He scowls down at the arm as he cleans it of dirt, and the multitude of scars and freckles underneath become clear. The scars are stark and obvious against the pale skin, many of them white and long healed over and some of them dark and ugly, obviously having gotten infected and/or having struggled to heal. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, calming himself down. When he opens his eyes and glances up, he sees Izuku watching him with worried eyes. He forces a smile. Sorry kid, got lost in my head. Izuku chirps softly, tilting his head. Shoyuta shakes his head and picks up a sponge. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. He gets the sponge wet before squirting some body wash onto it. He gently rubs the sponge up and down Izuku's arm, getting it all nice and soapy. He makes sure he's got all of it before wiping it down with the washcloth. After that, he pats it dry and lets go of it. Alright, other arm, Shoyuta says, and Izuku holds out his other arm. Shoyuta repeats the process with the other arm, first wiping it off with the wet washcloth, then gently scrubbing it with the soapy sponge, then wiping it with the washcloth again before finally drying it off. Izuku watches Shoyuta work, his eyes half-lidded as the repetitive motions of the grooming starts to lull him into a highly relaxed state. Shoyuta glances up at Izuku and smiles at his relaxed state. He's glad the boy feels safe enough to relax like this. It's a big step up. All right, he says softly. I'm going to work some dry shampoo into the fur on your shoulders now. Izuku lets out a lethargic chirp, sluggishly pulling the hospital gown off his shoulders. Shoyuta helps him out when it's clear he's fumbling. Shoyuta picks up the dry shampoo for fur mutations and squirts a good amount onto his hands. He starts gently running his fingers through Izuku's fur, working the shampoo into it. He massages the shampoo into the fur in smooth, firm circles, making sure to get it as deep as he can. He'll need a real bath or shower to get the dirt and gunk from his fur, but this will have to do for now. Shoyuta continues the process of washing Izuku's skin and then working the dry shampoo into Izuku's fur, hoping it will help bring him at least a little bit of comfort until they can give him a full, thorough bath. Once he finishes working the shampoo into the last of Izuku's leg fur, he sits back with a sigh and looks at Izuku. He smiles softly at the relaxed and sleepy expression on his face. Shoyuta runs a hand through Izuku's hair. All right, kiddo. I think it's time for you to go back to sleep. Izuku lets out a soft whimper, clutching at his chest. It's all right, I'll be here the whole time, I promise. I'll make sure you don't have any nightmares. Izuku peeks up at him, biting at his bottom lip. Promise, promise, Shoyuta murmurs, brushing his bangs out of his face. Izuku hesitates for a moment before nodding and pressing himself against Shoyuta. His tails come up and wrap around him like a blanket as he shifts around to get comfortable. He curls up in a ball on Shuta's lap, letting out soft chuffs as he kneads Shuta's chest before settling against it. Once settled, he goes still and quiet. Shoyuta smiles as Izuku settles, gently scratching his scalp. He starts humming a gentle tune he used to hum to the kids he babysat when he was in high school trying to keep himself afloat. It's not long before the kid is fast asleep, letting out the occasional snore. Shoyuta sighs and slowly leans back on the bed, relaxing. He glances over at the clock and decides it won't hurt to take a nap himself. So, he closes his eyes, focusing on the warm body on top of him and the little chuff-like snores the kid makes. In only a few short minutes, he's drifting off to sleep himself, not to wake up until the morning. Izuku wakes up to a warm beam of sunlight hitting his face, which confuses him. His eyes are too heavy to open, and he feels disoriented. He's pressed up against something warm, and there's a hand carding through his hair, brushing against his ears. He struggles to remember where he is, but when he does, he stops actively trying to wake his body. He's safe. He breathes in that coffee and cinnamon scent and lets out a soft chirp, pressing his face closer to that safe scent. He hears talking around him, but isn't really processing it. He's still really groggy, and his senses aren't in tip-top shape yet. Eventually, the words start to reach him. Also got some applesauce for when he's ready to try eating again. It's a woman's voice. He recognizes it. He thinks it's that female doctor from yesterday that he told about all the surgeries. Shoyuta responds, "Thank you. I'll make sure he tries to eat it once he feels up to it." Izuku lets out small chuffs and huffs, shifting around a bit to press closer to Shoyuta, who he realizes he's laying on. He kyrips and curls his hands into gentle fists around the fabric of Shuta's shirt. Shoyuta blinks and glances down at Izuku, seeing C's starting to wake up. His expression softens, and he gently brushes some hair out of the boy's face. "Oh, it looks like he's waking up. I'll leave so I don't startle him. I'll come by in about an hour with the doctor that will have him looked over more closely." Shoyuta glances back up at Fujiki, Izuku's main nurse, who is smiling gently at Izuku. "All right, thank you again," Shoyuta replies. Izuku listens as footsteps retreat, followed by the sound of the door opening and closing. He presses his face deeper into Shura's chest, taking in a deep breath and reviling in Shura's scent. Alpha, strong, safe. His instincts purr, though it sound a bit confused for some reason. Like the words it's using are correct. Izuku's eyes finally flutter open. Good morning, Kit. Shoyuta murmurs, running his hands through Izuku's hair. Izuku yawns and stretches, his hand pushing against Shura's face as he does, making him huff. He squeaks as a sharp pain shoots through his stomach and curls back in on himself with a series of pained barks. Careful. You don't want to pull your stitches. Shoyuta frets softly, resting his hand on Izuku's back. He rubs gentle circles on his back, resisting the urge to kiss the boy's forehead. Izuku huffs and shuffles around until his back is pressed against Shoyuta's chest. He lifts his head, looking up at the man's face. Shoyuta smiles at him, and Izuku tries to return it, but it's been so long since he smiled that it just doesn't happen. He huffs, but he doesn't mind and settles for chuffing happily. It's good to see you too. Shoyuta chuckles and ruffles his hair, suppressing the urge to frown. It's upsetting to see Izuku try and fail to smile. All kids should be able to smile freely and without worry. To see one struggle to do something in an expression of joy is heartbreaking. It squeezes his heart and makes his dry eyes sting with unshed tears. Izuku closes his eyes and leans into Shura's hand. It feels nice. When he opens his eyes again, they catch on something on the bed and focus on it. It's a white fox plush with 5 tails. It's sprawled out on its belly and is about 50 centimeters long from the tip of its front paws to the tip of its tail. It's really cute with beady tan eyes and a smile. He tilts his head at it. Shoyuta sees Izuku starting at the fox plush and chuckles. That nice female doctor from yesterday saw that down in the gift shop on her way in and said it reminded her of you. She got it for you to try and make this room homier. Shoyuta watches Izuku reach out and take the plush in his hands. He gives it a few squeezes and turns it to its facing him. He stares at it for a minute before bringing it into his arms and hugging it. He rubs his face against it, croaking out a quiet, "so-oft." It is. Shoyuta smiles, watching Izuku cuddle with the plush. Izuku rubs his scent glands against the fox, marking it with his pine and fresh grass scent. He makes sure it is thoroughly saturated in his scent and gives a satisfied chirp when it is. He then settles and keeps the plushie held close, rubbing his face against the soft fur. Shoyuta lets Izuku relax and cuddle with the plush for a bit before giving him a gentle nudge. "Hey, Izuku." The boy peeks up at him and tilts his head, looking adorable with the fox plush in his arms. "I have some applesauce for you if you want to try eating again." Izuku's ears perk up and his nose twitches as he turns his attention to the applesauce on the tray next to his bed. He does feel pretty hungry, but he also doesn't want to throw up again. Eventually, after thinking it over for a minute, his hunger wins over. He reaches out and picks up the cup of applesauce, carefully using a sharpened nail to open it. He lifts it up to his lips and slops up a mouthful of it. "Don't eat too fast." Shoyuta huffs, scratching at Izuku's scalp. "Only little bits at a time." Unfortunately, even with that advice in mind, it's only 5 minutes after his first sip that his new stomach is violently rejecting the applesauce. He whines at the horrible feeling of the applesauce and stomach acid being violently spewed out his mouth and nose. It burns and just SCKS in general. Luckily, it only happens twice before his stomach settles down. Shoyuta frowns as he helps Izuku clean up. It's definitely not looking good. At this rate, he'll have to have a feeding tube put in soon rather than later. He hates that is probably when this is going, but there's nothing he can do about it. Hopefully it won't end up being a permanent thing. He sets about distracting Izuku by animating the fox plush. Izuku watches Shoyuta make the fox make exaggerated movements with bright eyes but no smile. He makes the fox talk in a high-pitched voice that would embarrass him to no end if anyone other than Izuku heard. Eventually, they switch, and Izuku starts animating the fox hesitantly while Shoyuta watches with a soft smile. Izuku is ecstatic to be playing with Shoyuta, even if he is nervous about being yelled at by the doctors for playing. He hasn't been able to play any kinds of games besides some of the tests in years. It's a freeing experience, Just one more thing that proves to him that he's no longer in the clutches of the evil doctors. When Izuku tentatively asks if they can play heroes and villains with nervous fiddling and unsure eyes, scared of being reprimanded, Shoyuta immediately accepts. The way Izuku's eyes light up with joy makes Shuta's heart clench. Shoyuta makes sure Izuku knows that he has to be careful of his stitches before accepting the role of the villain. He laughs evilly and gently wrestles with Izuku, being very careful of his injuries and the medical equipment. Even with still no smile on Izuku's face, it's the most animated Shoyuta has seen the boy. His eyes are sparkling with joy, his ears are flicking back and forth, and his tails are all wagging happily behind him. It hurts to know that Izuku didn't get to do this growing up, to just be a kid. Eventually, Shoyuta ends up on his back on the bed with Izuku sitting triumphantly on top of him. Shoyuta groans dramatically, flopping a hand over his face. "Oh no. You've got me," he says in a deadpan voice. Izuku yips proudly, puffing out his chest. He caught the villain. He chuffs and leans down, rubbing his cheek against Shuta's. Izuku vaguely remembers play wrestling with his mother all those years ago. Similar to the grooming, it was an experience that helped build on their bond. It was also his mother's way of helping him become stronger for when he had to face the real world. "Yeah, you too, kid." Shoyuta chuckles. Izuku's eyes glint mischievously and he raises one of his hind legs and puts his paw on Eraser's face, pushing it down. "Why you?" This is what the Dr. Fujiki finds when she knocks and enters into the room. Fujiki stares at the sight before her with the young boy sitting on top of Eraserhead with his paw in the man's face. The boy squeaks when he sees her and tumbles off Eraserhead, quickly covering himself with his tails. The man sits up and rubs the back of his head sheepishly, glaring at her in a way that makes her chuckle. "Well, I'm glad to see you are so full of energy, young man. That's a good sign that your infection is already starting to heal." Fujiki smiles, stepping into the room. She sees the stuffed fox on one of the pillows and smiles, directing her attention to Izuku. She can see him watching her from under his tails. She gives him a gentle smile. "I see you found the fox plush I got for you. Do you like it?" Izuku blinks at her before nodding slowly. "Have you named it?" He nods again, slowly sitting up with his tails wrapped around himself while watching Fujiki with weary eyes. "Why Wayuki?" Fujiki smiles. "Snoha? That's a very pretty name. I'm sure she loves it." Izuku nods as he reached out to take the plush into his arms. "Very soft." He mumbles, running his hand through her fur. Fujiki laughs. "She is, isn't she? I'm glad you like her." Izuku nods once, hugging the plush tighter. Shoyuta clears his throat, getting Fujiki's attention. "So, I'm assuming you're here for the scans?" "Correct. Luckily, we have a few people on staff that have the quirks that will make it so we don't have to move him from room to room." She turns to Izuku and gives him a smile. "What do you think, sweetie? Can you manage a few people so we don't have to move you around so much?" Izuku's ears flatten, and a growl starts up in his throat. He doesn't want any more doctors around him. Even just one is more than he is comfortable with, any more than that is a big no-no. Fujiki senses Izuku hesitation and hums thoughtfully. After a moment, she perks up. "How about this? I'll bring one of them in now, and it'll only be you, Eraserhead, and that doctor in the room. They'll do the scan and give you your morning medication and that will be it. You'll have the rest of the day to yourself with regular check-ins. Then, in the evening, I'll bring the next doctor in and repeat the process until we have all the information we need. How does that sound?" Izuku thinks about it for a long moment before slowly nodding. He thinks he can handle that. It will still be very uncomfortable to have so many people coming in and out. But if it's one at a time, he thinks he'll be okay. Eraser can protect him from just one doctor if it comes to it. "Great." Fujiki smiles at him. "I'll be just a moment, and I'll have the first doctor ready for you." With that, she hurries out. Izuku scoots closer to Shoyuta, leaning into him. Shoyuta looks down at him and puts a hand on his head. "You're doing great, kid." Murmurs. Izuku chirps at the praise and leans into his hand. He settles down, keeping an eye on the door as he presses into Shuta's side. A few minutes later, a doctor comes in with a bright smile and a tray in his hands. Hello. This is Midoriya Izuku's room, correct? Shoyuta nods. Yes. It is. Izuku watches the doctor wearily, clutching at Shuta's shirt for comfort. He can feel panic edging at his mind and along with the instinctive urge to fight against anyone in a lab coat, but he pushes them back as much as he can, focusing on Shoyuta. Great. Alright, so let's talk about what I will be doing. He sets the tray down. I have a quirk that lets me scan you over to assess your physical health. It's activated by proximity and intent. I'll get a general picture of your entire system, and I can pinpoint any injuries, disease, or illness that might be affecting you. You'll get more specific scans later, alright? WW won't, and no TTT touching. Izuku asks shakily, not wanting to be touched by any doctors. He doesn't think he'll be able to hold back from lashing out if they do. Nope, none at all. It's totally non-invasive and very quick. You won't feel anything and nothing will happen to you. Izuku's expression has Shoyuta covering a laugh with a cough. He looks distinctly unimpressed and more than a little suspicious. He doesn't blame the kid after all he's been through, but the way he's scrutinizing the man if more than a little funny in his opinion. Izuku nods after a moment of consideration. WW want hold DD era razors a chant. He says as firmly as he can with his shaky and stuttering voice. Shoyuta huffs. Fine by me. He looks over at the doctor. He can hold my hand, right? It won't interfere with the process. No, not at all. That's fine. The doctor moves over to the bed as Izuku takes Shuta's hand in his. Shall I begin? Izuku nods, though he shrinks away from the doctor subconsciously as he stretches his hands out. Izuku watches him intently as he closes his eyes in concentration. He flinches when the doctor's hands start to glow, and Shoyuta gives his hand a comforting squeeze. As the doctor said, it's quick and easy, over within a minute. The doctor steps away and moves over to the computer and starts typing. You did very good, thank you. Izuku slumps slightly as some of his tension drains away. That was way more nerve-wracking than it needed to be. He hopes he doesn't have to do anything like this again for at least a few hours. Even just that brief moment of near contact had almost sent him into a panic, only Shuta's comforting touch keeping him grounded. Shoyuta wraps his arms around the boy and pulls him to his chest. He's right. He murmurs to Izuku. You were very brave. Izuku nuzzles into Shuta's chest. Alright, that's it. The doctor smiles over at the two of them. Now I'll just give you your medication and I'll be off. He picks up a syringe from the tray and turns to Izuku. Shoyuta feels the danger coming before it happens. Izuku freezes up, his eyes blowing wide and starting to glow as he stares at the syringe with absolute terror. A heavy pressure fills the air and everything in the room starts to shake. A low whine starts in the boy's throat as his tails lift up in a threatening manner, the visible fur on him puffing up. Shoyuta grips Izuku tighter and activates his quirk on him. The room stops shaking, but he stays puffed up, growling and barely breathing. Izuku, you need to breath. Shoyuta murmurs, waving at the doctor to remove the syringe from sight. He takes hold of Izuku's face and forces him to look at him. Izuku, it's all right. He's not going to hurt you. He's not even going to use the syringe on you. It's only going to go into the fore on your hand, all right? Just breath. You're okay. You're safe. No one is going to hurt you. He continues talking softly to him until the glazed look in his eyes fade, and he starts breathing regularly. Izuku gulps in shaky breaths, trembling violently. He desperately holds eye contact with Shoyuta, terrified of losing himself to the blackness edging at his vision. His skin crawls with phantom pricks of needles digging into his skin, pumping him full of nasty drags that cause all sorts of horrible sensations. There you go. That's better. Now, while I'm talking to you, the doctor is going to inject the medication into the fore. You won't even know it's happening. Can he do that? Izuku gulps and tries to glance over at the doctor, but Shoyuta doesn't let him. No, keep your eyes on me. Can he give you the medication? After a long moment of hesitation, Izuku gulps. And know who you hurt? He whimpers out, still trembling. Shoyuta shakes his head. No. It won't hurt. I promise you won't feel a thing. After a moment, Izuku nods shakily. Alright. So, what do you know about foxes, because I looked them up earlier this morning and learned quite a bit. Izuku blinks once slowly and opens his mouth. Foxes SSS small and medium sized, omnivorously mammalus. Tich they family CC canidae. Are TT12 spec CC's T true fox, vulpipi pines. F favorite CC corsac fox. My FF fox. He twitches his ears and tails to indicate their likeness to a corsac fox. Izuku continues talking about foxes as the doctor carefully injects the medication into the fore. The doctor is quick to leave when he's done, probably not wanting Izuku to go through any more stress. Shoyuta watches fondly as Izuku completely forgets about the syringe as he waves his free hand around animatedly, his eyes alight with excitement as he shares his knowledge on foxes. It's actually quite informative. He learns a lot about how foxes interact with each other and the dynamics between them. He also learns just how dependent on and intertwined with his instincts Izuku has become during his time in the lab. Now, he's not an expert on how animals behave in captivity and how they react to abuse, but it seems that Izuku had adapted to his situation much like a wild animal in captivity would. He developed a dependence on the alpha-beta-omega dynamics as a means for survival. It's sad, but very telling as to how Izuku adapts like any animal would. Eventually, the medication kicks in. Izuku's eyes start to droop, and he starts to yawn a bunch. Alright kid, I think it's time for a nap. He carefully takes Izuku off his lap and sets him down in his next. Izuku gives a soft whine of protest, but doesn't struggle. He is tired and a nap sounds really good right now after all the excitement he's had this morning. He curls up in his nest, hugging Yuki to his chest and nuzzling his face into her fur. He lets out a soft chirp, and a hand starts to run through his hair. It feels nice. Shoyuta watches as Izuku drifts off to sleep. He leans back in the chair with a heavy sigh. What a day it's been already. After watching Izuku sleep for about 10 minutes, an officer comes and saying Tsukachi in the hospital and requesting him. After making sure Izuku is tucked in and that the officer has his number for as soon as Izuku wakes up, he makes his way towards the room the officer gave him the number to. The room Naomasa has gotten for them isn't very far from Izuku's room and looks like it used to be some kind of office. It's currently empty save for a desk that Naomasa is currently moving towards. He slumps down in one of the chairs with a heavy sigh. Shoyuta eyes the thick stack of manila folders on the desk as he walks over. Naomasa simply slides the folders towards Shoyuta, glaring at them like they personally offended him. Naomasa has looked through the files already and they sicken him. To think someone could do these kinds of things to another human being is just appalling. Those doctors truly had sick and twisted moral compasses. Absolutely disgusting. Shoyuta sits down and stares at the first folder before him, eyeing the string of numbers and letters plastered onto the top of it. He really doesn't want to look at these since they no doubt correlate to Izuku, but he has to if he wants to know exactly what the boy went through and how to help him. He takes a deep breath and opens the first folder, pressing his lips together at the picture held to the folder with a paper clip. It's a fully body picture of Izuku naked with all his mutations on display. He's staring at the camera with dull, dead eyes. Under the first picture in one Izuku looking a few years younger, still naked with his mutation on display, with tears and fear in his dull eyes. The last picture is of Izuku looking barely older than 4, luckily with a hospital gown on this time, with only 2 tails, regular-looking legs, and no protruding jaw, looking absolutely terrified. Dread settles heavily in his gut as he pushes the pictures aside and begins to read the print of the first page in the folder. Clenching his teeth, he takes in the information as clinically as he can. Subject ID hashtag 000097. Male. Date of birth 0715. 25 Xs. Current age 11.5. Induction age 4. Original quirk Kitsune evolved. Accepted quirks malleable adaptation evolved. See file ID number 00000239. Healing see file ID number 00000236. Observation evolved. See file ID number 00000186. Archives, see file ID number 0000142. Empathy, see file ID number 0000163. Glamour, see file ID number 0000206. Rejected quirks. Echo Evolved, see file ID number 0000208. Reflex, see file ID number 0000107. Morph, see file ID number 0000132. Frost, see file ID number 0000186. Muscle Memory, see file ID number 0000225. Assimilated parts. Augmented muscle fibers, reinforced veins, dense bones, reinforced liver, augmented lungs, reinforced spleen. Rejected parts. Additional lung, additional stomach. Notes. Subject 97 is the first successful quirk evolution and the only one to have survived so far. Subject's first additional quirk, malleable adaptation, evolved, has made the continuation of adding quirks highly successful. Healing has made recovery much faster. Subject takes to mental quirks the best and hasn't rejected a quirk since muscle memory. Malleable adaptation, evolved, and healing has also made assimilation of replaced body parts highly successful. Unfortunately, additional parts have not been accepted by the subject. Continue testing. Surgery reports listed under files 97H1 through 97T1. See Education and Training under files 97W1 through 97A2. Subject is highly analytical. Subject is set up to analyze a hero twice a month at the request of upper management. Subject continues to resist use of other subjects required as motivation. Analysis reports under files 97B2 through 97by4. Subject is highly valuable, keep under observation at all times. Shoyuta takes a deep breath, feeling rage bubble under his skin, and flips to the next page. 97. Original quirk, Kitsune evolved. Before evolution, quirk gives the user 2 fox tails, fox ears, slightly sharpened teeth, enlarged irises and slit pupils, and scent glands for mutations. The fox tails allow for better balance and sharper maneuvers and are heavily muscled. The fox ears heighten the user's hearing. The teeth are mostly human, just a little sharper than normal with slightly enlarged canines. The mutated eyes give the user better motion vision and night vision. The user also has an enhanced sense of smell. The user has scent glands on their wrists, inner thighs, neck, cheeks, and forehead. The quirk also gives the user fox-like instincts. The user has nesting urges and will become depressed if they don't have something they deem their nest. The nest seems to be a safe place of sorts and will abandon the nest if it becomes unsafe. The user also categorizes people into an alpha, beta, delta, omega hierarchy system. An alpha is a leader and the highest in the hierarchy and seems to be the rarest. A beta is something of a second in command and is second on the hierarchy. A delta is something of a neutral and is third on the hierarchy. These seem to be the most common. An omega is at the bottom of the hierarchy and is inclined to obey everyone above them on the hierarchy. These are the second most common. User seems to identify as omega in current habitat. Finally, the user has minor flame generation and pyrokinesis labeled by user as foxfire. The user can create small spheres of green fire and control them around in a 15-meter radius. The fire's temperature can reach up to 1000 degrees Celsius and are about 4 inches in diameter. User can control up to 5 balls of fire at a time. Drawbacks include severe heatstroke. After evolution, user gained an extra 3 tails, further teeth mutation, claws, digitigrade legs, marking on the face, and fur along the shoulders, chest, and back. The teeth have become much more fox-like. There are 10 slightly sharpened incisors, 4 enlarged and sharpened canines, 14 sharp premolars, 4 sharp carnassials, and 8 slightly sharpened molars. The jaw has also protruded slightly to accommodate the new teeth, creating a subtle muzzle-like look. User's fingertips have darkened and their nails have sharpened to points. User now has red marking on the face. Purpose unknown. The user's lower half is now covered in thick fur and their legs have the same structure as digitigrade legs. The top of the user's shoulders are covered in fur, There is a large tuft of fur on their chest, and there is a trail of fur going down their spine. Upon inspection, it has been concluded that the mutations are based on the Corsac fox species. User's Foxfire has also evolved. The user can now create ball of fire up to 7 feet in diameter and control them in a 30-meter radius. The temperature of the fires has only gone up to 1,200 degrees Celsius. User can now control up to 15 ball of fire at a time. Drawback aren't as harsh as before. User has also gained strong telekinetic powers. User can lift up to 6 metric tons at a time. User has fine control over small and/or light objects but has a harder time with fine control over heavier and/or larger objects. User can control objects in a 40-meter radius. Drawback includes migraines and bleeding from the ears and nose. Process of evolution for recreation. Strictly monitored high-stress situations were the most successful at drawing out the evolution. Successful tests include the Quirk-induced mental simulations, see file ID Oshima Hikari number 00000097, showing the torture of other subjects, the maze, see file ID Maze, fights with namufied subjects, forcing subject to kill in survival. Shoyuta closes his eyes, taking deep breaths to keep himself from exploding. He turns away from the folder, looking up at the ceiling. He counts the tiles until he's sure he isn't about to punch the next person he sees. Slowly, he lowers his head to make eye contact with Naomasa, who watches him with a neutral face. "Have you read the whole thing?" Shoyuta asks through grit teeth. Naomasa nods sharply. "How bad is the rest of it?" Naomasa gives him a pitying look. "Bad. Really bad. They put that kid hell. I'm amazed he's lived through half of what's in those files. If he can smile after all he's been through, it'll be a miracle. He's a survivor, that's for sure." Shoyuta glares down at the files, feeling his anger bubble up again. Determination flares inside of him and he flips to the next page. He scans over every single page in those files, occasionally taking a break to cool his anger. He hates the people who were involved in any of the tests Izuku was put through. They scarred his mentality beyond full repair. His blood boils as he reads over the surgery reports. He already heard from Izuku about what was replaced and how his body reacted, but lied out in front of him in medical terms makes him want to strangle the ones who wrote the reports. He grinds his teeth at the training he was put through. He's 11 and a half for Kami's sake, he shouldn't be doing half of this stuff. He's both very impressed and terrified of Izuku's analysis and infuriated at what they did to force him to do the analysis. Some of the things Izuku had written down he doesn't understand in the slightest. This is definitely something Nedzu will have to look at. After over an hour and a half of reading, he pushes the folders away with a heavy heart. The poor kid. It truly will be a miracle if Izuku can still smile. Thinking back on it, he doesn't think he's seen the boy smile yet. It makes his heart ache to think that the boy might not be able to smile after all he's been through. Silently, he promises to help Izuku smile, even if it's the last thing he does. He turns his attention back to Naomasa, who has been silently watching him the whole time. "What are we going to do about this?" Naomasa lets out a heavy breath, running a hand through his hair. "Well, for the kid, we'll be putting him in therapy for sure. He also needs to know he has support and that he is safe. We also need to make sure he knows that there will be justice for what has been done to him." He glares at the folders, silently promising to make sure every single doctor down there will get what they deserve. "Where will he go?" Shoyuta asks, unable to stop himself. He feels responsible for Izuku's continued safety and feels responsible for his comfort. The boy has imprinted on him for Kami's sake. Somehow, he doesn't think Izuku will feel too safe or secure with a bunch of people he doesn't know. Besides, he's gotten attached to the boy himself. Very attached. Naomasa hums. Considering how valuable he seems to their experiments and how much effort they've put into him, they're very likely to try and take him back. Normally, we'd put him under a witness protection program, assign him a new identity, send him off to a safe place with ample security. He sighs heavily, leaning back in his chair, scratching at his cheek. But his mental state is very fragile right now. He needs comfort and personal support, not just some facility to watch over him. Personally, I want to send him with you to UA. Shoyuta perks up at this and leans forwards. A bit. You? Shoyuta asks. Naomasa nods. Your security is one of the best, built with the safety of your charges in mind. Pro heroes have optional lodging there, which I know you have accepted. Knowing Principal Nedzu's history, I doubt he'd reject him. I couldn't think of a better place for him to be. Also, with Izuku's imprinting on you, I believe it is safest for his mental health for you to be with him, and I'm pretty sure you've already come to care for the boy. He needs that kind of support right now. Shoyuta doesn't even try to refute the claim. He has come to care for Izuku. He's become remarkably invested in Izuku's well-being in the very short time he's known him. How could he not? When he thinks back on the fear in Izuku's eyes, the joy on his face when he remembered his own name, the way he growls at anyone but him that comes too close like a cornered animal. It's just too much. I'd like to foster him, he says firmly, having already thought long and hard about this. The boy needs someone to care for him properly, and he wants to be that person. Plus, he has a powerful quirk that goes out of control when he panics. It's only logical that he offers his assistance. Naomasa raises an eyebrow and chuckles with a soft smile. I figured. That can definitely be arranged. I'll talk with a few people and make sure. Naomasa is cut off by a shrill shriek that Shoyuta immediately recognizes as Izuku. He shoots to his feet and is out the door in half a second. Move! Shoyuta yells, running through the halls at full tilt. He can hear Tsukachi apologizing breathlessly behind him but ignores it, determined to jump over and dodge staff and patients alike. It was stupid and illogical to leave Izuku by himself in a strange environment. Shoyuta should have insisted that they stay in the room with him, even if he was asleep. He already knows Izuku doesn't like this hospital environment. He should have known better. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He rounds the corner sharply, his breath hitching at the next shrill shriek that cuts off halfway through. He picks up his pace further and turns the last corner to Izuku's hallway. What he sees makes his blood boil. Izuku is hanging limp in the arms of a man in heavy combat gear, his body looking tiny in the arms of the large man. Next to the man is a commission officer and attendant. The implications make him snarl. Get your hands off of him. The commission attendant turns to him and has the gall to smile. He immediately recognizes her. Her name is Otaki Azumi, and she's a nasty piece of work. She's been in almost every one of the commission's scandals and has a nasty reputation of making underground deals. Yet she's still in a high position of power in the commission. She's a perfect example of corruption in the government, and she seems to have set her sights on Izuku. Ah, Mr. Aizawa. A pleasure to see you. What brings you to the hospital today? A friend get injured? My, that's terrible. Do give them my well wishes, she says in a sickly sweet tone, smiling at him as he approaches. What brings me to the hospital is that boy you're trying to kidnap. Shoyuta snarls. He sees Azumi's smile twitch. In case you weren't aware, the law states that guardianship of minors involved in a rescue event goes to the heroes that saved them until such time as their lawful guardians can be reached, or in the event they have no lawful guardians, then when the heroes relinquish guardianship to a suitable person such as child services personnel. He plows onwards when she opens her mouth, not letting her get a word in. They have no lawful guardians, and as the hero who rescued him I refuse to relinquish guardianship. He will remain in my care until he chooses otherwise or we find a more suitable guardian. This is considered a kidnapping and will be another mark on your record if you don't return him to me immediately. The commission officer shifts uncomfortably under Shuta's sharp glare. The one holding Izuku stays completely stoic, not reacting to the threats in the slightest. It irks Shoyuta to no end. Azumi's smile has dropped now as she openly glares at Shoyuta. The boy is an unknown. He has multiple quirks and has highly enhanced abilities. It is not safe to have him in a hospital not under the commission's protection. I plan to bring him to a hospital facility where he will be heavily monitored and will be kept safe from himself and others. It is imperative that he be contained and controlled. She looks extremely proud of herself, like she's already won this. Oh, he'll show her. Shoyuta grits his teeth, doing his damnedest not to lash out and punch this woman. He is a FNG child for Kami's sake. You will not be containing him or anything of the sort. I suggest you hand him over before things get violent. Shoyuta hears Naomasa finally catch up, panting softly. He indicates behind his back for the detective to stay back and listen. He wants this to be resolved without a fight. He'd gladly throw down with anyone that wants to try and take Izuku away, but Izuku is currently in the line of fire, and he can't start shooting with him in the way. He has to talk this out and get Izuku back peaceful. He won't let the boy get hurt, not under his watch. Azumi's smile is strained as she stares at Aizawa. She can't let this chance slip away from her. This boy could finally be what she needs to get to the top of the commission ladder. If she could control the boy and mold him into the perfect hero, she could surpass even Ueda and his Hawks project. This boy was her ticket to success, and she will not be giving him up without a fight. Aizawa, be reasonable, she says in her calmest tone, looking him right in the eyes. The commission has the power and resources to keep him safe. He is a valuable experiment that I have no doubt the villains will be pushing to get back. He needs a safe place where he can lead and grow. What better place is there for him? UA. Naomasa answers immediately, feeling an angry fire burning away in his chest. Azumi snaps her attention to him, narrowing her eyes slightly. She recognizes him as a highly respected detective. A dangerous opponent with plenty of power to derail her plans. Excuse me? I said you. It has been decided that the boy will be transferred to UA for his protection. They have recovery girl to care for him, and he will more than likely benefit from a less lab-like environment. They have high security, and he'll be surrounded by highly competent pro-heroes that can keep him safe from the villain. Plus he'll be able to stay with Eraserhead, who he has bonded very well with. I can't think of a better place for him to go. Azumi clenches her jaw, grasping for anything to hold onto for leverage. Will UA have the time or resources to care for a traumatized child? It's a school, not a foster home. Aizawa speaks up. I will be fostering Izuku and cutting back on my classes to take time to care for him. She huffs. Foster a child? Please, Aizawa, have you seen yourself? You can barely take care of yourself. What makes you think you'll be able to care for an overpowered traumatized child? It's impractical. Shoyuta scowls and opens his mouth to speak, but she plows forwards. Besides, what are you going to do about your patrols? You can't be leaving the child alone while you patrol. There's no telling what might happen. He's going to need someone with him constantly, and with a schedule like yours that's just not going to happen. Azumi crosses his arms with a smirk. There's no way he'll be able to retort all of those points. Shoyuta raises an eyebrow. You're speaking like I'm going to be fostering him completely on my own. I am going to be his main caretaker, but I will not be his only one. All of the UA staff are going to be helping me with this. When I'm in class, I can easily leave him with Recovery Girl and another staff member to watch over him. When I go out on patrol, I can leave him in the dorms with the rest of the staff, who I am going to slowly introduce him to so he can get used to them. As for my own care routine, I'll have you know that my homeless look is a carefully crafted facade to make my opponents underestimate me. I am fully capable of taking care of myself and a child. Shoyuta watches the frustration on Azumi's face with more than a little bit of satisfaction. She appears to flounder for a response before scowling and turning on her heel towards the man holding Izuku. Return the boy to them. She shoots a glare over her shoulder, staring them down. This is not over. She hisses and stalks off down the hall. The armored man holding Izuku hesitates before stepping forward to hand Izuku over to Shoyuta. Shoyuta quickly but gently snatches the boy out of his arms and holds him close to his chest. I've got you now. He murmurs softly, not caring that he probably couldn't hear him. You're all right now, you're safe. I won't let you out of my sights. Again. I won't let her take you. He runs his fingers through Izuku's hair, rubbing his thumb across his face and smearing a tear track. Kami, couldn't the universe give the poor kid a break? He's been through enough already. He turns to the door to Izuku's room and sees the officer he left Izuku with rubbing his head with a grimace in the doorway, looking a bit dazed. He scowls and moves towards the man. Did they attack you? He asks firmly. The man slowly shakes his head, wincing as he does. No. Well, not really. I was pushed out of the way, though, and hit my head pretty hard. Naomasa steps forwards, a worried look on his face. Why don't you go ask a nurse to look you over? You might have a concussion. Yeah, I'll do that. He stumbles a bit as he steps out of the room. Naomasa gently takes the officer's arm and glances over at Aizawa. You go ahead and get the boy back into bed. I'll take him to a nurse to be looked over. Shoyuta nods and leaves Naomasa to take care of the officer, stepping into the room. He moves over to the bed and very gently sets Izuku down on it. He takes a moment to look him over and frowns when he sees a spot of blood at his chest area. He lifts Izuku's hospital gown up and hisses softly. His chest and stomach are a bloody mess. He must have torn a few stitches in his struggle. He goes over to the counter in Izuku's room and takes a few pieces of fresh gauze and hurries back over to Izuku. He gently presses the gauze to the bleeding spots and presses the nurse call button just in case they weren't already coming. He gently wipes the blood from Izuku's chest fur, trying to get as much out as possible. Poor kid is gonna need real bath soon. A minute passes before a nurse hurries in. Shoyuta relays to him what had happened and she immediately sets to work checking Izuku's vitals. When he asks for permission to use his quirk on Izuku, Shoyuta hesitates, but when he explains it to him, he allows it. He rests his hand on Izuku's forehead, frowning after a moment. He has a powerful sedative in his system. It's much too high of a dose for someone his size and weight. This could be bad. His breathing and heart rate are already much slower than it was last checkup. It's in his blood, so we need to perform dialysis, probably hemodialysis. He also needs a ventilator to help his breathing and medication to stabilize his heart. Shoyuta once again silently curses the commission for putting his kid in danger. They overdosed him for Kami's sake. It's going to be very hard to restrain himself the next time he sees someone from the commission. He gives the nurse permission to do whatever he needs to do as long as Izuku stays in Shuta's line of sight. The nurse takes Izuku to an operating room where they will get him on the proper machines. The doctors eases a tube down Izuku's throat. Shoyuta hates seeing the kid like this. It makes him look so small and fragile. He watches the nurse start up the machine and watches as Izuku's breaths become longer and larger. The kid shouldn't need this help, but he does because some people are evil or assholes. He watches them cut into Izuku's arm and hates that he has to go through even more surgery. At least he's asleep this time. He doesn't take his eyes off of Izuku for the whole procedure as the doctors hook him up to a ventilator, a dialyzer, and a feeding tube. When Izuku is taken out of the operation room and put into a high-security hero room, Shoyuta immediately moves to the boy's side and takes hold of his free hand. He stares at Izuku's face as he rests. He hates what Izuku has gone through. He hates it so much it burns. He sits there for half an hour, just holding Izuku's hand and watching him. Izuku's eyelids will flutter faintly every once in a while and his fingers will twitch, but that's the only reaction he gives at all. He looks over all the machines around the boy and feels sick. He looks so small and feeble in the large hospital bed, hooked up to so many machines. There's a ventilator with a tube going down the boy's throat to keep him breathing under the heavy sedative. Going up his nose is a feeding tub. He's also hooked up to a dialyzer to cleanse his system of the sedative. There are a bunch of wires coming out of Izuku Hospital down, connected to a heart monitor. He gently brushes Izuku's bangs out of his face, letting out a shaky breath. He turns his attention back to the monitor displaying the boy's vitals. With a ventilator and heart medication in his system, everything is stable. He sighs again and stands up, going to the corner of the room and pulling out his phone. He dials Nedzu's number and holds it up to his ear. After a single ring, the rodent picks up. Hello, Aizawa. Your 2 weeks aren't up yet, why are you calling? Shoyuta huffs. I need my apartment renovated. I need a child's room and larger living room added to my apartment. I am going to be fostering the boy that has imprinted on me, and he will be living with me. We are also planning to make him a UA ward, but I'm sure you already know his. I want a private medical room to be made for Izuku for when he has to stay in a monitored environment during his recovery. I also expect you to have more than just Recover Girl available for him. He needs more than just a healing quirk. I want professional trauma medical staff available for Izuku during his recovery. The other side of the line is silent for a moment before the rat responds. These are all accommodations that an end will be met. I have already been in contact with Detective Tsukachi, who has made me aware of young Izuku's situation. I will be happy to take him in as a ward. The boy is going to need a lot of love that I hope he will find in our staff. You will be his foster parent and guardian. Is this appropriate? Shoyuta lets out a relieved breath, looking back over at Izuku's sleeping form. Yes, Netsu. That is good. Thank you. Alright, now get back to that boy and keep an eye on him. We'll be transferring him to UA within the week. Shoyuta scowls. Unfortunately, that might not be feasible. The pause. And why is that? Netsu asks tensely. Shoyuta clenches his fist, his nostrils flaring. There was an incident. A commission attendant came and tried to take the boy away. I managed to stop them, but they pumped the boy full of sedatives that were too much for his small, weakened body. He's in emergency care right now due to overdose. It's going to take at least a week and a half to get all the sedatives out of his system. The line is silent for long enough that Shoyuta starts to feel vaguely uncomfortable. Eventually, the rat speaks again, his voice thick with venomous cheer. I see. Well, this will not do at all. I will speak with the commission about this and straighten things out quite quick. You just focus on helping the boy recover. Call me again when he is awake. I'd like to visit him before he comes to you. Shoyuta sighs. Yes, sir, thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Aizawa. Shoyuta ends the call and makes his way back over to Izuku's bed, sitting down and taking the kid's hand in his. He rests his elbows on his knees and goes back to watching Izuku's face as he sleeps. The rest of the day is stressful for Shoyuta, who refuses to leave Izuku's side for a moment. He refused to leave Izuku in such a vulnerable state alone. Nurses come in every hour to check up on Izuku, making sure everything is working and occasionally feed him with the feeding tube. Shoyuta watches each one of them with a hawk's eye. He refuses to let anything else happen to his kid. Eventually, the end of the day comes and Nurse offers Shoyuta a blanket. He takes it but doesn't go to sleep. He doesn't plan on sleeping anytime soon, not until Shoyuta is positive nothing will happen to Izuku. He won't let anything happen to him again. He promises this to both himself and Izuku. Never again. When Izuku wakes up to the feeling of a tube down his throat, he forgets himself for a moment and mentally finds himself back in the lab. He doesn't register the soft bed he's on or the soft blankets covering him. He only feels the tube down his throat, something in down his nose, and a slight pressure in two parts of his left arm. He completely forgets that Eraser saved him and believes he's just woken up after passing out during surgery. The doctors probably did something to his throat. It hurts a little and there's obviously a tube down it. Maybe they changed out his vocal cords for ones more powerful. His lungs ache, so they probably did something more to those as well. They already replaced his lungs with ones mutated for larger lung capacity and resistance to gases. What else could they want from his lungs? Maybe a water filter? Maybe they tried adding a third lung again. That would explain the tube. His lungs were damaged in the rejection last time they tried to add a third lung. Maybe it happened again. He forces himself to continue breathing steadily and not alert. The doctors to his awakened status. It feels weird with air automatically being pushed into his lungs and pulled back out, but he deals with it. He doesn't want the doctors to know he's awake. He just wants to be able to relax for once and not have to perform tests 24/7 or have to put up with their poking and prodding. He becomes aware of a slowly rising in pace beeping and realizes with dread that it's a heart monitoring machine. They're going to know he's awake and panicking. They can't know he's panicking. They're going to pump him full of that awful feeling Quirk suppressant until he can barely tell which way is up again. He repeats Rule 4 to himself over and over, hoping it will make his heartbeat calm down. Don't draw attention to yourself. 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 The beeping continues to get louder and higher in pitch as his heart rate continues to increase. He starts struggling to keep his breathing calm and starts hyperventilating. He starts trembling, tears silently rolling down his cheeks. Please. No more. I don't want to do this anymore. Please. Please. He flinches violently when something touches his face, a weak, pleading croak leaving his throat. It stays firm though and cups his cheek. He tries to move away from it, but another cups his other cheek, gently holding his head still. Izuku, relax. It's me, Eraserhead. You're panicking. You need to calm down. I'm going to talk you through a breathing pattern, and I need you to follow along. Okay, Eraserhead. Why was? He slumps a bit as his memories of his rescue once again rushed back to him. He's in a hospital with Eraser. It's going to take a while for him to stop forgetting that he's not in that place anymore. He breathes in the oxygen provided to him through the tube and holds it before letting the tube gently suck the air back out. It's weird and uncomfortable, but it works. He slowly calms down and the respirator goes back to working on its own, which is extremely weird and uncomfortable. He finds he can't breathe easily on his own, which scares him a little, but Shoyuta is there, soothing him with gentle touches and words. There you go. You did great. I know it must be scary waking up like this, but don't worry, you're safe. Shoyuta runs his hand through Izuku's hair. You are recovering from an overdose. It's Saturday, May 23rd, year 25XX. You've been mostly under for about 7 days now. You've woken up a few times, but you probably don't remember because of the sedative. I've been with you the entire time. You're in Mizudafu General Hospital in a high-security intensive care room. There's a nurse on the way now that will assess if you still need the ventilator. If not, it will be taken out and replaced with an oxygen mask. Unfortunately, the mask is similar enough to a muzzle that it might elicit a reaction from you, so they will be administering a weak sedative drip to help you stay calm. Izuku relaxes more and more with each word spoken to him. The mix of facts and comfort are very helpful to calm himself down. While the oxygen mask isn't an appealing choice, it's better than the tube down his throat. He slowly opens his eyes, and as his vision clears, he finding Shuta's face in front of him, watching him with soft black eyes. Izuku lets out a rough but pleased rumble at the sight of his alpha. It calms him further to know that his alpha has been watching over him. Shoyuta smiles softly at the sound of Izuku equivalent of purring. It's a relief after the scare a minute ago. He strokes Izuku's cheek gently, rubbing under his eye. Hey there. The boy's eyes are much clearer and more alert than they have been the past few days, and it eases something in his chest. The doctors had predicted that Izuku would be in and out of it for at the least a week and a half. It seems that he's coming to a bit earlier than that. It might have something to do with that one quirk he has, malleable adaptation. He doesn't care. He's just glad his kid is awake and fully aware. Izuku makes a rough trilling noise with a look of frustration and discomfort. He is really not a fan of the tube in his throat. It's very uncomfortable and leaves an edge of panic in his mid that he can't shake. Yeah, I know. It's uncomfortable having something down your throat like that. Hopefully, it will be getting removed soon. The nurse should be here any moment now. He rubs small circles under Izuku's eye with his knuckle, and the boy's eyes droop a bit, his purring picking back up. He chuckles softly, and he continues gently touching Izuku's face and hair. After calming down fully, Izuku takes a moment to take in where he is. He's in a room with soft yellow walls with light green vines and blue flowers painted on them. The colors are soothing to look at. There are 3 doors. One is a steel sliding door that looks very high-tech. The second is painted light blue with clouds and is open, showing that it leads to a water closet. The third is painted light green with blue and yellow butterflies on it. There's a sink in the corner of the room with some light blue counters and white cupboards. There is also a small fridge and freezer in the room. However, the thing that really catches his attention are the toys in the room. There's a huge chest next to the bed filled to the brim with all sorts of toys, from a plastic katana to a small race car. On the other side of the bed are cubbies filled with plushies of all kinds. Across the room is a tall cabinet filled with board games. Next to that is another cupboard with even more toys. There are trains and race car tracks on a large table in one corner and a dollhouse and building blocks in the other. Izuku looks at all the toys with wide eyes. There's so many, more than he's ever seen before anywhere but a store, and even then it's been so long that he doesn't remember. Shoyuta sees Izuku, looking at the toys with a sort of longing in his eyes, and feels his heart clench. Besides the fox plush, It's probably been years since he's seen toys, let alone played with them. He stands up and moves over to the chest. Izuku panics for a moment when Shoyuta starts to move away from him, whimpering and whining. Shoyuta gently soothes the boy before going to the chest and looking over its contents for a second before finding an obscure hero action figure. He pulls it out and goes back over to the bed. "Here you go." He smiles as he places the action figure in Izuku's free hand. Izuku stares at the toy for a long moment before trying and failing to lift his hand. His hand lifts a bit, but it takes extreme effort that has him trembling. After a moment of struggling, his hand falls back down. He starts to panic a bit, trying to move other parts of his body and failing for the most part. It just takes too much effort. He starts letting out distress trills, not knowing what was going on. Shoyuta sees Izuku starting to work himself up and quickly reaches out to soothe him. "Hey, it's okay," he says softly, stroking his cheek. "You're okay. It's okay." He wipes away a few stray tears and leans forwards, kissing the boy's forehead. "It's all right, just relax," he murmurs. Izuku takes shaky breaths through the tube in his throat, slowly calming down. Still, when he tries to move again, he still can't without extreme effort. He whines and slumps in defeat, a few more tears slipping free and sliding down his cheeks. Shoyuta frowns slight. "What's wrong, kid?" he asks, wiping away the tears. He watches as Izuku's face scrunches up in effort again before going lax with a defeated look. Shoyuta thinks for a long moment before coming to a realization. "You can't move?" A weak nod. "That's not too unexpected. You haven't moved at all since the overdose, and you were already very weak. It's not too surprising that it has left you too weak to move effectively. Don't worry though. With a little bit of help and some physical therapy, you'll be able to move effectively again." Izuku whines softly, but concedes. After a short silence, there's a beep and soft click and the high-security door slides open. Shoyuta quickly looks over and sees it's the same nurse that has been taking care of Izuku since the beginning of the overdose. He smiles at Izuku, stepping into the room. "Hello, young man. I'm glad to see you fully aware again. You gave us quite the scare." The door closes behind the nurse, clicking softly to indicate being fully locked again. As Izuku watches the man with weary eyes, he continues. "Would you like to smell me before we continue this?" Izuku blinks twice before a look of consideration forms on his face. It's very common for people with animal quirks and instincts to be less wary of strangers in stressful situations when they get a good sniff of someone and detect no hostile pheromones, so the nurse wants to give the boy this chance to check for hostile pheromones, of which he'll find none. It's a quick and easy way to gain the skittish boy's at the very least reluctant trust. It's also possible that, despite being mostly unconscious for the last week, Izuku will recognize his scent from the week he's been caring for him. When Izuku nods, the nurse pulls out a pad of fabric and runs it across his neck. He then holds it out. "Eraserhead, could you bring this closer to Midoriya so he can smell it?" "Sure." Shoyuta gives Izuku's hand a firm squeeze and stands up. He walks over to the nurse and takes the cloth from him, bringing it back over to the boy to smell. Shoyuta holds the cloth up to Izuku so he can smell it. He leans forwards as much as he can and sniffs at it. It smells like fresh coconuts and almonds, and it tickles a memory in the back of his head. It's fuzzy and unclear, but it elicits a feeling of safety in him for some reason. He remembers. Gentle touches and soft words of encouragement. Along with the feeling the smell brings up, there aren't any pheromones that indicate aggression of any kind. Izuku relaxes a bit and pushes himself forward more to brush the scent gland on his cheek against the fabric. His own pine and spring grass scent mixes with the coconut and almond scent. It's an okay mix and he finds he can tolerate it. He lets out a small chirp and turns to the nurse with less suspicion in his eyes and posture. The nurse smiles. "May we continue now?" After a small nod, he speaks. "All right, so I am going to be your personal nurse for the rest of your time here. After the incident a week ago, it was decided that the number of people with access to you should be very limited as to avoid further incidents." Izuku furrows his brows as he tries to remember what happened. It's all very fuzzy, but he remembers waking up to loud arguing. He had looked over at the door and a policeman was trying to block a huge armored man from bedding into the room. When the armored man shoved the policeman aside and started stomping towards Izuku's bed, he had panicked, screamed, and used his telekinesis to grab and throw anything he could get his powers on at the man. He had tried to struggle out of the bed, but his limbs had felt weak and uncoordinated. He had fallen off the bed and curled into a ball. When hands had grabbed at him, he had screamed again and tried to throw fire at the man, but there had been a pinch in his neck and everything quickly went dark. Izuku. Izuku JRKS, looking up quickly with wide, wet eyes. Shoyuta is right up in front of his, grasping his hands firmly in his. You're okay. You're safe here. They can't get to you here. Only someone with a specific key card can get into this room. I promise you are safe here. Izuku blinks and a few tears run down his cheeks. Shoyuta gently wipes them away, giving him a reassuring smile. Izuku nuzzles into Shuta's hand, closing his eyes. The nurse gently clears his throat and Izuku looks over at him. He is correct. This room's security is on par with a high-level government facility. The walls and door are made of a high-strength steel alloy. And the door can only be opened with a specific key card, of which there are only 3. We have 5 of these rooms. This one was made with young victims of high crime in mind. I hope you can relax and be comfortable here while in our care. Izuku looks around the room again and lets out a rough chuff. It does sound very safe, but what about the mist man? He could get into Izuku's locked room without having to come through the sliding door. What if he comes to collect Izuku again? The mist man won't be stopped by steel walls or door. He struggles to find a way to communicate this and eventually uses the very little sign language he knows to clumsily finger spell warper. Shuta's eyes widen and he quickly sits up straighter. Izuku, he says firmly, and the boy looks over at him. Did the lab have a warper? Izuku hesitates for half a second before nodding. Shoyuta curses under his breath. That makes things a whole lot harder. He'll have to make sure Nedzu adds warp blockers to the apartments and any other place Izuku will be at. Luckily it's doable, or they would have a major problem. But if they have a warper, why haven't they attempted to retrieve Izuku yet? He is obviously a valuable part of their experiments. So, why haven't they come after him yet? Are they attempting to get them to lower their guard and attack then? Are they being cocky and thinking they can retrieve him at any time with their warper? Did they get what they wanted out of Izuku and are done with him? He doesn't know, but he doesn't want to take any chances. He turns to the nurse with narrowed eyes. I want warp blockers installed in this room immediately. Price doesn't matter, UA will pay for it. The nurse looks a bit alarmed by this but nods. Of course, I'll talk with the security team about it as soon as I'm done here. Now let's get this over with. As I said, I will be your main nurse during the rest of your time here. Any other nurses have to go through a lengthy process to get in here. My name is Toyama Ryota. I'd like us to be friends during our time here, so please, call me Ryota. Izuku hesitates before giving a small nod. Ryota smiles. Perfect. Now, what I'm going to do right now is turn off the ventilator to see if you can breathe on your over. We've already been slowly weaning you as your lungs started working again about a day ago. If you can, the tube will be removed and replaced with an oxygen mask. If you can't, we will continue weaning you off the ventilator for another day. Shall we see if we can get you off this thing? Izuku nods a bit more eagerly this time and Ryota laughs softly. Great. I'm going to approach the machine, all right? Izuku nods again, and Ryota approaches. He stops in front of the ventilator and starts fiddling with it. Izuku can feel the moment the ventilator turns off. His lungs stutter for a moment and he gives a wheeze. Easy there. Ryota says softly. Come on, breath in for me. Can you do that? Izuku struggles for a moment before taking in a wheezing breath. There you go. Now breath out and breath in again. Izuku exhales shakily and taking in another wheezing breath. Good, very good. Now keep going. You're doing great, hun. Just keep breathing. Izuku continues taking unsteady breaths before his breathing slowly starts to even out. There you go. You did great, hun. It looks like you are good to breathe mostly on your own. Now, I'm going to need you to be brave for me, okay? I'm going to need to touch you a little to get the tube out. Can you be brave for me? Izuku tenses up a little, not liking the idea of being touched. But he really wants the tube out of his throat. He can be brave, right? Yeah. He can be brave and let Ryota take the tube out while touching him a little. He looks up at Ryota and nods firmly. Ryota smiles kindly. That's great. You are being very brave. I know it's scary being touched after so much abuse. I'll make sure to be as quick as I can. All right now, I need you to start taking nice and big breaths. Can you do that for me? Izuku nods and starts taking as deep of breaths as he can. Good, very good. Now, I'm going to have you take in as deep a breath as you can and hold it. As you're holding your breath, I'm going to pull the tube out, okay? Izuku nods again. On my mark. After a moment of fiddling, he gives the signal and Izuku takes in a big breath and holds it. Ryota slides the tube out, and Izuku starts coughing. Ryota gently pats his back until he stops. The coughing fit leaves Izuku trembling with exertion. He slumps back into bed, his whole body feeling like it's being held down by 50-pound weights. Great job, and you did great. Now, I'm going to put this oxygen mask on you. Do you need a sedative to stay calm with it, or are you good? Izuku eyes the mask before deciding he's fine with it. He shakes his head with a soft trill. Alright, now I'm just going to place it on your face and it's going to give you oxygen, alright. Izuku nods and Ryota gently presses the mask to his face and pulls the strap over his head, securing it in place. He pulls back and smiles at Izuku. You good, hun? Izuku takes a few shaky breaths, trying not to think about the feeling of the mask on his face too much. He nods. Good. You were very brave. Ryota steps back with a smile. Shoyuta immediately moves forwards and runs his hand through Izuku's hair. Figured. You did great. Izuku preends happily, leaning into his hand. Shoyuta smiles at that and leans forwards, resting his forehead against the kid's. I'm so proud of you. Izuku purrs, rubbing his cheek against Shuta's hand, marking it. Shoyuta chuckles. Yeah, I'm yours, kid. Ryota smiles at the scene. I'll be back in about an hour, give you some time to relax and reorient yourself. He turns around to leave when Shoyuta stops him. Ryota, do you think you can get a nurse in here that can stimulate his muscles? He's having a hard time moving and using his muscles after a week of disuse and previous weakness. Ryota smiles. Of course, I'll send in a request to get it done as soon as possible. With that, he turns around and leaves the room, leaving Izuku and Shoyuta to bond. Shoyuta watches Izuku mess with the hero action figure with a soft smile. He can't lift his arms up, but he can move his hands. He fiddles with the movable arms and legs, putting him in different positions. It's heartwarming to see the boy act his age and not like the traumatized child he is. Now if only he could get him to smile, because he's sure Izuku's smile is the biggest and brightest out there. Maybe he should commission Hisashi's help. He watches Izuku make the hero figure do a sloppy flip. Izuku's ears flick to and fro as he plays, his tails thumping weakly against the bed to show his joy at his own actions. He can even see the boy's lips twitch upwards every once in a while before falling back to neutral. It's so close yet just not enough. He decides right then and there he'll get Izuku to smile before they move him to UA in the next 2 weeks. He'll invite Hisashi and Namuri to come over at different times to get Izuku used to them and have them join in his crusade to get the boy to smile. They'll be thrilled to help the ball of fluff to smile and will probably turn it into a competition. If nothing else, it will be amusing to watch. He watches Izuku play with the hero figure for a few more minutes before the boy's interest starts to wane. He looks away from the hero figure and over towards the cubbies with the plushies. Do you want one? Shoyuta asks softly. Izuku blinks and looks at Shoyuta before giving a small nod. Shoyuta hums and stands up, walking over to the cubbies. He looks over the plushies. Do you want a hero one or an animal one? He glances over at Izuku, the boy having a look of intense concentration on his face. After a moment, Izuku speaks softly. Ichigo. Shoyuta nods and reaches out, picking out a present Mike plushie and bringing it over to the bed. Alright, so he picked one of his friend. Can you blame him? He wants to get Izuku used to the idea of the hero so he'll feel more comfortable when the real thing shows up. Yup, that's totally the reason he chose it. What other reason would he have to choose a plush of the loud hero for his kid? None. Absolutely none. Shut up. Here you go. He puts the plushie down in Izuku's lap. Izuku blinks and puts down the action figure of Splendor, a new obscure hero with a useful quirk that Izuku was scheduled to analyze back at the lab. Luckily he was saved before he did the analysis, so that is one less person hurt by his actions. He picks up the plush on his lap. He runs his fingers through the spiked hair and runs his fingertips over the headphones and sunglasses. He can feel tears build in his eyes as he stares at the present Mike plushie. He knows the man was attacked and hurt using his analysis they forced from him by chaining his down with a computer and threatening to torture the other subjects in front of him. The tears slide down his cheeks and past the oxygen mask. He chokes back a sob and brings the plushie to his chest, squeezing it as tight as he can with his weak limbs. Sisu, he breathes, tears spilling over because what else can he do? There's no way to take back what he's done. The only thing he can do is beg for forgiveness. Sorry. Shoyuta startles as Izuku starts crying as he hugs the present Mike plushie. Izuku! His hands hover over the boy, unsure of what to do. When the kid apologizes, he's confused for a moment before realization hits. Present Mike is one of the heroes that Izuku analyzed back in the lab, and the analysis date lines up pretty well with the attack that put Hisashi in a coma for a month. Izuku is apologizing for supposedly getting the hero hurt. Oh kid. He gently wraps his arms around him, holding him tenderly. I promise you, Izuku, that nobody is gonna blame you for anything that happened down there. I'm not gonna let them. BB but. Hurt LTSPGPLE. Izuku chokes out, trembling violently in his arms. Shouts grits his teeth as he remembers reading in Izuku's file how they forced him to kill the other victims of the lab by threatening the boy's mother or using a puppeteer quirk to supposedly evolve his quirk through high stress. I know. The boy tenses. You were forced to do horrible things down there. But they threatened your and your mother's well-being and even forcibly controlled your body to do those things. None of it was your fault, I promise. Izuku clutches at the front of Shuta's shirt, sobbing heavily. Shoyuta gently rocks side to side, rubbing slow circles behind Izuku's ears. It's okay now. He murmurs, resting his chin on the boy's head. It's over. You're free now and you'll never have to do anything like that ever again. I'll make sure of it. Izuku presses himself against Shoyuta as firmly as he can, sniffling. PP promise? Shoyuta hums. I promise. Izuku relaxes a bit, feeling a small bit better with that reassurance. He closes his eyes and focuses on the scent of cinnamon and coffee through the smell of purified oxygen being provided by the oxygen mask. He's glad the room doesn't smell of antiseptic, ruining every other scent. It smells clean, but not over-the-top chemical clean. He moves his face closer to Shuta's neck, trying to get even more of the man's scent. After getting a few good sniffs, he pulls back with a sniffle still holding the present Mike plushie to his chest. He looks down at the plushie and bites his lips softly. He fiddles with it for a moment, moving its arm up and down. Don't. He pauses for a moment, squeezing the hand. Don't to think he am mad do why. He wouldn't blame the man if he hated him, but he doesn't like the idea of present Mike hating him. He really likes present Mike. Shoyuta snorts, causing Izuku to look over at him. Kid, this is present Mike you're talking about. The notion that he could be mad at you, a child alone, is ridiculous. Add in the conditions you were under when you handed over the analysis, the possibility of him being mad at you is non-existent. Izuku nods once slowly, looking back at the plushie. Alright, you no pr present Mike. Wow same graduation C-class ichichim, now chim at UA. Really don't think BM mad. Shoyuta is surprised that Izuku knows this till he remembers that his kid is an information gathering and processing genius. He reaches out and rests his hand on Izuku's head. I know he wouldn't be. He'd probably love you. Izuku hums softly and fidgets with the plushie, his ears twitching. Wish ko could a peopleogis. Just make sure. Shoyuta watches Izuku study the plushie, his mind made up. He would ask Hizashi to come meet the boy as soon as possible. It would be a tedious process with Izuku being in high security, but it would be worth it to see this weight lifted off of his boy's shoulders. He reaches over and gently lays a hand on Izuku's tails. The tails slowly wraps around his hand and wrist. He gently pets the fur as Izuku pokes and pulls at the present Mike plushie. Izuku studies the plushie, looking at all the flaws. Not the normal flaws like a misplaced seam or a wrong color. No, he looks at all the things that he wrote down in his analysis that got the hero hurt. The bulky speaker on his shoulders that hinders his vision, slows him down and puts him off balance. The thick leather jacket and pants that have no place in a serious fight. The headphones that block out more sound than they are supposed to. He looks at all of them and wishes he could tell the hero about better alternatives. He lets out a breath and sets the toy down next to him and wraps one of his tails around it. He closes his eyes and leans his head back. He focuses on the airflow of the oxygen mask, breathing it in slowly and holding it for a few seconds before releasing it. His lungs still feel a little weak, but he suspects that they'll feel better after breathing on his own for a while. Shoyuta watches Izuku relax and smiles. He gently takes hold of one of Izuku's hands and rubs slow circles on the back of it. They stay like this until the door opens. Izuku opens his eyes and looks over, seeing Ryota coming in. He takes in the now familiar scent of coconut and almond despite the clean air being provided to him through the oxygen mask and chuffs out a greeting. Ryota smiles at him. "Hello to you too, Midoriya. How are you feeling?" Izuku thinks for a moment before croaking out a soft, breathing heart, "Feel wee weak?" Ryota nods. "That's perfectly normal. You are still recovering from the overdose." Izuku nods once and glances over at the mess of tubes and wires on his right arm. There are 2 thin tubes going into his arm with blood running through them. There is an 4-needle in his wrist, and there's a loose fabric cuff around his upper arm. He looks back up at Ryota and croaks, What the SA?" Ryota nods. "Right, that's why I'm here. We're going to be removing those next. Now, usually we don't do any sedation for the removal, but since you have high anxiety and there are going to be other doctors in the room, I'm going to be administering ketamine. It is a dissociative anesthetic that will put you in a trance-like state, inducing relaxation and relieving any pain. Is this okay?" Izuku frowns, thinking it over. He doesn't like the idea of not being fully aware with other doctors around him. But he supposes that as long as Eraser and Ryota stay and watch over him, he'll be okay with it. He tells them his conditions to Ryota, who smiles. "We can definitely have that arranged. Alright, so I am going to administer the drag through your 4-drip. It's a needle, so it's going to be a little scary, but it won't even touch you, okay?" Izuku hesitates for a moment before nodding. Ryota pulls out a bottle and needle, making Izuku automatically tense up, his ears folding back and his tails twitching erratically. Someone takes hold of his other hand, and when he glances over, he sees Shoyuta giving him a comforting look. He chuffs thankfully. Shoyuta chuckles and ruffles his hair. "Do you want another plushie?" Izuku perks up and nods. He watched as Shoyuta gets up and goes over to the cubbies and picks out a black cat plushie. He reached out towards it as much as he can with his free hand, and Shoyuta hands it over. He rumbles softly and hugs the soft plushie to his chest. Shoyuta smiles at the sight, placing his hand on Izuku's knee and rubbing slow circles of it. It keeps the boy occupied while Ryota administers the sedative to Izuku through the 4. After a moment, Izuku looks back over at Ryota and blinks. He's smiling at Izuku, the needle gone. "All done. It will kick in shortly. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you." Izuku nods and turns attention back to the cat. He plays with its paws, having it wave at him. His ears flick happily and he plays with its ears. It's only a few seconds later that he starts feeling different and lays his head back as everything starts to feel fuzzy and floaty. Shoyuta takes hold of Izuku's hand again as his head lolls to the side. His eyes quickly grow glassy and far away as the sedative kicks in. He brushes away some hair that had fallen into Izuku's face. He speaks softly to the boy, even though he might not hear him. "I'll be right here, Kit. I won't leave you, I promise." Shoyuta watches as Ryota opens the door again, letting in several doctors. He eyes them wearily as they approach his boy, and Ryota smiles knowingly at him. Don't worry, everyone who comes in here has had a thorough background check, otherwise they would not be here. Shoyuta relaxes a bit and sits back, letting the doctors do their thing. They remove the tubes from Izuku's arm, realign the veins, and close up to holes, putting specialized bandages on them to keep them closed while they heal. It's a process that only takes about 30 to 35 minutes. Shortly after, they leave. Ryota walks up and looks over at Izuku. He should still be under for a few minutes. He turns to Shoyuta. You care about him a lot, don't you? Shoyuta sighs and looks down at Izuku's peaceful, relaxed face. He thinks of all the special moments he's had with Izuku, the rescue, protecting him from incompetent doctors, the grooming, and more, and smiles slightly. Yeah, I do. Ryota smiles and nods. That's good. He's going to need all the love and support he can get after what he's gone through. Shoyuta looks over sharply. You read his file? Ryota's eyes darken as a scowl forms on his face. Yes. It's horrendous what those scientists did to him. If I had my way, I'd give back everything they did to him twice over. Unfortunately, it's up to the judge to decide their fate. The pause. Have you also been called to the court for their court case? Shoyuta nods. Yes. As the hero who rescued him, and because he has no guardians to take care of him, it is my job to provide his care and everything else. I will be representing him in the case so he doesn't have to go. Ryota hums. A soft groan comes from the bed, and they both look over at Izuku. The boy stirs, his eyes fluttering open further, most of the glassiness gone from them, though they are still a little distant. He tilts his head side to side until his eyes land on Shoyuta. He makes a soft trill and reaches out for him. Shoyuta smiles and moves closer, taking his boy's hand and brings it to his chest. Hey kid, he says softly, stroking his kid's hand. Welcome back. You have a nice rest? Izuku is quiet for a moment, starting at his with wide, hazy eyes, before tears start running down his face. Shoyuta startles a bit and quickly reaches out, cupping Izuku's cheek. What's wrong, kid? Are you okay? Is something wrong? Why? Izuku stutters with a sob, leaning into Shuta's hand, confusing the man. Why? Tho thought yo you we are dead. Titi told why you were dead. Bibadar here. Mommy. He sobs heavier, frantically rubbing his cheek against Shuta's hand. He can't believe his mom is here. The evil doctors must have lied to him about her death. He barely remembers her, but there's no mistaking that green hair and those green eyes and that sweet floral scent. His mom is here after all this time. Shoyuta is taken back by Izuku's hysteria. He glances over at Ryota for an answer and sees a grimace on the man's face. What is going on? Shoyuta asks slowly. Ryota sighs. A possible side effect of ketamine is hallucinations. I believe he is hallucinating you as his mother. Shoyuta feels a deep ache in his chest as he looks back at his boy. He's still frantically scenting his hand, his tears soaking Shuta's sleeve. Shoyuta gently strokes his cheek for a moment. His boy is obviously overwhelmed with this, but he can't allow Izuku to believe his mother is alive when she has been dead for years. It would be cruel. So, he gently lifts Izuku's chin, having his boy look at him. Izuku, I am so sorry, but I'm not your mother. Your mother did, unfortunately, die when you were taken. Izuku's sobs slowly die down as he stares at Shoyuta incomprehensibly. Izuku doesn't understand. What does she mean she's dead? She's right here in front of him. She can't be dead if she is here. Why is she saying something so mean? Why would she lie? Izuku slowly starts shaking his head, tears still running down his face. No, why you live? Why you ar? Why you ar? Why you re-eyed h here? Yo you ar? Why would lli? Don't lie. Shuta's heart clenches painfully and he squeezes his boy's hand. I'm so sorry, Kit, but she is dead. Izuku squeezes his eyes shut. No. Shoyuta quickly gathers Izuku into his arms, holding him firmly. I'm sorry, Kit, I'm sorry. It's going to be okay. Shoyuta feels like his heart is tearing in two as Izuku shakes and sobs in his arm, stuttering out no over and over. He starts trembling and gasping, choking on the breath he is in. He coughs and gasps more, frantically shaking his head. A pressure starts to build up in the room as it starts to shake and tremble. Shoyuta looks over at Ryota desperately. Ryota quickly pulls out a bottle and a needle. He fills the needle with the contents of the bottle and injects it into Izuku's foreline. Izuku quickly starts to slur and after a moment slumps in Shuta's arms. Shoyuta sighs softly and rubs the back of Izuku's head. I'm sorry, Kit. He mumbles softly. Your mother may not be here for you anymore. But I'll do my best to do as she did and love and care for you with all my heart. I'll make sure you never have to suffer as you have any more. I'll protect you until you can protect yourself, and even then I'll still be there for you. You can even call me Dad, if you're comfortable with it, as I already see you as my boy. I promise, you'll never be alone again. He carefully lays Izuku back down on the bed, pulling the blanket up and tucking him in. He gently wipes away the boy's tears, his heart heavy with the knowledge of the grief Izuku holds. He watches as Izuku's once again glassy eyes flutter about the room, seeming to follow something only he can see. Ryota clears his throat. Well, that was an unfortunate side effect. I'll mark it down so we can be prepared for the possibility next time. He writes the information down on his clipboard. He watches Izuku with sad eyes, watching as he shifts to staring at Shoyuta with those glassy eyes, no recognition for who he really is in them. He turns his attention to Shoyuta. Also, I've put in the request for FES for the boy as well as physical therapy. It should be approved in the next couple of days, so look out for that. I'll make sure they know the situation so there are no mishaps. Shoyuta glances over at him and nods his head. Alright, thanks. He turns back to Izuku, frowning at the leftover tear tracks on his face. He absently licks his thumb and rubs it across the boy's cheeks, smearing and removing the tracks. Ryota watches with a slight smile. He is glad to see the familial interactions between the two. It's a very good sign that a healthy bond is forming, one that will no doubt be extremely helpful for the boy's recovery. Family between someone with an social animal quirk is often much deeper and more primal. The instincts of those with animal quirk latch on to family fiercely and is very important for growth in both the animal part of the individual and their human part. A social animal quirked individual deprived of family or pack can and will lead to a multitude of mental problems. One of the common mental issues is the development of a twisted social hierarchy, much like the alpha-beta-omega hierarchy Izuku developed in captivity. It is unhealthy and unnatural, a result of being deprived of the social interaction needed in mental development. It is good to see that Izuku's twisted social hierarchy is slowly being fixed by the familial body he is forming with Shoyuta. Ryota speaks up after a moment. It is highly likely that Izuku will not remember his outburst of hallucination due to the dissociative properties ketamine. I suggest not mentioning it so as not to distress the boy. Shoyuta blinks, glances at the man, then looks back at Izuku. That's good. He doesn't need the stress of any of that. Ryota nods. Just, well, unfortunately I have other things to attend to, so I must be going. Keep an eye on him and make sure to relay anything unusual to me. Shoyuta nods. Of course. Ryota leaves and Shoyuta returns his attention to Izuku. He takes the boy's hand and rubs slow circles on it. Eventually, Izuku starts to stir again, glass eyes blinking and finding Shoyuta. The boy just stares this time, a soft chirp leaving him. Shoyuta smiles at the boy. Hey there, kid. It's been a long day. Why don't you go ahead and sleep? I'll be right here, watching over you so you don't have to worry about nightmares. Okay? Izuku just stares for a long minute before chuffing and turning closing his eyes. It only takes a few minutes for his breath to even out and settle as he falls asleep. Shoyuta sits back with a soft sigh, watching the boy sleep. He hopes things settle down soon so Izuku can start healing in earnest. A few days pass after Izuku's awakening. Due to the amnesiac effect of the ketamine, Izuku did not remember his hallucination of his mother. Shoyuta decided not to bring his mother up unless Izuku specifically asks about her. He wants to keep Izuku as positive and happy as he can, and telling him again that his mother is dead won't do that. A technician trained in FES was allowed into the room after a couple days. Both Izuku and Shoyuta were weary of her, Izuku especially, but after she explained what she is going to be doing along with allowing Izuku to catch her scent, Izuku relaxed a bit and Shoyuta followed. Izuku was hooked up to a bunch of electrodes that the technician used to send controlled jolts of electricity to his weakened muscles, causing them to contract and slowly strengthen. Izuku found the process strange and vaguely uncomfortable, but he's willing to put up with it if it would get him moving faster. He has 5 sessions of FES a day that leave his weakened muscles aching, but slowly but surely moving becomes easier. Izuku was also put on a physical therapy plan that Shoyuta helps him out with twice a day. He couldn't leave the bed yet, so it's confined to the bed. Mostly it is practicing certain motions to strengthen muscles to get him ready for walking and moving around more. Day by day, Izuku slowly got stronger and was able to move more freely with less effort. He was very happy with his progress, making sure to tell Shoyuta every time he's able to do something he wasn't before. It amused Shoyuta and made him happy. Izuku recovered quickly from the overdose. His lungs recovering wonderfully, and he was removed from the oxygen mask 5 days after he woke up. Izuku was overjoyed by the removal of the mask. Not only was it progress towards recovery, it also made him feel less constricted and trapped. With the removal of the mask and more mobility, Shoyuta decided it was finally time for Izuku to take a bath. When he explained what they are going to be doing, Izuku was more than a little excited. It took Shoyuta a couple minutes to convince him that, no, they weren't going to flood the bathroom, and no, they weren't going to fill the bathroom with bubble, unfortunately. Izuku was less excited after that, but still excited enough to want to take the bath. Shoyuta picked Izuku up off the bed and brought his 4 with them into bathroom. He started with the shower to wash Izuku before letting him soak in the tub. It took a bit of coaxing to get Izuku under the steaming water, but once he was under, he melted under the warm spray. Shoyuta chuckled and used the second, extendable shower head to soak all of the boy's fur and get it ready for a thorough washing. Already the water was running dark with dirt and grime. He started with Izuku's hair. He got a good amount of cleansing shampoo into his hands and started gently working it into the boy's curls. He made sure to get every inch of the boy's head, working the shampoo into the boy's roots and scalp to get at all the built-up dirt. He didn't stop until the bubbles were a faint brown with dirt and grime. Izuku was absolutely loving the attention, rumbling up a storm that filled the bathroom with the sound of his pleasure. His tails thumped wetly against the ground as he floated in bliss. When Shoyuta was sure he'd gotten the majority of the dirt and grime, he instructed Izuku to close his eye and rinsed his hair. He then used regular shampoo to work the last of the grime from his boy's hair and to give it a good regular wash. After rinsing out the second shampoo, he worked in some curl conditioner that he had specifically ordered earlier for the boy. The instructions said not to rinse it out, so he left it in and moved on to the boy's fur. He used a special fur shampoo made for people with animal mutations. He worked it into the boy's fur diligently, adding massage-like movements to the care routine. It was a good way to work the shampoo in while also giving his boy a pleasant experience. Izuku ended up giggling when Shoyuta worked at his feet and in between his toes. He made sure to get every inch of Izuku's fur, allowing his boy to marvel at the bubbles for a few minutes before rinsing him off once more. The water ran dark brown with grime. Once that was done, he used body wash to soap up all the places that weren't covered by fur. After rinsing him off again, he got Izuku into the warm, steaming bath he had filled up. His kid melted into the water immediately. He watched Izuku relax with a smile and let him soak in the warm tub until it started to go cold half an hour later. He got Izuku out, blow-dried him, and helped him get dressed in a clean hospital gown. Izuku spent the next hour and a half simply marveling at the softness of his hair and fur. As Izuku movement improved, he was allowed out of the bed with Shuta's help. His favorite pastime became playing games with Shoyuta and sometimes Ryota when the nurse had the time. His favorite game was Rescue, which was role-playing a hero rescue scenario with action figures, stuffed animals, and fallen blocks. A close second was Monopoly. The first time Shoyuta and Ryota played Monopoly with Izuku, they learned he was not only an information genius, but a strategy genius as well as a bit sadistic. Suffice to say, they always lost miserably to the boy. Other games Izuku enjoyed were all strategy and information-gathering games. He also really enjoyed Sorry. Whenever he would send a player pawn back to their home, he would get this gleeful shine in his eyes and his lips would twitch up into a tiny half-smile, his tails thumping excitedly against the ground. Other pastimes included napping, cuddling with Shoyuta in the nest on the rug, gathering information from the tablet Ryota provided to him, working with Shoyuta on correcting his stutter, walking around the room with Shoyuta and Ryota's help as physical therapy along with a few other exercises, and fiddling with the present Mike plushie. The day after Izuku's bath, the hospital security team finally got the warp blockers. They planned to get them installed as quickly as possible. The only problem was Izuku's unease around unknown people. To keep Izuku calm during the setup, it was decided that he would be put on nitrous oxide and that the people setting up the warp blockers would be sprayed down with a scent blocker so that there wouldn't be any leftover scents to make Izuku uncomfortable. So, Izuku was put on the gas and the security workers were quick to set up the warp blockers. Izuku tracked them the whole time, but the gas kept him from getting overly anxious. There was no incident and the setup went smoothly. A day later, Naomasa came to share the lab files on Izuku's additional quirks. Malleable adaptation is a mutant quirk that allows the user's body to rapidly adapt to changes in their environment or changes to the body. Originally, the quirk worked over the course of months, but with the apparent evolution, it now works 10 times faster. Healing is pretty much what Shoyuta expected. It speeds up the body's healing process, cutting most recovery time in half at the expense of reduced stamina. Observation is a mutant mental quirk that changes the way the user processes what they see. It greatly enhances the observation process of the eyes and brain, making details much more obvious to the user and small K&Ks easy to pick out. Reflex is a passive emitter quirk that gives the user something like second instincts and reflexes. When activated, it has a certain control over the user's body and will automatically move them away from any incoming attacks, whether they consciously knew they are coming or not. Archives is a mental quirk that gives the user something of a library in their head. All the information the user receives is automatically put into this library where it can easily be found and called on with little to no effort. Empathy is more complicated than he though it would be. It's a mental quirk that allows the user to subconsciously pick up on how others feel while also being able to exert his own feeling onto others. He suspects this quirk is the one responsible for the pressure Izuku is capable of exerting. Glamour is a mental quirk that is capable of creating elaborate, seamless illusions. It's almost like creating an alternate dimension with how impossible it can be to tell the illusion from reality. It can affect all 5 senses, but the more detail put into an illusion, the harder it is to keep it realistic and stable. It takes immense amounts of concentration and practice to use effectively. It was good to know what each of Izuku's quirks do so he could help Izuku with them when he asks for it. Though, Shoyuta doubts Izuku will need much help with his quirks with how smart he is. If he does end up needing help, it'll probably be something only Nezu can help with. It's now a little over halfway through the week, and yesterday Nezu called Shoyuta to tell him he would be coming to visit Izuku today. Shoyuta is a little nervous, but he trusts Nezu as someone who has gone through something similar to Izuku. Now, he and Izuku are on the rug with Izuku in his nest and Shoyuta on the floor. They are playing Mastermind, a game where one person makes a pattern and the other has to guess it through trial and error. It is Izuku's turn to guess the pattern and he's currently on his second try with 1 correct color and 1 correct color and placement. He's running the possibilities through his head and has 2 colors down when the door opens. Izuku's ears perk up and he turns towards the door with wagging tails, expecting Ryota. He blinks when he doesn't see anyone on the doorway and is immediately on guard. A growl starts up in his throat as his eyes scan the open doorway. Shoyuta sits quietly, watching Izuku surveys to doorway. His own gaze is drawn down to the intruder, who smiles at him pleasantly. Izuku's ears twitch when they pick up the sound of paw pads hitting the floor gently. His eyes immediately snap down, landing on a rather strange sight. There, walking through the door, is a mouse, No, white-haired stoat walking on two legs wearing a tiny dark blue suit. Izuku quickly scampers behind Shoyuta, peeking over his shoulder at the stoat. Shoyuta huffs and reaches back, ruffling his hair while speaking. Hello, Nedzu. It's all right, Kit, he's a friend. The stoat, apparently named Nedzu, smiles as best as a stoat can and speaks. Hello, Aizawa. Hello, Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you. Am I a mouse, a dog, or a bear? Who knows? I am the principal of UA. Izuku stares at the animal with wide eyes, his mind going a mile a minute. He quickly comes to the conclusion that this is the result of a quirk. Either a human has a stoat transformation quirk, or a stoat has some kind of human replication quirk, or a quirk with human replication as a side effect. Then he blinks as the stoat's words catch up to him and tilts his head. Why you and under those? Y-O-U-S a stoat. W-H white-haired STST stoat. He ducks back down behind Shoyuta. Shoyuta blinks, glancing behind his back at Izuku then back at Nedzu. A shiver runs up his spine at the large, sharp-toothed smile Nedzu now has on his face. This was a horrible idea. He never should have agreed to this. It was a nightmare just waiting to happen. You are correct. I am a white-haired stoat. You are the first person to answer that question correctly. Izuku peeks over Shuta's shoulder and Shoyuta gives him a look. Don't give him any ideas, Kit. He'll have you taking over the world within a year if you give him any leeway. Izuku looks at HM with wide eyes, then back at the rat stoat, who is chuckling. Please, Aizawa, you flatter me. It would take us at least 2 years to set the groundwork for world domination. Shoyuta groans, putting his face in his hands. You're going to grow into a real troublemaker with Nedzu as your teacher, I can already tell. A complete nightmare. You'll be making trouble all over the school. A gremlin. I'm not prepared for this. Izuku watches the alpha have a crisis, very confused. He looks back over at the stoat, tilting his head. Teacher? The stoat nods. Yes. When you leave the hospital, you will be transferred to UA College where you will be a ward and transferred. Izuku stutters out, eyes wide. He starts to back away and multiple figurines and blocks start to lift up into the air, catching on fire. His tails flare out and puff up menacingly. Shoyuta scrambles to his feet and turns to his kid, lifting his hands in a placating manner. It's okay. You can't stay here forever and you'll be going to a safe place. You don't to worry, okay? Apparently that isn't the right thing to say because the heart monitor starts beeping frantically, picking up a frantic heart rate from the wireless pads attached to Izuku. His kid starts hyperventilating. Deed don't WB? His hand clutches at his chest as he wheezes. Nedzu watches with a frown as the boy devolves into a wheezing, panicking mess. Oh dear. This is not the reaction he was expecting or hoping for when announcing this. He expected the boy to already know, but perhaps that was presumptuous of him. The boy's mental stability is probably already shaky at best. He should have been more careful with his words. Shoyuta hurried over and wraps Izuku up in his arms, lifting him and rocking him gently. Easy there. Come on, Izuku, breathe with me. He takes deep, steady breaths, gently rubbing Izuku's back. Come on, you can do it. Just focus on breathing. It's okay, you're going to be okay. It takes a while. He trembles in Shuta's arm, skiing in desperate breathes. He'll start to calm down, but then he'll breath in just a little too fast and it'll start all over again. Luckily, he eventually starts to breath clearer and more. The flaming toys fall to the ground and their flames flicker out. You did good, Shoyuta murmurs when his breathing has calmed. So very good. Sorry, he whispers, pressing his face into Shuta's neck. Sorry, if LL leave, WH when? WLYYU? It's open-ended, but Shoyuta understands. I'll be with you, he confirms and hates the way Izuku slumps with relief. He should have made that clear to begin with. I didn't mean to make you think you'd be alone or sent off somewhere. That's my fault. I'm sorry. Izuku sniffles and nuzzles deeper into Shuta's neck. I am sorry too. Nedzu says softly. I should have been more clear and been more delicate with my explanation. Izuku lifts his head and looks over at the stoat. You will be moved to Aizawa's place of residence inside of UA's walls and will be put under his guardianship. You will become a ward of UA and put under our protection. Once you have settled and gotten used to the staff and your new residence, you will begin classes with me and therapy with our mental health counselor. That is our current plan. Izuku flicks his tails side to side as he thinks about the plan. It doesn't sound too bad, honestly. He gets a safe place to heal and he gets Shoyuta. The only problem is what they might want in return. What you want from me? He asks softly. Nedzu's expression softens. I don't need or want anything from you other than for you to feel safe. You see, I went through something very similar to. I, too, was taken from my home and turned into an experiment. Izuku's eyes widen as he stares at the stoat, his eyes drawn to the scar on his right eye. You see, before they took me, I was a stoat with extraordinary intelligence and nothing more. I could not talk like I can now, and my form was much more simple. As you can see, I can most definitely talk now and my form is not quite that of a normal stoat. They performed numerous experiments on me, one of which gave me the scar on my eye and damaged my sight in my right eye. They spliced my DNA with human DNA, and what I am now is the result. Izuku looks at the stoat from a completely different angle. This animal has gone through something so very similar to what Izuku has. He understands what Izuku went through firsthand. After what he went through, there is no way he'd let any harm come to Izuku. Izuku starts to wiggle around so Shoyuta carefully puts him down. Shoyuta watches Izuku shuffle over to Nedzu, fiddling with his hands. Can H hug? He mumbles, starting down at his feet. Now, Shoyuta knows Nedzu is not a fan of physical contact and that it takes time to build up the rat's trust to get to the point that Shoyuta is at with him now, carrying him on his shoulder occasionally. So imagine his surprise when Nedzu simply chuckles and opens his arms to the kit. Izuku leans down and wraps his arms around Nedzu, breathing in his scent of old books. He lets out a happy trill and rubs his cheek against Nedzu's. Nedzu hums softly and rubs the human child's back as he scents him. He is both surprised and not that he doesn't feel uncomfortable with the child's arms around him. He's never been a fan of physical contact after he was experimented on, but this is a kit that went through something just like him. So, he supposes he doesn't mind giving the kit some comfort and love. He steps back when the child lets go. Thank you for that, Izuku. Now, I believe you were in the middle of something when I came in. Why don't you continue while I watch? Shoyuta silently dreads the fact that Nedzu will be watching Izuku's genius at work, but there's nothing he can do about it. He mentally prepares himself for the disaster to come and settles down to continue playing the game with Izuku. Nedzu watches with more than a little bit of excitement as the kit uses some amazing deduction skills to figure out the pattern Shoyuta had chosen for the game in just a few tries. After a few more games, Nedzu decides to speak up. Say, Izuku. The boy perks up, looking over at him. How do you figure out what pattern Aizawa has chosen? Izuku tilts his head and thinks on it for a moment before trying to put his thought process into words. Eraser seems like colors blue, turn yellow. You use as often. LSO has H habit using Jijun first. Also L likes putting YY yellow last. Also only SS so many options. Make seek chart in head, FF figure out the most optines. Nods. Along with a toothy smile. Fascinating. So you figure out a pattern of behavior and use that to predict actions. That's a very smart way of doing things. Izuku flushes at the praise and fluffs up his shoulder fur to hide his face in it. He's still not used to being praised and it flusters him more often than not. Do you think? Nedzu's ear twitches, the urge to teach and correct flaring up. He hums and taps at his chin. I have an idea. Let's have a bit of an early lesson. I'm going to say a sentence and I want you to repeat it back to me. Okay? Izuku tilts his head and turns his body to face Nedzu. He nods his consent, and his ears perk up as he waits. Thank you. Nedzu says slowly and clearly. Izuku's ears twitch and he scrunches up his face in confusion. Did you thank YYU? He repeats. Nedzu nods. Yes. That is how you correctly thank someone. You were leaving out the you. making it an incomplete sentence. Izuku's eyes widen in realization. He nods and repeats it again. Thank you. Nedza beams proudly. Very good. Let's try another sentence. Eraser seems to like the colors blue, green, and yellow. Izuku blinks and repeats the sentence slowly. Eraser seems to like the colors BB blue, green, and Y yellow. Nedza nods. Before, you were leaving out the smaller words like to, the, and. These smaller words are important for proper sentence structure. I know it seems like they are just extra added words that aren't needed, but it can make a sentence confusing to others when they aren't there. Izuku nods slowly, taking in this information. A spark that he is very familiar with flares up in his mind as excitement runs through him. If there is one thing Izuku loves more than anything, it is learning and gathering and interpreting information. Back in the lab, his favorite times were when textbooks would be given to him. He had to learn to read on his own, but once he could, he eagerly soaked up all the knowledge he could from them. From regular subjects like mathematics and science to more obscure subjects like Quirk science and phycology. Anything the scientists thought would help improve his analysis. Unfortunately, things like language and speech were neglected as they were seen as unnecessary. Let's try a few more sentences. Nedzu says, watching and understanding the eagerness in the boy's eyes. Izuku nods rapidly, sitting at attention, his ears swiveled towards the stoat and tails thumping against the ground. Repeat after me. I make a chart of the options in my head and figure out the most likely options. Izuku tilts his head and says slowly, I make a CH chart of options in my head and figure out it's the most likely options. Nedzu nods. Very good. Now, I want you to say it again, but this time go slower and do your best to smooth the words out. Izuku blinks and tries again. I make a CH chart of options in my H head and FF figure out the most likely. Options. Nedza beams. That was very good, Izuku. He praises. That was significant less stutter than the first time. Izuku's tails wag happily at the praise, his eyes shining. That's good. Nedza nods. That was good. Yes. That WW is good. Izuku repeats. Nedzu nods again. Yes. Now let's try a few more things. The two of them go back and forth for a while, Nedzu saying a sentence and Izuku repeating it 1 to 3 times. After a few back and forths, Nedzu switches it up by having Izuku say a sentence. Izuku will say a sentence and afterwards Nedzu will gently correct the grammar of the sentence. He always explains the reasoning for the change and why each change applies. Izuku, for his part, picks up on it all very quickly. The Quirk archive definitely helps with its perfect memory boon and easy recall feature. It makes it much easier to remember to apply the rules to the sentences he says. Shoyuta watches all this attentively, hoping to help continue the speech therapy after Nedzu leaves. He pays close attention to how Nedzu corrects Izuku and coaches him on how to say it correctly along with why it is the correct way to say it. He knows Nedzu is going to be his main tutor, but really the whole UA staff is going to be helping out with Izuku's education. Nedzu is going to be the one in charge of the majority of his teaching because of how advanced his is in certain subjects, but the rest of the staff will be helping out where they can. Kayama will be in charge of his art education as he has shown a great interest in art. Hizashi will be helping him with his English once he has a better grip on Japanese. Power Loader, Higuri, will be helping him out with mechanics as he has also shown an interest in that as well. Cementos, Ken, will be helping him with his Japanese language. Shoyuta will be helping with his physical education as well as sharing social skills along with Hizashi and Kayama. Speaking of Hizashi and Kayama, Shoyuta needs to contact them to see if they can come and visit Izuku to help him get used to other people so that when he transfers to UA it won't be quite as difficult of a transition. Shoyuta retreats back a bit, watching the two others converse, and pulls out his phone. He decides to call Hizashi first. He scrolls through his contacts to find the man and selects his contact. He lifts the phone to his ear, though he holds it away from it at the start. As usual, the man answers by yelling out his name, Quirk activated. Izuku jolts at the loud yell, snapping his head in the direction of the yell, ears back and pupils slit. He flexes his clawed fingers, digging them into the carpet. A growl starts up in his throat as his eyes search for the threat, tails lashing in agitation. Nedzu watches the behavior, understanding it. He was much the same after his escape from his own lab. Hyper-aware of everything and always looking for the next threat. It's a hard way to live and he hopes they can help the boy overcome these instincts. Shoyuta scowls slightly and brings the phone to his ear. Hisashi, stop yelling. He hisses out. You're scaring Izuku. Hisashi goes dead silent on the other end. It lasts a couple of seconds before the man replies sheepishly. Sorry, Shoyuta sighs, rubbing at the bridge of his nose. Just be more careful next time. He chides with a sigh. He watches Nedzu regain Izuku's attention and calm him down with gentle words and soft touches. He's still surprised at how willing Nedzu is to engage in touch with the kid. It's not something he's seen before, even if other cases where UA has taken children in to care for them. Given, Izuku is the youngest they've had while Shoyuta has worked there. Sho? Is everything okay? You went silent on me. Shoyuta blinks. Yes, everything's fine. Nedzu is calming him down. He replies. Nedzu? He's there with you? Ancient. Shoyuta watches Nedzu speak in soft whispers to Izuku. He strains his hearing to try and hear what he's saying, but he can't make the words out. Man. No fair. I want to see the little listener. Hisashi whines, his voice exaggerated. Shoyuta huffs. Actually, that's why I'm calling you. Izuku needs to get more used to people or the transfer to UA is going to be extremely stressful for him. I'm calling to ask that you come visit him so we can ease him into more positive social interactions. Oh, Sho, of course I'll come help the little listener out. I can't wait to meet him in person after everything you've told me about him. Hisashi says in a teasing tone. Shoyuta rolls his eyes with a faint blush, hiding his face in his capture scarf. I'll work on getting you certified to enter his room. You know, high security and all that. It's going to take a couple of days, so don't get your pants in a twist. Hisashi laughs heartily. Of course, Shoyuta hums. Alright, I'm going to call Kayama now to see if she'll be willing to help out as well. Alright, Sho. Talk to you later. And he hangs up with a sigh. He focuses his attention back on Nedzu and Izuku, seeing as their conversation is back at normal volume. If that give VVS him is the opportunity to get in more hits. Izuku concludes the short analysis of one of the newer heroes, Flash Freeze, and how he could improve the use of his quirk in combat. Nedzu nods along, eyes shining with a hidden glee. That is very insightful, Izuku. I love the way your mind works. It's fascinating to hear your thought process aloud rather than just reading it on paper. The boy's mind is that of a genius, truly. His mind works at lightning speeds and his capacity for knowledge seems endless. Not to mention the way his mind seems to work. The way he can not only speed analyze a hero's fighting style and quirk, but also how he psychoanalyze a person with limited information is fascinating. It is probably a necessary skill he picked up on in the lab. The need to always know the mood and personality of the scientists and doctors around him was something he would have to learn to pick up quickly if he wanted to avoid punishment or excess testing. Izuku scratches the back of his head, his cheeks flushed with his embarrassment at the compliment. He knows his analysis is above average from the way the doctors would rave about the potential to use his analysis to take down heroes. It made him grow to despise his skill with analysis. It was being used to hurt heroes, and he hated it. Every weakness he wrote he hated. Every workaround and counter he despised. Now though, he didn't have to specify weaknesses or counters. Now he could just fanboy about the hero's strengths. He could analyze their fighting style and how it could be improved. He could analyze their quirk and figure out how it can be trained and strengthened. It's so much better and he loves it. Let's see about a more popular hero. What do you think about Midnight? Shoyuta perks up at the mention of Kayama and focus in on Izuku's response. Midnight is a dust hero, and meaning she patrols during N-night, but S still interacts WW with media and W will help out OC occasionally during D-Day. Her Q quirk is advertised as K knockout gas, BB but act, Is AC actually T-type of F female pheromone that Ayandutse sleep? Th this y warakes better on men than W women. She uses blad-dead iron fans both means esprit, to spread her pheromones and as C close rang W weapon. She uses Tessenjutsu W which is art of W war fan which is, she is VV very proficient in. She be best as ambusher. Use her Quirk on C criminals from DISTT tants to surprise them, then get CC close with F fans when they grow, are groggy. Should target W woman first science men go down faster to Quirk. She should D learn to use Tonto give M more V versatility. Should A also work on Mac King Quirk thicker and more potent. She should A also see if her pheromones can be ST stored in C containers W without losing effectiveness. Then C could be P put in smock bombs. Would A also be SM smart to change C costumes so stronger and more protective material in vital spots? Shoyuta blinks at the mass of information Izuku just provided. A lot of that isn't very well known at all. Barely anyone knows that Kayama's quirk is actually pheromones, not a knockout gas. She doesn't advertise her proficiency in Tessenjutsu either. You could only figure it out by knowing the jutsu intimately and watching all of her movements in a fight very closely. Nedza beams. Very good. You are correct in all aspects. I'm sure she would be thrilled to hear all your ideas on how she can improve. Izuku blinks. Can tell her? Nedza nods. Of course. She is a staff member and teacher at UA University after all. No doubt you'll get to see her at some point, probably soon rather than later. He looks over at Shoyuta, giving the man a knowing look. Shoyuta huffs and turns. But he scrolls through his contacts until he comes to Kiyama's and selects it. As it starts ringing, he brings it up to his ear. After only a few rings, she picks up. Shoyuta, darling, hello. Hello, Kiyama. I hope I haven't caught you at a bad time? Not at all, darling. As a matter of fact, I was just thinking about calling you. It's been almost 3 weeks since you've been out of contact with me, and I was starting to worry. I know Nedzu said everything was fine and that there was simply a low-threat complication in a raid you participated in, but I still couldn't help but worry. Shoyuta sighs. I'm sorry for not contacting you sooner. Things have been pretty hectic for me, so I haven't had a lot of opportunities to contact other people. It's fine, Shoyuta. I'm just glad you're calling me now. But I assume this isn't just a random call? It never is with you. Shoyuta huffs softly, scratching at his cheek. No, it isn't. I have a favor to ask of you. Oh, a favor you say? What kind of favor are we talking here? The complication Nedza mentioned is a young boy. I found him during a raid on an illegal lab. He hears a sharp intake of breath through the receiver. He's heavily traumatized and unfortunately has a lot of people after him. He's going to be staying with me at UA after he's released from the hospital. Unfortunately, he's very antisocial due to the things he went through in the lab. Point is, I'm trying to get him more used to people before the transfer to UA so that it isn't a traumatic change. I was hoping you could come by at some point and introduce yourself to him so that he has a larger support system when he gets to UA. Oh, I'd love to come and see the little darling. Kiyama squeals. Shoyuta relaxes. Thank you. It means a lot. Oh no, Shoyuta, darling. It would be my pleasure to come see the kid. Do you have a date set for visitation? No, not yet. He's currently is high security due to an incident a few weeks ago. I'll put you on the waiting list to be approved. Because you're a hero, it will probably only take a few days. Alright, I'll be waiting for the all clear from you. Is there anything else you need from me? Shoyuta shakes his head before remembering this is a phone call. No, that's all. Alright, darling. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, alright. The call ends, and Shoyuta lowers his phone with a sigh. He looks over at Izuku and smiles, seeing him listening intently to what Nedzu is saying. He focuses in on the conversation, curious as to what is holding Izuku's attention so firmly. Now, the best codes have multiple layers including languages, different alphabets, shorthand, and more. The more complex you make it, the harder it will be for someone to decode your message. It's also useful to have and use more than one code. I personally use a code that uses the early Arabic alphabet, the modern English alphabet, a shorthand of my own making, and 3 levels of ciphers. We will definitely be making it. Few codes for you to use when you want to write down your analysis. Izuku nods along eagerly, excited at the prospect. Making a code sounds really fun. Making your own alphabet, mixing up letters, switching letters for numbers, using secret keys, all sorts of things. Nezu chuckles at the eager look on Izuku's face. Good. Now, I have some homework I want you to work on. First, continue working on your speech. I know you prefer not to talk in general, it's just a good idea to practice and get better. Work on adding in those extra words and slowing down when you talk to lessen your stutter. Second, I want you to create a cipher and use it to write an analysis on a hero of your choosing. Next time I see you I'll try and decode this cipher. All right. Izuku tilts his head and nods. He can do that. He'll have to ask for a pencil and some paper, but he can definitely do that. He already has a hero in mind that he can analyze. The talking will be a bit harder, but he can do that too. Good. Nezu checks his watch and hums. Well, it appears it is time for me to take my leave. He stands up and smiles at Izuku. I quite enjoyed myself here. Your analysis were a joy to listen to and just your company in general was quite enjoyable. I look forward to our next meeting. Izuku beams and leans forwards, hugging the stoat happily. He wags his tails energetically to show his own enjoyment of their time together. Nezu stiffened minimally before relaxing with a chuckle. He pats Izuku's back, pushing away the darker thought and memories trying to creep up on him. Take care of yourself, all right, cub? Izuku chirps happily and pulls away, beaming at the stoat. Nezu hums and turns his attention to Shoyuta. I will be back before the transfer to inform you both of how we are handling the situation and how things will be set up. Shoyuta nods. All right. Nezu nods and gives Izuku another smile before taking his leave. Izuku stirs awake, blinking his eyes sleepily while feeling heavy like lead. His mind is blurry and fuzzy, confusing him. The first thing he notices upon fully waking up is a bright light hanging above him. He squints at it, confused for a long second. He blinks a few times, turning his head to the side to get away from the bright light. He reaches up and rubs at his eyes and sits up. His body aches and throbs with every movement, and a weak whine leaves him. He hurts in ways he doesn't think he's supposed to. His chest aches, and his head is pounding fiercely. His legs ache like he ran for over an hour, and his arms are pulsing with the well-known feeling of mild burns. As he looks around the familiar white room, he feels confused. For some reason, it feels like he isn't supposed to be here, even though this and some of the other lab rooms are the only rooms he's known in years. He has the nagging feeling that he's supposed to be in a colorful room with someone warm and safe. He feels uneasy and nervous being here instead whatever the colorful room is. He frowns, reaching up to tug at one of the knotted locks of his long, ratty hair. Maybe it was a dream? It wouldn't be the first time he had some sort of dream that left him confused and disoriented. He shrugs it off and sighs, wrapping his tails around himself to warm himself up from the icy air of the white room. They had turned the heating off in his room a long time ago after he overheard a conversation about something along the lines of not having enough funds or something. He's not sure how long he sits there, curled up in his tails, but eventually he hears the click of the electronic lock of the door to the white room followed by the sliding of the door opening. He scoots back, away from the man and woman in lab suits entering the room. He growls, baring his teeth, though the muzzle on him keeps him from snapping. The two look surprised before scowling. The man marches forwards, wielding the shock baton. Izuku reaches into himself to try and use his telekinesis to yank the baton out of the man's hand, but freezes when all that comes up is a queasy, uneasy feeling and emptiness. Why isn't it working? More importantly, why did he think it would work in the first place? He whimpers and presses himself firmly into the corner of the room, growling defensively. The man stops a foot away and raises the baton. Izuku curls into a protective ball as he swings it down. His cry is muffled by the muzzle as it smashes into his arms and electricity races through his system. He convulses a few times before the baton is pulled away, and he's left trembling on the floor. As he tries to recover, the man reaches down and grips his arm in a steel grip, causing him to cry out again in pain. The man yanks him to his feet, almost dislocating his shoulder, and starts dragging him towards the door. Izuku kicks and thrashes weakly, letting out muffled barks and yelps of protest. He doesn't want to go wherever they are taking him. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. FNG brat. The man spits out. Wonder what could have happened to make him so resistant again. The woman grabs his other arm when they reach her, digging her nails into his arm hard enough to break skin and draw blood. Izuku whimpers and whines, wiggling desperately in their grip as they drag him out of the room. He continues to kick and whine, trying to twist his arms out of their grip and even kicking at their ankles. Eventually, the woman had enough. She grinds to a halt and grabs him by one of his ears, yanking at it harshly and making him cry out. Now listen here, you little sheet. You're going to stop being a brat and cooperate with us, or I'm going to drag you to the test by your ear and make sure to tell the testers how uncooperative you were. I'll tell them to make sure you get a healthy dose of substance PI 34A before the test. Got it? She hisses. Izuku freezes at the mention of substance PI 34. It is an injection made from a quirk that overloaded the pain receptors and put the receiver in debilitating pain that could last from a few seconds to hours depending on the dosage and the concentration of the dose. With a whimper, he goes limp in their hold. The woman scoffs and lets go of his ear. They continue going towards whatever torture room they are taking him to, this time with much less resistance. Eventually they reach a room labeled Testing Room 187. The man scans his card on the reader, and the door beeps before sliding open. The man glares down at him before shoving him into the room. The door slams shut without a word from either of them. Izuku stumbles and catches himself with his hands and knees, whimpering as he looks around the padded white room. Subject N28 will now engage Subject 097. A monotone electronic voice echoes through the room, making Izuku jolt. His collar clicks, and he feels his quirks rush back to him, making him choke. Izuku scrambles to his feet, watching with horror as a metal door opposite of him opens and a monster stumbles out. It has sickly white skin covered in scars. Its brain is exposed with hairless rabbit-like ears on either side. It has large feet and bulging muscles. A Nomu. Izuku whimpers, taking a step back. The Nomu screeches and lunges forward. Izuku lets out a yell and scrambled out of the way. It slams into the ground where he just was, cracking it. Izuku spins to face it again, eyes wide and breathing heavily. It spins to face him, and before he can react it's grabbing at his tails and flinging him across the room. He slams into the wall with a strangled cry, feeling a painful snap in his chest at the impact. A broken rib. He struggles to his feet only to be grabbed the Nomu and thrown again. He skids across the ground before coming to a stop when he slams into another wall. He doesn't try to stand up this time. This time, when the Nomu leaps at him, he uses his quirk. He snatches the Nomu out of the air and slams it into the ground. It screeches and struggles in his grasp, but he doesn't let go. He lifts it up again and slams it back into the ground. Next he throws it into the wall. Then the ceiling, then another wall, then the ground again. He flings it around the room until it finally stops moving. When he finally lets it go, his head is pounding with blood dripping from his nose. He lets his head fall to the ground, closing his eyes as the electronic voice sounds again. Subject N28 is deceased. Test concluded. He hears the click of his collar as his quirks disappear from his reach once more. He hears the door open and footsteps approach, but he doesn't try to move. His head is killing him, and it feels like his brain is going to implode. He feels arms slip under his and lift him up. He stays completely limp, letting them drag him from the room. The last thing he registers is a strange vertigo sensation before everything goes black. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself looking up at an overly bright light. He squirts and turns his head to avoid the light. His breath hitches at what he sees. Familiar surgical tools. He immediately tries to jolt away from them but finds himself completely immobilized. His wrists and ankles are bound to the steel table he's on by cold metal cuffs that dig into his skin. There are also hard leather straps wrapped around his waist, chest and upper arms and legs, keeping him firmly strapped to the table. His tails are spread out and strapped down too. It feels like a bucket of ice water has been poured over him. His eyes flick up to the mirror above him, showing his bound, naked body. He whimpers. He doesn't want to be here. He jolts at the sound of a door opening. His head snaps over to the door, eyes widening when he sees the usual doctor that preforms on him. He gives a desperate tug on his restraints, but it's no use. This doesn't stop him from continuing to struggle as the doctor walks around the table to the tray of surgical tools. He thrashes harder, letting out distressed whimpers and muffled cries when the man picks up a sharp scalpel and moves towards him, barely acknowledging his struggles. The doctor places a hand on Izuku's chest, holding it down, and places the scalpel up against his sternum. Izuku is in a sharp breath, freezing completely. A second later, pain erupts in his chest as the man presses down, cutting into him. The doctor drags the scalpel down his chest and past his belly button. Izuku thrashes his head side to side, his wailing muffled by the muzzle as he's slowly cut open. The doctor ignores his cries completely, pulling apart the skin and using clamps to hold the incision open. Izuku's claws scrape against the metal table as unimaginable pain throbs through his chest. His jaw clenches with a strangled cry as he feels the doctor shove his hand into the incision. He watches through the mirror as all of this happens. It's not the first time he's seen himself like this, but for some reason he has the impression that he shouldn't be like this again. He's not supposed to be here. Why is he here? Why isn't he supposed to be here? He makes a strangled choking sound as he feels the doctor's hand moving around inside of him. He's always hated the feeling. It's so invasive and wrong. Pain explodes at every touch and tug, the hand inside of him digging deeper and deeper into him. His head quickly starts to fill with the familiar buzz of dissociation. He feels his mind start to slip away in an act of self-preservation. The next time he blinks, he's floating above his own body, watching as the doctor digs through his now limp body. He stares into his own blank gaze, trying not to look at the bloody mess that is his chest and stomach, but ultimately failing. Layers of skin, muscle, and fat have been pulled away and held by clamps, revealing his organs and bone. His body jolts at a loud crack. One broken rib. His body jolts again as a sick squelching noise cuts through the room. One organ removed, a Quirk-affected one taking its place. Another crack and jolt. Another broken rib. Another squelch. Another replaced organ. Izuku can still feel everything happening to him, but he doesn't have the energy or mental capacity to react. It all blurs together until suddenly he's back in his body. He expects to be bombarded with pain, but there's nothing. He jolts up, realizing he's not on the table anymore. His surroundings have changed. He feels his hands wrapped around something and takes a sharp breath in. In his hands a large, bloody knife. His hands are soaked in the red liquid, and it is splattered across his torso. He trembles as he slowly lifts his gaze. There, in front of him, is a mangled body slumped against the wall, a pool of blood forming under it. Dull blue eyes stare at him pleadingly as they bleed out. Weak, pathetic croaks leave their throat. Slowly, the life leaves those eyes, and the now dead body stops moving altogether. He lets out a sob, and the knife falls from his hands, clattering against the cold tile floor. He reaches up and grabs at his hair and ears, tugging at them as his sobs turns to wailing. He killed them. They are dead, and it's all his fault. His hair and ears quickly become matted with blood as he wails, curling up on himself. He killed them, he killed them, he killed them, he killed them. It runs on repeat in his head as he screams and wails, tugging at his body. Panic washes over him in waves. His vision goes black around the edges. It's all too much. Everything is too much. He can't take it. He can't handle it. As the world fades to black around him, all he can see is those dead blue eyes staring at him and a choked voice whispering words of hatred and vengeance in his ears. They promise him that he will pay from killing them, that it's all his fault and how karma will get him back for this. When he opened his eyes, he's starting up at a bright light again. He tries to sit up, but he's still strapped to the cold metal table. This time though, his limbs are spread out and strapped down even tighter so they can't move at all. The door opens and he whips his head over to it. It's the doctor again. Once more, he ignores Izuku's struggles and picks up a scalpel. This time, he goes for Izuku's stretched out arm, palm up, digging the scalpel into his bicep, cutting it open. Izuku screams as doctor cuts into his arm. He can feel the doctor cutting out muscles fibers and replacing them with new ones. Probably Quirk-affected ones. He replaces a few of the fibers before closing up the incision and moving on to a few part of his arm, cutting that open too and repeating the process over and over and over. At some point, Izuku disassociates again. This time, he watches with detached, morbid fascination as the doctor replaces his muscle fibers, trying to ignore the wrongness of it all. He can't feel anything this time around, so it's easier to distance himself from what's happening. To pretend it's not him being cut open. He watches the procedure, imagining it's one of the doctors on the table being cut open instead of him. He imagines it's one of them being tortured. It helps until the words fades to black once more. He squeezes his eyes shut, and when he opens them again, he's back on that dreaded table. He's strapped down again, but without the muzzle. Instead, his head has been strapped down so he can't move it. He whimpers, trying not to think of what they'll do to him this time. When the door opens this time, multiple people in lab coats walk in. It takes him a second before he realizes he only has 2 tails and his legs aren't animal-like. Immediately Izuku is filled with dread. This is before his quirk evolution, before they started replacing body parts. If they weren't here to replace body parts, then they were here to... One of the doctor's scientists speaks up. Commencing session 35 with subject today, we will be trying out a new substance labeled R36B on the subject. Substance will simulate pain and suffocation. Subject has been restrained and will stay restrained for the duration of the session. We will now proceed with the session. One of the scientists steps forwards towards Izuku with a needle filled with a bright blue liquid. Izuku starts squirming frantically, letting out distressed chirps. The scientist ignores him and brings the needle to his arm. They jam it into his arm and inject the liquid into him. Immediately a burning pain starts to wash over him. He cries out and strains against his bonds as what feels like liquid fire is injected into his veins. It spreads quickly throughout his whole body until it feels like he's being burned from the inside out. After a few minutes of the torture, his breath stutters. He wheezes as it starts getting harder and harder to breathe. He jargas and twists in his bonds, his lungs starting to burn worse. He wants desperately to claw at his chest, to make the pain stop and get in a breath. His throat closes up, and his struggle for breath worsens before he can't get any more breath at all. He spasms as his chest constricts, unable to get any air. He can feel his heart weakening as well, and his limbs quickly fill with lead. His vision starts to go black at the edges as his body fails to get oxygen to his brain. He twitches weakly as everything starts to fade. He starts to lose feeling in his body, starting with his fingers and toes and rapidly moving up his body until he can't feel anything, can't move anything. All he can do is stare blankly at the observing scientists as everything goes black. He's floating in a void of nothingness, unable to see, hear, feel, taste, or smell anything. He's dead. They killed him. They finally killed him. At least he's finally free. As soon as that last thought hits him, he's essayed back into the living, gasping and wheezing on the cold metal table, trembling violently. He coughs and gasps in precious breaths, recovering from whatever that was. The scientists simply watch on impassively. Then, the one from before speaks. Administering second dose. Izuku's eyes widen as the scientist pulls out another needle filled with the blue liquid. And no PPL please. Please and no more. The scientist ignores him and jams the needle into his arm, and the process starts all over again. He goes through this 7 more times before he stops reacting, just lying there like a broken doll as his body is abused by the substance. Then he blinks for the 5th time and finds himself starting at a white wall. He sluggishly tries to move, worn out after the torture, but he's strapped down completely again. His heart drops when he realizes he's strapped to a large metal chair this time. It's the simulation chair. The one they used before his quirk evolved like the doctors wanted it to. His forehead, chest and waist are strapped to the back of the chair with thick leather to keep him from moving. His arms are strapped to the back of the arms and back of the chair with metal cuffs, and his legs are cuffed to the chair. There's also a metal bar GG in his mouth. He whimpers, squeezing his eyes shut. He doesn't open them when the door opens, keeping them squeezed shut. He just wants this to stop. Dying over and over again has left him mentally numb and exhausted. He can't handle anything else. He doesn't want to do this anymore. Someone please make it stop. Please, please. How pathetic. Izuku's eyes fly open at the familiar voice. There, standing above him, is Shoyuta. Relief slams into him so hard he lets out a sob. Era. He chokes out past the GG. Eraser is here. Just here. He'll save Izuku. He already saved him once, he'll do it again. He won't have to deal with any more torture. Eraser will keep him safe. He squirms in his bonds, trying to get closer to the man. But Shoyuta doesn't move to help. He just stands there, staring at him. Shoyuta sneers down at him. Fing pest. So pathetic. You really thought I was saving you? Izuku's heart drops in his chest as he stares at Shoyuta with wide eyes. No please. It's not. It can't be. Kami, you really did. You thought someone like me would save someone like you. What are you, delusional? Of course I wasn't saving you. It was just another test, and you feel for it hook, line, and sinker. Tears roll down Izuku's cheeks as he shakes his head as best he can with it strapped down. No, this is just a bad dream. There's no way Eraser would say these things to him. There's no way. It's just a bad dream. He's going to wake up and be back in his nest at the hospital, wrapped in soft blankets with Eraser stroking his head. The Shoyuta in front of his sneers once more before turning on his heel and walking away. Izuku jolts and starts struggling in earnest. No, come back. He feels hands grip either side of his head, and he knows the visions are about to start. He can already imagine seeing his mother being tortured, her burnt and tattered body at the feet of some faceless man. He watches Shuta's retreating back and gathers all his remaining strength to scream. Shoyuta jolts awake when an ear-piercing, blood-curdling screech fills the room. He bolts up in the chair and looks around frantically. It only takes him a second to realize the scream is coming from the Izuku. He expects the worst. Someone trying to take his boy away, someone hurting him, or worse. Luckily, that isn't the case. No one else is in the room. His relief doesn't last long though when he catches a glimpse of Izuku. He's curled up in a ball in his mess of a nest on the floor. Blankets have been ripped out and tossed aside and pillows are everywhere. Izuku is convulsing and thrashing his head as his tails writhe around him. Realizing that Izuku is having a very intense nightmare, Shoyuta hurries forward. He kneels, trying his best not to let panic get the best of him. He takes a firm hold of Izuku's shoulders and starts shaking him gently. Izuku! Izuku, wake up! Izuku, come on, wake up. It's just a nightmare, you need to wake up. He only continues to thrash and let out gargled screams. It almost looks like he's having a seizure. Izuku, wake up please. It's just a nightmare. Finally, after a minute of shaking the boy, his eyes snap open. The large green irises flicker around before landing on Shoyuta. The boy gasps and surges forward, throwing himself into Shuta's arms. He buries his face into Shuta's chest, sobbing heavily. Shoyuta wraps his boy in his arms, holding him close and rocking him. It's okay. It's okay. It was just a dream. Just a bad dream. You're okay, you're safe. Izuku trembles and sobs in his arms, mumbling under his breath. Alpha DD didn't leave. Alpha D didn't leave me with them. Alpha WW wouldn't D do that. J just be bad D der dream. His mind is a shaky mess of unease. He's lost and confused and hurt. Phantom aches of pain flash through his body and images of his own bloody body race through his mind. Shoyuta grimaces. Izuku is calling him Alpha, meaning he's slipped into his captive instinctual mind. He had a long talk with Nezu about Izuku's mindset and how the Alpha-Beta-Omega mindset is not natural in foxes and is caused by captivity. With time and proper care, his instinctual mindset should grow into a family-oriented mindset, which is the natural mindset of foxes. He blinks as his boy presses closer to him, his thigh pressing against Shura's hand. His hospital gown feels wet. Shoyuta glances down at the nest where Izuku was curled up, seeing a wet spot on the pillow he had been on. Shoyuta grimaces, rocking his boy gently in his arms. Poor boy was so terrified of his nightmare he wet the bed. He starts to stand, but Izuku lets out a wail and clings to him tighter. "No." He sobs out. "Alpha, didn't leave. Please. I be go good. IWW will. Just don't leave. Alpha, please." Izuku sobs and trembles, terrified that his Alpha will leave him again. He doesn't want to let go of the man in fear of being abandoned again. "People please," he sobs out. Shura's heart twists at Izuku's words. He strokes the boy's head, leaning forwards and pressing his cheek against Izuku's. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not leaving you, I promise. Not ever. You're my kid now. I'm never ever going to leave you." The boy lets out a soft sob and buries his face in Shura's chest. Shoyuta sighs softly and stands up with the boy in his arms. "Come on. Let's go get you cleaned up." He walks over to the bathroom door and pushes it open with his hip. He rocks Izuku gently as he walks. He leaves the door open and brings Izuku over to the stool by the shower. He slowly and carefully sets Izuku down on it, making sure to stay in physical contact with his boy. He pets Izuku's hair and around his ears, trying to help him calm down from the nightmare. Tears are still streaming down his cheeks with snot running from his nose. "You're a mess. Let's get your face cleaned up first, shall we?" Shoyuta smiles a strained smile as Izuku nods, dull eyes watching him intently as if he'll disappear at any moment. He takes a face rag and wets it with the handheld showerhead. He slowly brings it up to Izuku's face and starts wiping it very gently. He makes sure to get all the snot and tears off his face. He starts humming softly, seeing that Izuku is still obviously stressed out from the nightmare. Once his face is clean, Shoyuta gently rubs circles under his kid's eyes, hoping to soothe him further. Izuku slowly relaxes at the gentle care, but still never lets Shoyuta leave his sight. The nightmare is still too fresh, too real. "There we go. Much getter. Shall we clean up your legs next?" Shoyuta asks in a soft tone. Izuku lets out a soft chirp of agreement. "All right." He first helps Izuku out of the hospital gown. He then takes the handheld showerhead and turns it on. He wets Izuku's legs and crotch, being careful to avoid his tails as they aren't dirty. He takes the fur soap and starts gently working it into the fur on Izuku's legs. Izuku slowly relaxes, his eyes drooping a bit. Shoyuta smiles at him. "Can you hold out your hand for me so I can put some soap in it?" Shoyuta asks softly. Izuku blinks slowly before holding out his hand. Shoyuta pours some soap into his hand and lets his boy clean his private parts himself, turning away to give him privacy. After a minute, he hears a soft trill and turns back around. Izuku is all soaped up. He then takes the showerhead and starts rinsing Izuku off. Once all the soap is rinsed out, Shoyuta helps Izuku squeeze out the excess water. As Izuku works on getting the last of the water out of his fur, Shoyuta grabs a towel and starts drying his fur with it. After his fur is sufficiently dry, Shoyuta gets the blow dryer and finishes drying Izuku's fur completely. After that, Shoyuta gets a new, clean hospital gown and helps Izuku into it. Izuku goes through all of these motions with a blank mind. He pushes everything out of his mind but the gentle comfort given to him by Shoyuta. Nothing else matters. Nothing else can find its way into his mind. No leftover nightmare visions, nothing. By now, Izuku is looking pretty exhausted and out of it. Shoyuta picks Izuku up and leaves the bathroom. He starts rocking Izuku gently, humming softly as he slowly walks around the room. He feels Izuku nuzzle into his neck, a soft purring starting up. Shoyuta smiles softly, glad that Izuku has recovered from the nightmare for now. He continues humming and walking around until Izuku has gone still and quiet in his arms, fast asleep. He walks over to the bed and slowly lowers Izuku down onto it. Unfortunately, his kid clings right to him, even in his sleep. He smiles fondly and gets into the bed with his boy on his stomach. He pulls the blanket over the both of them and settles down. "Good night, Kit," he murmurs, kissing Izuku's forehead. His kid hums and nuzzles deeper into Shura's neck, murmuring something that sounds suspiciously like death. Shura's heart clenched, and he holds his kid tighter. He falls asleep happy with his kid in his arms and his heart warm in his chest. Izuku wakes up the next morning to find his limbs heavy as lead and thoughts distant and fuzzy. He feels exhausted even though he slept, and his head is pounding. His body feels disconnected, unreal, unable to move. Is he still asleep? Did he ever wake up? Is there really any point in getting up either way? He's just a subject anyways. There's a voice in the back of his head, tinny yet omnipresent, that is chanting it, that's telling him to just stay in bed, to stay out of the way, to be the doll that he is, and stop wasting everyone's time and resources. Not to take up anything. Even the air he breathes is probably a waste. He really should just stay in bed and wait to wither away. Nothing better to do after all. Saves him being a problem for anyone else. A PRD of time later, a minute, a week, a year, it's all the same, all painfully eternal. With his brain and body refusing to respond or cooperate, he registers a noise. A fuzzy, distant yet familiar voice speaking softly. Are they talking to him? He can't tell, everything is so disoriented and unclear. "Oh wait, did he reply?" He's not sure. It felt like his mouth moved, but who knows if there were words or sounds, or if he simply made a movement. It was tiring either way. Shoyuta frowns at the very obviously disassociated child laying against his chest. His eyes are glassy and distant, and he's barely reacting at all to anything Shoyuta says or does. He's only getting despondent chirps and bark-like noises. He sighs and gently shifts the boy onto his back, and hovers over him worriedly, stroking his cheek. "Izuku, come on Kit, come back to me. Can you do that? Come on, just ease back into yourself. You can do it." Izuku vaguely registers that his body is moving, but he can't bring himself to care. He just wants to curl up and block out the rest of the world as he wastes away. It feels like everything is falling apart and nothing is worth it. With bone-deep exhaustion and depressive thoughts weighing him down, he simply stares blankly, incomprehensively as the world moves around him. If only his eyes would close, rather than staring blankly. What's that? Dark strands, dark eyes, pale skin. Oh, of course, it's Eraser. Alpha. That one. Hey kid. That's it, there you go. Yeah, it's me, Eraser. You back with me? And now Izuku is more aware again. He can feel his body, for all that it is lethargic, and registers that there is a careful hand running through his hair and brushing against his ears. It's nice. Glad you think so, Kit. Shoyuta murmurs softly, continuing to slide his hair. He's glad his kid is back from that, even if he's not fully recovered. He must be mumbling. Izuku's eyes slide shut as he leans into Shura's hand. That's okay. He doesn't mind. He doesn't think he can care much about anything right now, though. Not with the heavy fog filling his head and making everything dull and obsolete. You had a hard night, huh, Kit? Can you tell me what is wrong? Shoyuta asks, sliding his hand down to rub at Izuku's cheek. Izuku opens his mouth but finds that his throat is closed tight and refuses to make more than a weak chirp. So, he lifts his hand sluggishly and signs with the little bit of sign he's been learning from Shoyuta. Head foggy. Body heavy. Cannot care. Want sleep, never wake up. Oh, Kit. Shoyuta murmurs, his heart clenching. Izuku cracks open an eye, seeing his face scrunched up in worry. I'm sorry you feel that way. It sounds like a depressive episode. What do you usually do when you feel like this? Izuku thinks about it for a second. Back when he was in the lab and everything felt like it was hopeless, the only thing he really could do about it was sleep and do his best to get through the experiments of that day. It was horrible to have to do anything when he felt like this, and the scientist always complained that his test results were skewed because of it. So, he preferred to just sleep through it. Sleep. He signs tiredly. Shoyuta nods. Good. Let's have a rest day today then. I'm sure Ryota won't mind you sleeping most of today. I'll make sure to tell him you aren't feeling well today. Izuku trills weakly and slumps his head against Shuta's hand. We'll see how you feel tomorrow and go from there. How does that sound? Izuku nods and slides his eyes shut again. He slowly, lethargically, rolls onto his side and curls into a ball. His tails drape themselves over him like a blanket, taking hold of one of them with his hand and bringing it up to rest his head on. He settles down once he's got himself comfortable and goes limp, letting the fog in his head take over and drown everything else out. Shoyuta watches his kid curl up in a ball on the bed with a frown. He said he would let Izuku sleep all day, but there's a high possibility that sleeping all day will make this depressive episode worse. He'll let him sleep for a few more hours, then try to coax him into doing a few low-energy activities that will hopefully help ease him out of the episode. He decides to clean up Izuku's nest while he waits for Ryota to show up. It's still wet and dirty from Izuku wetting himself last night. He carefully picks up the soiled blankets and pillows and brings them over to the steel door one by one. Once done, he stares at the pile sadly. He hates that this happened. The kid is almost 12. He shouldn't be wetting the bed, but his nightmare scared him so much that he did. He runs his hand through his hair with a sigh. He goes about picking up some of the board games and toys Izuku played with yesterday. He puts everything away, always keeping an eye on Izuku to make sure he's not in any distress. He won't allow another nightmare to take his kid so soon. After the room is clean, he goes and sits in the chair next to the bed. He looks Izuku over with careful eyes and is relieved to find his kid's face relaxed. After a moment he groans and lets his hands fall into his hands. Ah, shit. Hizashi is supposed to be visiting today. After wondering how the hell this is going to work, he lifts his head and blinks. This is perfect. Having Hizashi help him get Izuku's spirits up will be great. Hizashi is great with kids and dealing with people with depression. He'll know just what to do. He'll have to have Hizashi come tomorrow because introducing them when Izuku is too deep in this won't be good, of course. But if he eases Izuku out of it a bit today, Hizashi can definitely help pull him the rest of the way out tomorrow. He pulls out his phone, keeping his eyes on Izuku, and dials Hizashi's number, keeping the phone a ways away from his ear. Hizashi answers as he always does, loud and obnoxiously. He sighs and waits till the man pauses in his yelling. Hizashi, quiet down, the kid is napping right now. The other end of the line immediately goes silent before, Sheet, I didn't wake the little listener up, did I? Shoyuta gives a soft snort, still looking at his kid. No, you're safe, just keep it down. He reaches out and gently strokes Izuku's cheek. He shifts ever so slightly, leaning into the touch, but doesn't wake up. Oh good. Hizashi breathes a sigh of relief. So, what's up? Shoyuta hums. We're going to have to reschedule your visit to tomorrow, unfortunately. Something came up. Did something happen? Is the little listener okay? Hizashi asks worriedly. He had a nightmare that was pretty bad last night. He woke up this morning in a depressive episode, said his head was foggy and his body was heavy, that he couldn't care and that he didn't want to wake up. Oh, poor little listener. Hizashi murmurs, and Shoyuta can just imagine the sad pout on his lips. Yeah, so I'm going to work on helping him out of it today, and when he's hopefully feeling better tomorrow, you can help me pull him the rest of the way out of it. I figure it's not ideal to introduce you to him when he's in a stump like this. I got ya. I'll just have to wait another day to meet the little listener. A long pause before, so tell me about the last game you played with him. Shoyuta rolls his eyes and reluctantly goes on to describe how Izuku trounced him in multiple games of Connect 4. His boy is truly an information and strategy genius. They played at least 20 games, and Shoyuta didn't win a single one of them. Izuku always cornered him in some kind of trap. It was ridiculous. He's a mini Nedzu and it's terrifying, Shoyuta concludes, just as the steel door clicks and slides open. He glances up and sees Ryota entering the room. Alright, so I've got to go now. I'll call you tomorrow morning, alright? Hizashi calms his laughter down. Yeah, alright. Talk to you tomorrow. There a click as the line drops. Shoyuta puts his phone away as Ryota walks over to the bed, looking down at Izuku worriedly. Is he okay? Did something happen? It's a reasonable assumption as Izuku is usually awake and doing things by now. Shoyuta sighs. Nightmare. A bad one. It took me 35 minutes to get him back to sleep. He woke up this morning in a depressive episode. He told that his head was fuzzy and his body was heavy and that he wanted to go to sleep and never wake up. I'm letting him sleep a little longer before taking it easy for the rest of the day. Ryota frowns, rubbing his chin. I could probably get him on medication for nightmares. You said he already gets them pretty regularly. This was more intense than the others. Shoyuta nods. He was screaming bloody murder and wet the bed. Ryota winces. Yeah, we should definitely get him on some medication. I've already started working with a psychiatrist to get medication for him to help with some of his anxiety and PTSD. I'll add depression. The PTSD medication should help with the nightmares. I'll also ask for a sedative for him to take before going to bed. That should help as well. Shoyuta nods. Thank you. It wasn't easy seeing him like that. He was terrified. He grimaces, thinking about the terror he saw in those green eyes followed by a dull glaze. Ryota frowns slightly, looking over at Izuku's curled-up form. I'm sure. I'll ask to add a low-risk sedative to his 4-drip at night until we can get him on proper medication. That would be great, thank you. Shoyuta turns his attention to Izuku and starts the process of gently waking him up. Hey Kit. He murmurs softly, gently shaking his boy. Come on Kit. It's time to wake up. Ryota is here to check up on you. Izuku lets out a soft whine and one of his tails flips onto his face, covering it. Shoyuta chuckles softly, rubbing his back. Come on Kit. It's time to get up. I know it's hard right now, but we need to make sure you're still doing okay. Izuku's tails twitches out of the way, revealing half-open, blurry green. Shoyuta smiles softly down at him. Hey there. You feeling any better? Izuku huffs and covers his face again. Shoyuta hums. Guess that's a no. Well, can you sit up so Ryota can take your vitals? Izuku is silent for a moment before he slowly starts to shift around. Shoyuta gently eases his hands under Izuku and helps him sit up. There you go. Great job, Kit. It's easy to see the lethargy in Izuku movements as he turns to look at Ryota with hazy eyes. Izuku looks at Ryota with a sort of deep apathy. His mind has mostly shut down all emotions to protect it from the leftover emotions from the nightmare. He feels emotionally numb and strung out. It's hard and he just wants to curl up and sleep forever. Ryota smiles at Izuku softly, hiding his worry for the boy. Hello there, Izuku. How do you feel right now? Izuku takes a moment before slowly lifting his hands and signing slowly. Everything fuzzy. Head hurts. Tired. Slow. Shoyuta relays what Izuku signed, and Ryota nods. Alright, I'll get you something for the headache. Do you think you can brush your hair and teeth, or do you need help? Izuku scrunches up his face. I can do. Ryota nods. Good. Why don't you go do that, and then I'll check all your vitals. Okay. Izuku hesitates, really not wanting to do anything, but relents after a moment and nods sluggishly. He slowly swings his feet over the edge of the bed. Shoyuta moves to help him get up, gently putting his hand on Izuku's back. Come on, Kit. To the water closet. He gently leads Izuku over to the water closet, keeping him steady. Shoyuta stands in the doorway as Izuku gets out his hairbrush and toothbrush. He puts toothpaste on the toothbrush and brings it up to his mouth. He spends about 4 minutes sluggishly brushing his teeth before spitting and rinsing out his mouth. He then takes his hairbrush and starts half-heartedly running it through his bushy hair. It only takes about 20 seconds before his hand drops with the hairbrush and tears fill his eyes. Shoyuta quickly moves into the water closet and gently soothes his kid. He then takes the hairbrush from his hand and finishes brushing his hair for him. He should probably ask for scissors to cut Izuku's hair. Its length, down to his mid-back, along with its curly nature, makes it a nightmare to comb. Once he's done, he gently ruffles his hair. Good job, Kit. I know even just getting up wasn't easy. Izuku leans back until his back is flush against Eraser's front side and lets out a soft, tired trill. Yeah, you're doing great. Come on, let's go get your vitals checked. Izuku fades out a bit as Shoyuta leads him back to the bed. Everything feels so disconnected, like he's in a different world than everyone else. He barely registers being helped up onto the bed. He's in and out throughout the whole examination, only really coming to when he's directly addressed, and even then it's hard to formulate a response. He teeters on the edge of awareness, struggling to keep up with it. Izuku. He hears after a while and fades back in, turning his head to look at Eraser. Ryota's all done. Izuku hums in acknowledgement, leaning to the side so he's leaning up against Eraser. He closes his eyes and exhales, relaxing. Good, now he can go back to sleep. Hey kid, you want to play a game? Shoyuta asks as Izuku starts to drift off again. It's painful to see his kid so out of it, especially since he knows personally what he is going through. Depression is big time and can be very hard to handle on your own. Support from others is one of the most important things for someone going through depression, and Shoyuta plans on being one of those people for Izuku. Izuku whines softly in protest, pressing his face deeper into Shuta's shoulder. He doesn't want to do anything, just sleep. Come on kid. I promise it will make you feel better. Shoyuta murmurs, running his hand through Izuku's hair. Izuku peeks up at him with blurry eyes, looking marginally interested. He does want to feel better. Shoyuta smirks. Yeah, trust me, when I got like this when I was younger, sleeping all day always made it even harder the next day. But if you move around a bit and keep your mind active and on other things, it really helps. Izuku contemplates this for a moment, thinking about the pros and cons before huffing and giving a small nod. Great. I know this isn't easy, but you're doing great. I promise. Now come on, let's go pick out a game. He helps Izuku out of the bed and leads him over to the board games. Alright, now, what kind of game do you want to play? A strategy game, a memory game, a puzzle game, a trivia game, a deduction game, a dice or card game, an economic game, or a humorous game? Izuku blinks, processing all his options. That's a lot of different types of games. He's silent for a few minutes, his eyes roaming over the shelves of games before slowly lifting his hands to sign. Dice or card? Shoyuta nods, expecting as much. It's not too strenuous and mostly luck-based, so he can play without having to think too hard but also still participate. Good choice. He looks over the games until his eyes land on Yahtzee. He nods to himself and picks out the game. This one okay? Izuku looks over the game for a moment before nodding once in agreement. So, they set up the game and start playing. Izuku isn't showing anywhere near as much enthusiasm as he usually does when playing games, but that's not the goal of this. The goal is to get Izuku's mind to settle so he can start to address the cause of this depression episode. About 30 minutes in they are on their second game and some life has returned to Izuku's eyes. So, Izuku. Shoyuta says as he rolls the dice, getting a 3, a 1, a 6, a 5, and a 4. He glances at his sheet and sees that he has the small and large straights still open. He smirks slight and chooses the 3, 4, 5 and 6 before rolling again getting a 4. Izuku hums, watching him take his turn. Need to talk about your nightmare last night. He rolls again, getting 6. No luck there. He takes his small straight and puts it on the board. Izuku tenses up, lifting his head to look at Shoyuta. Just the reminder that the nightmare happened has emotions and images pressing up against his mind, fighting to force their way in and take over. The phantom pain rush across his skin, and the harsh words Shoyuta spoke echoing through his head. Shuta's heart breaks, seeing the fear swimming behind the fog in those eyes. Please. Shoyuta implores softly. It's important that you don't bottle this up. It will only make it worse. Also, I have an exercise given to me by Ryota that might help. Izuku fidgets uneasily, wringing his hands together while worrying at his lip with his teeth. Shoyuta gently reaches out and takes both of Izuku's hands in his. You don't have to go into detail if you're not comfortable with it, but I want to help you, and I can't if you don't tell me. Izuku is still obviously reluctant, so Shoyuta gives him an out. How about this? We'll skip retelling the nightmare and instead simply rewrite it so it has a good ending. Izuku blinks and tilts his head questioningly. Rewrite it to have a positive ending? It's the exercise Ryota gave to me. It's called imagery rehearsal therapy. You write down your nightmare, then rewrite it with a good ending. Then, just before falling asleep, set the intention to redream your dream as what you rewrote. By practicing a rewrite during the daytime, you increase your chances of having them at night while you're sleeping instead of your nightmare. Izuku becomes contemplative, thinking this possibility over, before nodding slowly. He could do that. He could have Eraser save him before any scary stuff even starts. Eraser will hold him and care for him while the mean doctors go away. So, they spend a few hours writing positive ends to any nightmare he might have. It's hard at first, but with prompting from Shoyuta and some suggestions, it becomes easier and easier. It's nice, and he finds himself feeling better and better with each positive outcome he comes up with. By the time they are done, he feels much better. He sets down the paper and nuzzled into Eraser, hugging him. "Thank you." He mumbles, hugging him tightly. He still feels a bit lethargic and unsure about his place here, but he doesn't feel like his world is falling apart around him anymore. Shoyuta hums and runs his hands through Izuku's hair. "You are very welcome, Kit." He rests his chin on Izuku's head, rubbing his back slowly. This is the best he can do for his boy. He'll do everything he can to make sure Izuku gets over this hump and continues on with his recovery. After a moment of silence, Izuku speaks up. "You will have left. In a nightmare. UW walked away while they tortured me." He starts to tremble at the reminder, curling his hands into fists around Shuta's shirt. Shoyuta breathes in slowly and holds Izuku tighter. "I'll never ever leave you, Izuku. You're my kid now, and I won't be leaving you if I have any say." He gives his boy a gently squeeze. "I promise." Izuku sniffles and nods, pressing his face deeper into Shuta's shoulder. "Okay." They stay like that for a few minutes before Izuku speaks up again. "Seiken." He hesitates before wrapping his tails around himself and continuing. "Seiken call, I call you. Dad." Shoyuta blinks once, and looks down at Izuku, who is glancing up at him shyly. After a moment of silence, Izuku cringes and looks down and away. "And never mind. That easy stuff was the stupid question. I shouldn't have asked." Shoyuta quickly regains his composure and takes Izuku's face in his hands, lifts his head to look at him. He smiles softly. "Of course you can, Kit. You can call me whatever you want." Izuku lets out a small sob and surges forward, hugging Shoyuta tightly. Shoyuta rocks him gently, murmuring softly to him. He calms down quickly and stays in Shuta's arms for a while longer. The rest of the day goes by peacefully, playing short, easy games and taking naps. It's calming, and slowly but surely the depressive episode fades away. At the end of the day, while still feeling a bit emotionally numb, he feels loads better. At the end of the day, Ryota comes in and smiles at the sight of Izuku nestled in Shuta's lap and playing a card game. The boy looks much better than he did that morning. His skin has more color to it, his eyes are clearer and less haunted, and his posture is more awake. He waves when they both look over at him. "Hey," he says softly, walking over to them. Izuku chirps in response before focusing back on his card game. He's almost won, he just needs a few more moves, and then he's sure he'll have Eraser cornered. Shoyuta, already resigned to his defeat, hums. "Hey." He absently runs his fingers through Izuku's hair. Ryota chuckles and turns to Shoyuta. "The sedative was approved. I can have it administered to him as early as tonight." They also approved of a low dosage of trazodone. This catches Shuta's attention. "Really?" At Ryota's nod, Shoyuta gently nudges Izuku. "Hey kid, I have some good news. You want to hear it?" Izuku lifts his head, looking up at Shoyuta, and tilts his head. Good news?" Shoyuta chuckles and nods. "Yeah. The sedative we requested to help keep your nightmares at bay was accepted. It will help you relax before bed. They also agreed to give you a low dosage of sleep medication to help deepen your sleep." Izuku perks up with wide, eager eyes. "Real why?" he asks, looking between Shoyuta and Ryota hopefully. He would really like something to help with getting better sleep and keeping away the nightmares. Ryota nods. "We're working to get you on other medication to help you out further, but it's a slow-going process without a psychiatrist coming to see you and prescribing them to you. Izuku falters at this. Was his fear of other people and doctors making things harder for his saviors? It sounds like it. He's not quite sure what a psychiatrist is, but it's probably some kind of doctor if they are hesitant to introduce one to him. He bites his lip and hesitate before speaking hesitantly. WW would help if SSSA, IS saw a PSPS psychiatrist? Ryota pauses. He looks at Izuku and sees his unease. He smiles softly. I'll be honest, it would help. But don't feel pressured to do something that makes you uncomfortable. Our top prior is for you to feel comfortable. Izuku fidgets with his hands, his tails thumping against the floor. He thinks on it for a long moment. He's vastly uncomfortable with the idea of meeting with any doctor of any kind other than Ryota. Even just the thought of being around someone with the name doctor makes his skin crawl and his stomach tangle in knots. He has no doubt being in the same room as a doctor will make his anxiety spike. The question is if he can handle it long enough to get medication prescribed to him. The nightmares have only been getting worse, and last night was horrific. It had left vivid images of the torture he went through in his mind and a creeping anxiety buried under the weight of his dissociative depression. It left him feeling mentally drained and physically exhausted even after the long sleep he had. He doesn't want to deal with that on a constant basis. So, is the non-lasting anxiety of a doctor's visit worth the medication for regressing the nightmares? I see and try, he says after a long moment of thinking. Ryota and Shoyuta smile. All right. Ryota says, making a note on his clipboard. I'll set you up with a psychiatrist shortly so that we can get you on some medication. This will make things much easier in the long run. Getting Izuku on medication will help immensely with not only progress on his mental health, but will also make it easier to manage his physical health. It's extremely hard to work with a patient that is terrified of you. Hopefully the medication can ease his all-encompassing anxiety to make treatment easier. The hospital has been putting off a lot of things due to the boy's anxiety. They were able to get a lot done when he was recovering from the sedative overdose, but there are still a lot of things that need to be done. For example, they still don't have the full scope of how the surgeries the boy went through have affected his body. They know what has been changed and have gotten a few scans of how his body now works with the transplant organs. But how they affect the body as a whole, rather than just the immediate areas, is still unknown. They also don't have a clear image of how the recently transplanted stomach has been integrating into Izuku's body. They managed to get a scan during the overdose incident, but it's been nearly 3 weeks since then. They need to check on the progress his body has been making. Shoyuta clears his throat, drawing Ryota out of his thoughts. Can I ask that he see Inui Ryo alias Hound Dog? It would be helpful later down the line for when he transfers to UA. Ryota blinks. Yes, that can be arranged. He makes another note on his clipboard. I'll send in the request after I leave. He turns his attention back to Izuku and smile. Now, I have a bedtime routine that will help relax you before you go to bed and will help deepen your sleep along with the medication. It should help lessen the nightmares. Izuku perks up. Really? Ryota nods with a smile. Yup. He's very glad that Izuku is so willing to try these things out. It would be much harder to help him if he was resistant to the help. First, you're going to take the sleep medication. He sets down a cup with a pill in it. Now, it's not going to taste very good, so I have some apple juice for you to take it with. He sets an apple juice box down next to the pill cup. Can you do this for me? Izuku can't help but eye the pill wearily. He knows it's going to help him sleep and all, but he hasn't had the best record with medication in the past. Before the doctors in the lab put the collar on him, they would force Quirk suppressant pills down his throat daily. The pills would leave him feeling like absolute trash. His head would be fuzzy and dizzy and his stomach would always end up in knots. Not to mention the crappy feeling that would encompass his whole body for most of the day. And that's only one of the things involving pills he had to endure. Still, these pills are going to help him. They are going to make him better, not worse. Reluctantly, he takes the cup and tosses it back, swallowing it dry. He makes a face at the taste and takes to apple juice, slowing sking it up through a straw. He makes sure to go slow enough that his stomach doesn't revolt against him. Great job. Ryota praises with a smile. Shoyuta nods and reaches out, ruffling Izuku's hair. Now, the first thing you want to do is take a nice long warm shower. Now, while you can use this shower to wash up, it's mostly to help you wind down. Taking a hot shower or bath before bed can help improve sleep. The body goes through a natural temperature regulation in the hours before bedtime, and a warm shower or bath can aid in this process, improving sleep as a result. Izuku takes this all in and nods slowly. That makes sense. Why don't you and Aizawa go take a nice long shower while I get a few more things ready? The shower is a calm affair. Izuku relaxes into the warm, verging on hot, spray of water, letting his thoughts drift about while avoiding any negative thoughts. Shoyuta works shampoo into his hair, massaging his scalp with firm presses of his fingers and gentle scratches before gently scrubbing down his skin with body wash. His fur doesn't need daily cleaning, so they don't worry about that this time around. After about 25 minutes of soaking in the hot water, Izuku starts to yawn. Shoyuta leads him out of the shower and dries him off with a towel before blow-drying his hair and fur. Izuku ends up enjoying the warmth, so Shoyuta indulges him and lets him soak up the warm air for a few minutes. Eventually, Shoyuta urges the boy away from the hairdryer and gets him started on his regular before-bed routine. Izuku lethargically brushes his teeth and hair while Shoyuta works a brush through his fur. He goes to the bathroom and puts on a clean hospital gown with Shuta's help. After that, Shoyuta picks up the drowsy kit and brings him over to his nest on the carpet. Ryota is waiting for them with a few things and smiles as Shoyuta sets Izuku down in his nest. "How you feeling, Izuku?" "Sleepy." Izuku mumbles before yawning and starting to shuffle around his nest, adjusting blankets and stuffed animals to make it sleep-friendly. Ryota chuckles. "Good. That means the medication is working." Izuku nods absent-mindedly, finishing up his adjustment of his nest. He looks up and looks over what Ryota has brought. There's a small white machine thingy with a dial, a few buttons, and a bunch of really small holes, a glass of orange something, and a small tinted bottle with a lavender plant printed on it. He tilts his head questioningly. Ryota sees his interest and smiles. This, he puts his hand on the machine, is a noise machine. It will play nighttime forest noises when turned on. I believe it will appeal to your fox instincts. Would you like to try it? Izuku nods and listens as Ryota turns the machine on. It starts out as the sound of a gentle breeze ruffling leaves and the sound of gently running water, like a stream. Then soft cricket sounds start up, followed by the occasional sound of an owl. Finally, a soft trickle of rain starts up, pulling it all together. Izuku closes his eyes and relaxes into his nest, focusing on the sounds. He can feel his instincts rumbling out happily at the sounds. While he may have never been to a forest before, let alone slept in one, his instincts seem to know exactly what it's like. Shoyuta watches as Izuku sinks into his nest in contentment. It's good to see him so relaxed and content after the nightmare and depressive episode. Those can be really hard to come back from, and Izuku is doing a wonderful job. Izuku feels himself begin to drift before Ryota's voice brings him back. "I see you're enjoying that. Good, that's what I was hoping for. Now." He reaches over to the glass and picks it up. "Go ahead and drink this. It's warm milk with a spoonful of honey, some ground turmeric, and a pinch of cinnamon, all mixed and soaked with a piece of fresh peeled ginger. It also has a melatonin supplement mixed in to further help your sleep. It's called golden milk. Try it and see how you like it." Izuku reaches out and takes hold of the glass of golden milk. He lifts it up to his nose and gives it a curious sniff. He hums at the mixed scent of milk, honey, cinnamon, and something he doesn't recognize, which must be the turmeric. It's nice. He puts it to his lips and takes a small sip, relaxing at the soothing taste. He drinks the golden milk slowly, eyes closed, as he continues to listen to the forest noises of the noise machine. Shoyuta watches him with a soft smile. He reaches out and runs his fingers through Izuku's hair, gently scratching behind his ears. He's glad the boy is relaxed and at ease. It's a great contrast to how he was this morning. A few minutes pass in content silence. Izuku finishes the glass of golden milk and yawns. He almost drops the glass of milk in his groggy state, but Shoyuta manages to catch it before it falls more than a foot. He chuckles. Looks like all the sleep aids are catching up to you. Go ahead and lay down and get comfortable. I'm sure the rest of the routine can be done with you laying down. He looks over at Ryota for confirmation. Of course. Ryota says with a smile. The meats of the things are things that we do for you. You can just relax. Izuku hums and settles down in his nest. He curls up in a position that in a normal person would be vastly uncomfortable, but for him is his natural sleeping position. He wraps his tails around himself, using them as a blanket of sorts. Ryota picks up the bottle with the lavender plant on it and unscrews the top. He takes a pillow from the bed and tips the bottle, letting a drop of the liquid inside fall onto the pillow. He puts the bottle down and approaches Izuku's nest. Sniff this and tell me what you think of it. Izuku lifts his head slightly and eyes the pillow. He leans forwards and gives it a small sniff. A whiff of soothing lavender fills his senses. He rolls the scent over in his mind, his instincts trying to decide if it wants to incorporate the scent into his nest. After a moment, he decides he likes it and snatches it out of Ryota's hands. He stuffs the pillow into a corner of his nest, allowing the scent to permeate his nest. It becomes one of the few scents he has incorporated into his nest. There is Shuta's cinnamon and dark coffee smell from Yuki, who Izuku had Shoyuta scent. There's his own pine and spring grass smell from the many blankets and pillows he's marked. Finally, there is now the lavender scent. Ryota smiles at Izuku's acceptance and steps back. Alright, now I'm going to have Aizawa here give you a massage, alright? Izuku hums softly and shifts his position so he's laying on his stomach, his tail sprawled out around him lazily. Shoyuta huffs softly and maneuvers himself so he's adjacent to Izuku and starts gently massaging Izuku's muscles. He starts with his shoulders, gently kneading the stiff muscles there. Izuku keens at the pleasant tingles the action makes run down his spine. It feels really good. Shoyuta works at them for a few minutes before shifting to firmly rub at the boy's back muscles. Izuku's tails wrap around his wrists lightly as he does, making more happy hums and sighs. Shoyuta continues slowly working his way down until he reaches Izuku's feet, making the boy giggle softly as he rubs them. Shoyuta smiles softly. At the sound, he's glad his kit can laugh at this point, even if it is soft and retrained. Izuku ends up starting to drift off again, starting to falling asleep to the pleasant feeling of his muscles being kneaded just right. Ryota takes his leave silently, having finished the night routine. Shoyuta starts to read to him some of the positive ending to the nightmares he's had. One of the rewrites has Shoyuta finding his at the start of the nightmare and taking him away from the doctors before anything happens. That one is his favorite. Another has all the doctors turning into stuffed animals, the white labs being painted with bright colors, and all the scary machines becoming playgrounds. That one makes him giggle. Soon, Izuku is falling asleep to gentle massages and pleasant stories. It's perfect, and for the first time in a long time, he doesn't have a single nightmare. Izuku wakes up the next morning feeling much better and ecstatic that he didn't have a single nightmare. His head is clear, and his body responds to him easily. He feels refreshed after a full night of rest and has no problems getting up all on his own. He's excited and ready to get the day going. He looks around after sitting up and finds Shoyuta still asleep on the chair next to the bed. He shakily stands up from his nest and gives himself a good shake. He tests his stability and the strength of his legs and finds them suitable. He doesn't feel like he's going to fall over at any second like he used to, and his legs don't feel shaky. He puffs up his chest a bit, feeling proud of his progress. Not only is he not anywhere near as weak anymore, he's also gained a few pounds. He can still pretty clearly feel his ribs when he runs his hands over his side, but he can definitely feel more fat than he could before he was rescued. He's also starting to feel a bit of fat on his stomach. His fur also looks and feels a lot healthier. There are no bald spots anymore and it is clean and shiny now and very soft. He also doesn't feel crappy just in general. His stomach doesn't hurt, and he doesn't feel queasy or nauseous. He feels great. He turns his attention away from himself and over to Shoyuta. The man looks tired, even in his sleep. He has those perpetual eye bags under his eyes and just looks exhausted. It makes Izuku feel guilty that his weaknesses are keeping Shoyuta from getting a good night's rest. He huffs and decides that he is going to do his morning routine on his own so Eraser can get more sleep. He takes careful steps towards the water room, keeping his balance. He makes it to the door and pushes it open, making his way into the bathroom. He slumps against the sink, already pretty tired. Just coming into the bathroom has been the most he's done on his own in 2.5 weeks. He takes a quick rest before gathering his morning hygiene supplies and sitting down. He starts with his teeth, brushing them just like Eraser taught him to. He thinks he does a good job for his first time. Doing it on his own. He only jabs himself once. Next he brushes his hair, his tongue sticking out slightly as he wrestles with his curls. Eraser had told him that curls in general need more care than wavy and straight hair. It takes him about 20 minutes, but he manages to brush all of his hair. It looks really poofy now, which makes him giggle. He moves on to his fur, which is much easier now with only a few knots to smooth out. He hums to himself as he works through all of his fur methodical. Brushing all his tails take the longest, a good half-hour or so. When he's finally done, he flops down dramatically, his wrist aching from all the brushing. Izuku feels very proud of himself when he finishes. His first time doing things all on his own and nothing goes wrong. He can't wait to tell Eraser when he wakes up. He uses the sink to get to his feet. He cleans out both of his brushes and rinses his toothbrush before putting everything away. Then he does his morning relief. Once he's done, he washes his hands and makes his way out of the water closet. He closes the door behind him and looks around the room to find something to do while he waits for Eraser to wake up. His eyes land on the 2 plushies in his nest. His ears perk up, and he makes his way towards the nest. He leans down carefully and picks up the 2 stuffies before making his way over to the building blocks. He stumbles a bit on the way, but manages to stay standing with the help of his tails. He hums to himself as he sits down and starts building up a big tower using his telekinesis, his tails swaying behind him calmly. He builds it up as tall as he can without it falling over and sets Yuki up right at its base. He has Yuki chirp and trill happily for a while and all is calm. Suddenly, and without warning, one of his tails lashes out and slams into the tower, knocking it over onto Yuki. He makes Yuki let out distressed chirps and wails, calling out for help. He doesn't notice, but as soon as he starts making the noises, Shoyuta jolts in his seat and is up on his feet in an instant, looking around wildly. He only calms down when he sees that Izuku is perfectly fine and just playing, letting out a quiet sigh of relief that Izuku isn't actually hurt or anything. Thank Kami. He doesn't know what he would do with himself if Izuku managed to get hurt while he was sleeping the time away. Curious, Shoyuta approaches Izuku but stays quiet, concealing his presence. He smiles when he sees Izuku is playing with Yuki and the present Mike plushie. He's glad the kid is finding time to be a kid and just play on his own without prompting. After a few seconds, Izuku has the present Mike plushie waddle over and start murmuring soft comforts to Yuki as he slowly and carefully moves the blocks off of Yuki. He isn't conscious of it, but he is definitely projecting himself onto Yuki. He so desperately wants to be treated kindly by the hero he hurt, so he has the hero plushie be kind to a fox plushie as a silent plea to the universe. Once the present Mike plushie has all the blocks off of Yuki, he helps the fox out of the rubble and starts soothing it by petting it and wrapping it in white cloth for the imaginary injures. Again, he isn't aware, but Shoyuta records the whole thing and sends it to Hizashi. Izuku hums to himself, his tails thumping against the ground as they wag happily. He wraps Yuki up in spare white cloth, swaying side to side. He's content and relaxed, happy with how he feels. Suddenly there are hands under his armpits and lifting him up. He squeals as he's spun in a circle before being turned around to face Shoyuta. He laughs, and before he knows it, a bright smile is splitting across his face, beaming down at Shoyuta from where he's being held up. Shoyuta freezes, eyes wide as he stares at the brilliant smile before him. It's like nothing he could have imagined. It's big and full of pure, brilliant light that blinds him. It's expressive and full of unbridled joy. It's so much better than he imagined, and his little sharp teeth make it all the better. It's beautiful, and he wants it to flourish and never die. Once he recovers, he brings his giggling Kit down into his arms, settling him on his hip while wrapping a supporting arm around his waist. Good morning, Kit. Am I right to assume you're feeling better than yesterday? Izuku nods enthusiastically, that beautiful smile still set on his face. Why, feel much better than did why yesterday. I in fact, felt so good when woke up after no nightmares that did morning routine all by itself. He puffs out his chest proudly. Shoyuta hums, doing his best to ignore the ping of worry in the back of his head. That's great, Kit. I'm very proud of you. You didn't strain yourself, did you? Progress is good, but overdoing it will do more harm than good. He reaches up, running his hand through Izuku's hair. Izuku shakes his head, his smile shrinking back down into a smaller smile, though the signs of his joy and happiness are still clear in his expression. Made us sure to sit down and st started feel weak. Good job. He ruffles Izuku's hair with a smile. Izuku leans into his hand with a tiny smile and starts letting out happy rumbles. It appears that now the smile has come, it won't be leaving anytime soon, and Shoyuta is overjoyed. He hopes his kid's smile never dulls again, even if that's a bit unrealistic with him still in the mental recovery stage. But he can hope. Izuku revels in the touches, his tail swaying behind him happily. He nuzzles his face into Shuta's hand, eyes close. He absently thinks about how glad he is that Eraser is the one that stays with him in this room. His savior. His protector. His family. After a moment, Shoyuta remembers that Hisashi is coming today and that he should probably warn Izuku. Last time someone showed up without him knowing, it caused Izuku undue stress. He doesn't want that to happen again. Hey, Kit. Izuku's ears perk up and he turns to him with a questioning look. A colleague of mine is going to be visiting today to help me out with some things. Is that okay? Izuku frowns, furrowing his eyebrows as he thinks. He's not fond of the idea of some random person coming and invading his safe place. But Eraser wouldn't let anyone he didn't fully trust into this room, and Ryota told him that someone has to have a thorough background check before being allowed in the room. So this person should be safe. He gives a small nod. I guess. UT trusts them? He peers up at Shoyuta with big eyes. Of course. I wouldn't let them anywhere near you if I didn't. Shoyuta ruffles his hair fondly, making a small smile appear on Izuku's face. Don't mind. Shoyuta nods and sets him down. Good. He's really excited to meet you, so he might be a bit on the loud side. But don't worry, he wouldn't even dream of hurting you. Izuku nods, steadying himself. Okay. He looks over at the board game shelves and brightens. Can we play game? Shoyuta smiles. Of course. Come on, let's go pick one out. He reaches out his hand to take Izuku's and help him to the shelves, but Izuku pointedly refuses and flares out his tails for balance, making his way towards the shelf on his own. Shoyuta watches with pride as Izuku manages to move and walk on his own, even if it is unsteady. He's made so much progress these last 2 weeks. He went from barely being able to move at all to this. It's amazing, and though a lot of it could be attributed to the boy's extra quirks, his own determination to recover has played the biggest part in his recovery. Izuku gets to the shelf after a few wobbly steps and takes hold of the shelf to steady himself. Having to walk and balance all on his own is a lot harder than when Eraser helps him balance. He huffs after a moment of rest and straightens up, looking over all the games. He taps at his chin as he scans them, looking for one that catches his interest this morning. Monopoly sticks out at him, and his ears perk up. How about to this one? He points at it, his tail swaying eagerly as he looks at Shoyuta. Sure. Shoyuta smiles and pulls it out. Monopoly, huh? He chuckles dryly, preparing himself to be beaten into the ground. It'll only be him and Izuku playing for now, but that won't be a real problem. Yeah, sure. Come on, let's go sit down. Shoyuta watches Izuku beam happily before shakily walking over to the rug in his nest and plopping down in the nest. He walks over himself and starts taking everything out and setting it up. Izuku helps set up the money, his tails thumping excitedly against the ground. Shoyuta watches his excitement with soft eyes. It's so nice to see his boy's progress over such a short amount of time. It's been about a month since his rescue and he's already doing so much better. Of course, the safe, enclosed environment definitely helps his peace of mind. Moving to UA is no doubt going to be stressful for him, but Shoyuta will help him through it. Izuku taps him with one of his tails, drawing him out of his thoughts. All done," he says with a small smile. Shoyuta huffs and reaches out, ruffling his hair. "Good job, Kit." Izuku preens, his ears standing at attention adorably. Shoyuta turns his attention to the game and immediately notices something. Izuku has more money than he should. Izuku. He looks over at his boy with a raised eyebrow. Izuku has the most innocent look on his face. It's ridiculous. His eyes are as wide as they can be, his head is tilted up slightly, his ears stand straight up, and his canines poke at his lips as he bites his bottom one. It's adorable, and Shoyuta immediately knows his kid is trying to play him. He crosses his arms, staring him down. "You gave yourself extra money." Izuku's eyes get impossibly wider, flicking down to the money then back up at him, still as innocent as can be. Shoyuta gives him an expectant look, but he doesn't even get a twitch. His kid just bobs his head once, completely innocent. Kami, this kid is going to be the death of him. "Why?" he asks with a raised eyebrow. He just gets a small shrug in response, and that same blinding smile. "Well, to put it back." And then his kid has the audacity to have his ears flatten and his tails droop while crocodile tears fill his eyes. He lets out a sad whine, the tears slipping down his cheeks. Shoyuta stares at the display in minor shock. He blames this on Nezu. He saw the rat whispering to Izuku when he was here. Shoyuta pinches the bridge of his nose and exhales slowly. He knows giving in will only spur Izuku on, but can he really say no to that sad face? It would be criminal, right? So, he lets his kid start out with a little extra money. The blinding smile he gets in return is totally worth it. As the game goes on, Shoyuta finds himself deeply regretting letting Izuku have extra money at the start. He takes full advantage of the extra money to bribe and more often than not, pressure Shoyuta into giving up property. He absently wonders what kind of economics that lab taught Izuku because he is absolutely brutal in his property dealings. Or maybe that's Nezu's influence. Either way, Shoyuta can tell it's going to be a problem in the future. He can already see his kid becoming a little gremlin and taking over the school. Shoyuta is just about bankrupt when there is a soft knock on the door. Shoyuta watches all 5 of Izuku's tail go still and his ears swivel towards the door. A soft growl starts up in the boy's throat as he turns to stare at the door. "Easy, kid. That's probably my co-worker." Shoyuta grunts as he pushes himself to his feet and walks over to the door. He taps on the touchpad and selects the camera looking at the other side of the door. That tiny bit of tension in him releases when he sees it is indeed Hisashi. He swipes his card and the door unlocks and slides open. He holds out his hand to stop Hisashi before he enters. He steps out, letting the door close behind him. It has to be quick because Izuku will no doubt get anxious without someone in there with him. "What's up, Sho? Why we out here?" Hisashi asks, his head tilted. He's really excited to see the little listener and might be a tad bit impatient. "Well, for one, I have to make sure it's really you. What was Oboro's favorite food?" "Sushi." Hisashi answers immediately, though he's more than a little confused on why the question was asked in the first place. Shoyuta huffs. "Alright, next I need to talk to you about how Izuku's doing today. He seems to be doing much better than yesterday, so there isn't too much to worry about there. I even got a smile out of him today." Hisashi gasps, his eyes shining. The little listener finally smiled? Shoyuta nods. "Ah, that's so good. I can't wait to see it for myself. Oh, and that video you sent me was adorable. He was so cute. I can't wait to see him in person." He's bouncing excitedly on the ball of his feet, eyes glistening with excitement. Shoyuta huffs. "Alright, come on." He swipes his access card and the door clicks open. Izuku peeks out from behind the bed as the door slides open, and Shoyuta walks back in, this time with someone in tow. He takes one look at the man behind Eraser, and his mind starts running through every possibility. Long blonde hair pulled back in a half bun, light green eyes behind glasses and hearing aids. It only takes him a second to zero in on the only possibility. Sure, his hair isn't styled up like it usually is and he isn't wearing his hero gear, but it was still obvious. P. Present and Mike. He whispers, staring with wide eyes. For a moment, he's in awe. It's Present Mike, one of his favorite heroes. He doesn't remember a whole lot of it since it was so very long ago, but he used to listen to his radio station every night before he was taken and called every time there was a time to call. He even got a nickname from the hero, Yuta, meaning great sunlight. He had loved it and treasured the nickname dearly. Then he withers and his ears draw back. It's Present Mike, the hero Izuku doomed by giving the villains an analysis of him. The one who was put in the hospital because of Izuku's analysis. The man who was put in a coma because Izuku was too weak to resist the villains. A whimper bubbles up in his throat as he hides behind the bed, his eyes just barely poking up to watch them. Hizashi frowns slightly at the little listener's reaction and glances over at Shoyuta questioningly. Shoyuta is just watching the boy with a sad look on his face. Shoyuta knows the reason for the reaction. The kid has expressed to him multiple times his feelings of guilt revolving around the analysis the boy was forced to do during the lab, especially when his analysis was used to hurt a pro-hero or other person. Hizashi in particular is one of his biggest sources of guilt, so seeing the man now must be triggering that guilt. Hizashi looks back over at the boy hiding behind the bed and smiles softly, crouching down slightly and putting his hands on his knees. Hey there, little listener. My name is Yamada Hizashi, but you might know me better as Present Mike. Can you tell me your name? He watches as the boy's fingers dig into the sheets on the bed as those large, forest green eyes stare at him. A multitude of emotions flash in those eyes. Nervousness, fear, despair, self-doubt, but most importantly hope. Izuku stares at Hizashi for a long moment, his emotions swirling around inside of his like a storm. The guilt is overwhelming, the fear paralyzing, the self-doubt and hatred like a burning fire. Then, deep down, hidden under all that, is the hope that the man will forgive him for everything he has done. A small hand reaches above the bed and signs slowly. Why, Yuta. Hizashi sounds out the name in his head. Yuta. He tilts his head slightly as the boy gives a short, sharp nod. For a long moment, Hizashi is confused. Shoyuta said the boy's name is Izuku. So why is he saying his name is Yuta? The more he thinks about it, the more something familiar tickles in the back of his head. Why does the name Yuta sound so familiar? As he thinks and thinks, the feeling gets closer and closer until it's just within his grasp. He reaches out to the feeling and closes his fingers around it. Immediately, recognition slams into him. Yuta is the name he gave to a very young listener that regularly called his radio station in the early days of his radio career. The little listener called in every week for 2.5 years before suddenly vanishing one day, having shown no sign of losing interest. He had been sad and worried for the little listener. If this boy is his Yuta, he was very right to be worried. Yuta? He asks again, eyes wide. As in, the one from my radio show all those years ago? Shoyuta blinks, surprised by this turn of events. He looks between Izuku and Hizashi, things suddenly starting to come together and make sense. He too remembers Yuta. Hizashi was always telling him about the kid after every radio session. He talked about how smart the boy was and all the suggestions the boy had for ways to improve his gear and quirk that he had never thought of before. It suddenly makes so much sense. Izuku wasn't just upset because he got Hizashi hurt. He was upset because he had personal connections to Hizashi, and the thought of being responsible for the man's injuries was devastating. Izuku hesitates for a long moment, guilt and doubt still swirling inside of him, before nodding once again. Hizashi feels his heart clench. Oh, Sunlight, I am so sorry you went through all this. He pauses for a moment, watching how the boy trembles with restrained sobs. Can I come closer, please? Again, Izuku hesitates, this time for a much longer time over a minute. He doesn't know if he deserves to have the man near him. He hurt him so much after all. Eventually, though, he gives a very small nod with watery eyes. Hizashi moves around the bed slowly so as not to startle Izuku. He gets to Izuku's side of the bed and crouches down a good couple feet away from him. His eyes roam over the scars littering the boy's arms before looking at the fearful look in his eyes and feels his heart ache. He remembers how cheerful and full of life Izuku's voice was during their calls. How he would babble on and on about anything he could think of. He remembers how bright the boy always seemed and how he came to name the boy Yuta. It's heartbreaking to see him so quiet and dull now. He doesn't want to see his little listener like this. He wants to finally see that happy, excited boy he always wanted to meet. Hisashi lets out a shaky breath. "Can I hug you?" he asks softly. Longing flashes in those large green eyes, and Hisashi opens his arms in invitation. Izuku starts to tremble, biting his lip. His tails twitch nervously, wrapping around his arms and waist, and his ears droop. He doesn't deserve this. He raises his hands after a long moment and starts to sign sloppily. It takes Hisashi a moment to figure out what the boy is signing, but when he does, his heart sinks. "Sorry," he signs over and over, tears starting to drip down his cheeks as his breath hitches. Sorry, 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 sorry. It's like it's a mantra for him, one he's desperately clinging to. Hisashi takes a slow breath in, collecting himself. "Why are you sorry, Sunlight? There's nothing to be sorry for." His heart breaks for this kid who has been through so much. Izuku shakes his head viciously, his eyes squeezed shut. "No," he signs harshly, almost frantically. Hurt you bad. My fault, coma. My fault. My fault." Izuku starts taking unsteady breaths, moving his hands to clutch at his chest. It feels like there's a heavy weight on his chest, crushing his lungs and make it impossible to bring air into his lungs. He gasps for breath, shaking and trembling. Shoyuta tenses up and starts to move forwards to comfort the boy, but Hisashi beats him to it. Wow. Easy there." Hisashi reaches out, taking Izuku's hands in his and holding them tightly. "Breathe, Yuta, breath. It's okay. I'm not hurt. I'm okay. It's okay. Just breathe." Hisashi frowns as he thinks over what the boy signed. Coma? Did he mean the coma from a few years ago after that one villain attack that left him in really bad shape? Why did the kid think that was his fault? Did he have something to do with it when he was in villain clutches? Either way, there is no way he could blame the kid, even if he did have a hand in it. Izuku takes deep, shaky breaths as he tries to push against the waves of panic creeping up on him, clogging his throat and threatening to drown him as the waves tower over him. He takes more shaky breaths, closing his eyes and letting the comfort offered to him wash over him. Slowly, the panic starts to ebb away, leaving behind mental and physical exhaustion. He slumps slightly and is a bit startled when hands quickly move to under his arms, supporting him. Hisashi catches the boy when he slumps, worry for the boy racing through him. "Easy, Yuta." The name sends another wave of comfort through Izuku, making him feel all warm and fuzzy inside. He opens his eyes to see a worried face looking down at him. "You all right there, Sunlight?" Izuku lets out a soft chirp and looks up at him with his large eyes. Hisashi swallows a squeal at the adorable display. "Oh, you are so precious. Come on, let's get you up on the bed. Can I lift you up?" he asks with a smile. Izuku nods and Hisashi lift him up and onto the bed. "There you go." Izuku watches as Hisashi reaches forward and gently cups his cheek, wiping his tears away. He leans into the man's hand with a happy little whine. Even after he told the man it was his fault that he was put in a coma, he's still treating him so gently. "Oh my Kami. Shoyuta, I want shared custody." Shoyuta, who had been quietly watching the two interact, blinks before sighing. "Hisashi. He's a victim of several major crimes and is in high security. Shared custody is illogical in such a scenario. Not to mention..." He stops when a soft trill sounds from Izuku and glances down at him. He's tugging on Hisashi's sleeve to get his attention, eyes wide and eager. Hisashi turns his attention to Izuku and smiles. "What's up, Sunlight?" Izuku seems to have gotten his voice back because he speaks softly. Does that mean can CC call P Papa?" Izuku asks him, hope building up in his chest. He has zero memory of his father, the man having never really been in his life before. So, the thought of having two fathers, Eraser and Present Mic, both people he cares for dearly, is more than a little appealing. Shoyuta watches Hizashi malfunction, hiding his smirk in his capture weapon. After a long moment of stunned silence, with Hizashi's mouth opening and closing, Izuku cringes, just like he did when he asked Shoyuta if he could call him dad. I is sorry. Didn't mean to make uncomfortable. Hizashi is quick to snap out of it. No. Izuku flinches and he quickly lowers his voice. No, Sunlight. You didn't make me uncomfortable, far from it. I was just surprised is all. I would be honored if you called me Papa. Izuku's eyes light up, making Shoyuta smile softly. Really? Of course, Sunlight. Come on, give me a hug. Hizashi opens his arms with a big smile. Izuku smiles brightly and surges forward, wrapping his arms and tails around Hizashi, pressing his face into his chest and nuzzling it. He breathes in the man's scent of vanilla and strawberries and lets out a happy rumble. He rubs his own pine scent into the man, loving the way their scents mingle. Hizashi rubs slow circles on his back, and Izuku melts into the hug. He closes his eyes, a small smile forming on his face. A happy trill leaves him as he settles into Present Mic's arms. He basks in their combined scents, rumbling happily. Shoyuta watches them with a soft smile hidden in his capture weapon. He's very happy with how this meeting went. Izuku's reaction was upsetting at first, but it has turned out very good. He's glad that Izuku is enjoying Hizashi's presence. It will help him when he ends up transferring to UA. After about half an hour of quiet cuddling, Hizashi speaks up, pulling back ever so slightly. So, what do you want to do, little listener? Izuku tilts his head, his longish hair falling to the side as he does. This catches Hizashi's attention and he reaches out, gently taking hold of a lock of hair. Bit of a wild look you have here, little listener. He huffs. I hope you asked for this look because if not I have some words for whoever cut your hair. Izuku's eyes flick over to Shoyuta before looking back at Hizashi with a blank look. Hizashi gains a horrified look as he looks between Shoyuta and Izuku. Shoyuta, please don't tell me you were the one to cut his hair. Shoyuta rolls his eyes. He wasn't going to let anyone else near him with scissors, and his hair would have been imposing to comb with the long ratty mess it was before. You would have hated me even more for leaving his hair in the state it was. Hizashi takes a deep breath before letting out a heavy huff. This must be fixed, he states with an air of complete seriousness. He picks Izuku up, getting a surprised noise from the boy, and sits him on one arm while supporting him with the other. He makes his way towards the bathroom with purpose, throwing the door open dramatically and stepping inside. He sets Izuku down on the sink and gently positions him so his back is facing Hizashi. Alright, first, let's figure out what kind of hairstyle you want. I know you've probably never thought about it before, but do you have a preference for how long you want your hair to be or anything like that? Izuku tilts his head as he thinks. Does he want some kind of specific hairstyle? He's never had the luxury of thinking about it before. It's always only been survival, nothing more, nothing less. So the luxury of choosing a hairstyle leaves him baffled. As he thinks on it, his gaze is drawn to Shoyuta, who is standing in the doorway, watching the two of them with a small smile. His gaze locks on the man's hair, longish and untamed. He perks up and points at the man with an excited chirp. He wants to match his savior, his dad. Hizashi follows the indication and a constipated look comes over his face, making Shoyuta snicker. He's about to question if that's what the boy really wants when he swallows the question down. Izuku looks so excited about the prospect of matching Shoyuta, and it probably would be a bad idea to question his choice when he's probably been belittled for his choices back in that lab. So, he puts on a bright smile and nods. Alright, one style does Shoyuta coming right up. He's rewarded with an excited smile, the first one he's seen, and he holds back a squeal at the sight of it. He quickly starts to dig through the hair care supplies, pulling out everything he needs. He bounces excitedly on the ball of his feet as he brandishes a bottle of spray on dry shampoo. Okay, first we're going to give your hair a simple washing. Then we're going to comb it out before starting the styling process. Izuku nods along and holds still as Hizashi starts to mess with his hair. He closes his eyes and relaxes into the feel of hands running through his hair and messing with it. A happy rumble starts up in his throat as Hizashi starts massaging the dry shampoo into his hair. Then, the scrape of a brush against his scalp has him melting into a puddle of maximum relaxation. It doesn't take long for Hizashi to finish the prep. Once Izuku's hair is all combed out, he fluffs it up with his fingers and pulls out the scissors. He starts very carefully snipping away at Izuku's hair, slowly shaping it into a style. He's decided that he's going to give a little spice to the hairstyle. He adds layers to increase the volume and fluffiness of the boy's hair. He trims the ends of Izuku's hair, evening it out, before slowly moving his way up the boy's hair. He cuts strategically as he works up the boy's hair. He also gives the boy long, layered bangs. After about 45 minutes, he pulls back and looks over his work with pride. At its longest point, in the back, Izuku's hair reaches down to the center of his shoulder blades. As it moves outwards, his hair slowly gets shorter and shorter before the shortening process speeds up until it reaches his curly bangs, forming a huge shape. The bangs themselves frame his face as well, hanging as thick curls over his forehead and down his nose so as to not block his vision. Starting from the longest point and moving up, there are a multitude of curls that stick out in different points along his hair, giving it a wild, fluffy look. There are also trimmed curls around his ears, making them look even more fluffy than they already did. Done! Hizashi exclaims and turns Izuku so he can look in the mirror. Izuku blinks at his reflection with wide eyes. He reaches up and pats at his hair, feeling the layered wavy curls. He barely recognizes himself. He looks so very different from the reflection he had memorized back in the White Room. His face is clean, revealing his freckles and the red markings, and more filled out than it was before. His hair isn't a knotted mess anymore, instead being carefully styled and cared for. Tears start to fill his eyes as he stares at his reflection, his body starting to tremble as his chest and shoulders shake with silent sobs. Hizashi squawks with panic at the tearful reaction, flailing his arms around as he tries to think of a way to comfort the boy. Before he can try much, though, Izuku is spinning around and throwing himself at Hizashi, wrapping his arms around him and holding him tight as he buries his face in the man's chest. Thank you. Thank you, the boy sobs out softly, rubbing his face against the man's chest. Hizashi's heart melts and he wraps his arms around Izuku in return. You are very welcome, Sunlight, he says softly, rubbing the boy's back. Shoyuta watches from the doorway, a soft smile hidden in his capture weapon. The rest of Present Mix's visit goes by with a calm atmosphere and no incidents. Izuku stays as close to Present Mike as he can throughout the visit, staying pressed against his side or settled on his lap most of the time. They restart the Monopoly game with Present Mike this time around, and Izuku has a good laugh at Mike's dramatic antics. Izuku is sad when Mike has to go, but he doesn't make a fuss. He gives Mike a big hug and rubs his face all over the man, covering him in Izuku's scent. Mike promises to visit as often as he can before Izuku is released into Yue's care. He gives Izuku a soft kiss on the forehead before leaving Izuku all warm and fuzzy. When it's time to go to bed, Eraser helps him with his feeding tube before they go through the bedtime routine set up from him. After taking a warm shower and brushing his fur, hair and teeth, he sits on his bed, sipping at a warm glass of Den milk. He's already feeling groggy and ready to sleep. He finishes the glass and hands it over to Eraser, who sets it aside. All right, Kit, Eraser murmurs, running his hand through Izuku's hair. Time to sleep. Go ahead and lay down, I'll start up the noise machine. Izuku settles into the nest on the bed, curling up in it with the Present Mike plushie, now scented by the man himself, and Yuki. He closes his eyes as the gently forest noises start up and fill the room. He lets out a happy trill, burying his face in the blankets of the nest. Shoyuta watches Izuku settle into his nest while smiling softly. He's glad Hizashi's visit went so well. Izuku seems much happier now than he did the day before. It's looking very good from him. He walks over to Izuku and leans down to kiss his cheek. Sleep well, Kit, he murmurs softly. Hey guys, so my ADHD and autism is hitting me really hard recently, and I've been really struggling to focus on writing. I've been trying to keep up, but it's starting to affect my anxiety. I've been really stressed about getting my writing done on time, even with the 2 weeks I've given myself. So, I'm going to be taking a hiatus. For the next few months, I'm going to take a break from posting and instead of focusing on writing to post, focus on writing just to write. I'm going to build up a good handful of chapters so that when I start posting again, I have some leeway and don't have to stress about it so much. I hope you can understand and won't be too upset. That being said, if you are on my Discord, you will get regular updates on how the FIC is coming along and can even contribute to its creation. So, if you want to keep following along on the progress, come join my Discord. That's all, thanks for taking the time to read this. Talk to you all later. Na 3 chapter text. Hey guys. So, I'm not quite ready to be posting new chapters of this quite yet. I have too many ideas in my head and not enough focus to get them all written down, so it's still going to be a while before any new chapter come out. But I am in the process of rewriting the current existing chapters. Nothing important is going to change. I'm simply updating my writing style and refining what was already written. You can expect combined and longer chapters, better third-person omniscient writing, a few extra scenes here and there to add detail and character building, and regular touch-ups. Thanks for sticking with me through this break. I hope you enjoy the updated chapters that will be coming up one at a time, and I hope you can wait a bit longer for new, better chapters. Chapter 1 and 2 combined and rewritten. Chapter 3, now Chapter 2, rewritten. Chapter 4 and 5 combined and rewritten as Chapter 3. Chapter 6 and 7 combined and rewritten as Chapter 4. Chapter 8, now Chapter 5, rewritten. Chapter 9 and 10 combined and rewritten as Chapter 6. Hello. I would like to start this off by apologizing. It has been 4 years since I've given anyone not on my Discord server any indication on whether or not this work would ever see the light of day again. I've been fine, mostly, but I lost all motivation to write since I put this on hiatus. I can't remember why I stopped writing, if I'm being honest. I think I just stopped and never started again, but I can't be sure. Lucky for you all who enjoyed this FIC, this is the one I've chosen to keep of those that I wrote back then. It won't be the same. My writing has changed tremendously since I wrote this, but it will be the same concept. I will be posting it with my other Sood, the Naradragon, but I will be posting it. I hope those of you who enjoyed reading this back then will enjoy the new version that I will eventually start posting. Thanks for all of you who stuck around. I can't wait to share everything I'll be writing in the coming months and hopefully beyond.